Welcome to The Last Hit. I am your host, Lyric, and these two gentlemen, the hosts with the mosts, Danox Harrison, Rob Dagda Price, the boys. How does it feel that you two pretty much duo-handedly carry our broadcast team to be the best-looking caster team in the world?
I mean, that's taking yourself out of the equation, is it? Or
oh no, just look at you two. Look at the fan base that you have inspired, Rob. Look at it.
Dude, Rob carries all the heavy weight. Let's be real. He is the one. He is the one that makes our broadcast what it is.
All right, well, that's enough for me, guys. I guess I'll see you guys later.
And we can use that.
Like a bright red.
We're useless without him.
And that, in my mind, is the best way to start talking about LPL, getting Dag to all giddy up in here, because today was the start of something new. We got 12.11 coming on through. We're the last major region to do so. So we've gotten to see, you know, what NA, LEC, LCK's kind of take on the patch has been. But Ox, let's start with
and
you.
And then just not agree with them.
Exactly. And then just keep doing what we're doing. But Ox is like an encyclopedia of patch notes. He'll hit me with something from like 2 seasons ago of like, do you remember on 9.4 where they changed Annie's base E to this? And it's like, my God, dude, you're insane. So you are someone who I know is well researched with strong opinions.
Yes. So I think the interesting thing is the fact that with 12.10, the expectation was things would slow down and it'd be like a mid patch, right? Like, this is the slowest patch you're going to have for a while. 12.11 will speed everything up because the outer towers got nerfed. And if anyone has looked at the numbers, so the way they buffed the towers initially, it was about a 10% buff at the start of the game. And then every minute from there on, the tower damage would increase. And the gap between would get bigger and bigger. So it's about, for 12.10, it was about 10% higher at the start of the game, and at 13.5 minutes it peaks at like 40% higher. And then 12.11 it started about 6.5% higher and it peaked at 24%. So like it's a big cut. So the expectation for everyone was, okay, 12.10 is going to be really slow. You can't dive. It is really hard to do so unless you're like really crisp with it, or you bring way too many numbers, which means perhaps you're giving up something on the other side of the map. And then LPL just refused to take that into account and just said, no, we're just going to dive. There was 2 schools, okay? There's we're going to dive and we're going to do it so good that it does not matter that towers are doing more damage. And then there was I didn't even read the patch notes, dude. I'm just going to dive anyway. And it would backfire massively.
Have any names,
sometimes.
Ox? Have any names?
I think Jackie Love and Mark. If anyone caught that. JDG Top Esports Game 3 specifically, when they... I feel like attempt is a strong word, but they end up under the enemy tower and it doesn't go well. Quite hilariously, but not for any top esports fans.
Yeah, so that was the expectation, right? Of that that now shouldn't be as bad if you're Jackie Love and Mark going for these crazy troll dives, because the turret damage should get brought down. But I don't know. We didn't really see anything pan out the way you just said, right? We never saw LPL really slow down. You still had teams going for the dives, even ignoring dives, right? We're still playing crazy aggressive. I tune into LEC and I'm like, oh, 15 minutes and we maybe have 1 kill on the board. That is not us at all. And I guess to the surprise of no one, it doesn't seem like much should change on 12.11 then, right?
Yeah, well, I think 12.11 for me will allow dives to be more realistic in more situations, because I think despite the fact that obviously we're still aggressive in the LPL, you definitely felt like there were less dives, right? There were so many situations where you'd see a slow stack set up and it's like, this is like prime dive time, and they just would opt out because they knew it was so risky. Like I said, the teams who were really good at it and there were clear windows, they would still go for it, and some teams would try it anyway, but like it definitely felt like there was less. It felt like things started to get rolling a little bit later in the game, which particularly when we have the jungle meta being like Wukong and Viego traded off, when those two hit 6, it's a massive spike, and that's when the game found some momentum. But I feel like, even with the towers being super strong, you would just put your aggression in different places. Like if you want to go and challenge for invades, if you want to try and find skirmishes, these things would become like a place where you could tailor your aggression towards. And now with the towers nerfed again, like bear in mind the tower damage is higher than 12.9, but everyone is always also tankier. That's the initial reason they buffed the towers, is because everyone was going to be tankier and they didn't want tower diving to become a cakewalk. They obviously overshot it because towers have armor pen built in 30%. The tower damage ramps as well, but now it's nerfed down. I still think it's going to end up being like, particularly once it's built up at like the 11-minute, 12-minute mark, where it's like quite a bit higher, it's still going to be a bit more threatening. But since everyone's tankier, I think we'll see like a return to when there's a stacked wave, there's going to be dives happening, which makes you question the validity of picks like Kale, right? Because that was the big reason she came in the meta, because you couldn't dive her, and that was the biggest weakness.
Yeah, I think we got to see a little bit of that today as well, where we actually got a couple of dives starting to happen, because today was the first day of the patch, where we actually had like Top Esports looking for dives. BLG set up that dive as well, where I think they could have had a bit more help on it. But I mean, still there were a couple of mistakes coming through, even like Night roaming up top side for a few dives. Like it definitely felt like that safety net of the towers is now gone, which is probably why we're seeing a lot of these champions now start to shake up a little.
Yeah. So, right, Rob, you're just hitting on like from what you saw today. So how do you feel like, did it feel much different coming on to 12-11 compared to like casting a few days ago on 12-10? We obviously had new things come out, right? Zeri was banned a lot, especially in the second series. We had her played in the first series. I believe we had a Xin Zhao pick today as well. The Taric got picked up. Do you guys feel like we're undervaluing maybe some of these picks that did get more buffed coming out? Because again, it didn't really feel like there was any much of a change today in terms of how our teams played.
I definitely noticed, say, some of the champions that were missing more so than anything else. Like KO not being there, Swain not being there as well. Like Swain was pretty much like super high presence, and we didn't get any of him. And we got to see the Taric attempt to come out, but I don't think it looked particularly well. But I don't think that was on Taric. I think that was more the way that IG tried to operate with them. So definitely there were like picks that you could see had started to creep in, and then obviously Viper Zeri was just absolutely goddamn insane. But yeah, it definitely, I think the main champions on the patch are still quite similar. Like Jungle didn't really swap up because realistically we were already playing Lee Sin, and Lee Sin is still just got a buff. So Viego still looking really strong. Wukong still looking really strong. Like Xin Zhao I think is cool that we're starting to see him come back into the meta, which is nice. But like it wasn't massively different apart from like sometimes where you go like, oh, this is a great Swain angle, or this is, you know, probably where we'll see Kale come out. Not seeing those picks was probably more noticeable than anything really new apart from Zeri coming into the meta.
Yeah, I think I agree with Rob with like Zeri is the biggest change. Like for anyone who wasn't watching what happened, so Zeri got buffed. And I know solo queue is different to competitive, but her win rate went up 8%. I've never seen like that much of a win rate increase. And then they hotfixed it like no, it's still way higher than it was before, but like she was so broken. You can see in the hands of some like Viper, it's insane. But outside of Zeri, like there's obviously a lot of tweaks in champions. I think the big thing of this patch is the system changes. You know, like the towers, Grievous Wounds got nerfed, or a bunch of items got changed. And it tends to be when those are the changes, pro play is slower to adapt. Because like, for example, Zeri, if you buff Zeri, what's going to happen is teams will play Zeri. But if you like nerf tower damage, you know, and you don't give them like, there's not a ton of time for them to adapt onto it. Like something that's really egregious, like Kale, that super benefited from the buff towers will might not get played. But that might be like subtle changes to the meta that take time to play out, and people realize, oh, this isn't working anymore because of this change, or oh, this isn't effective, or we want this, or dives are more viable, so we actually want more engage in our bot lane to try and set those up. So I think because a lot of them were system changes, it'll take a bit longer than just, you know, obviously just today to see how they come in. I think something I want to highlight though is Grievous Wounds, because you know, they nerfed healing across the board because they were concerned with increased durability, that healing would become overpowered, right? What I found really weird was that, you know, you nerf healing, but you nerf Grievous Wounds at the same time. So where does that leave us, right?
Yeah.
Like, imagine, like, think about you're playing into Soraka. What do you do against Soraka? You build Grievous Wounds. Oh, well, we nerfed the healing. Yes, but you also nerfed Grievous Wounds and durability's up. So isn't that a net positive? And now they've just nerfed Grievous Wounds again. And if you look at the numbers, like the base Grievous Wounds, which is like Ignite or like the, what's it called? The Oblivion Orb, things like that, is 25%. And then the improved Grievous Wounds, if you complete a full item, is 40%. Bear in mind, before 12-10, it was like 60-40.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they've gone from 60-40 to 40-25, and champions are more durable, so you get more time in fights to heal. I am just actually thinking, like, this Seraphine buff's coming up on the horizon as well. I feel like literally we could honestly see, like, heavy healing-based compositions, because what is the answer? Grievous Wounds is just, like, it's going to be mandatory, but it's not, like, going to stop them. Like, 60% to 40% is such a big change, and I really feel like you could have things like Soraka, if teams can make it work, would just be obscene.
Yeah, and I guess it even raises just value of picks you already have, like the picks that already have sustained, right? The Nami's being in the meta, things like Kalista, which go towards shield bow as their first mythic, and things like this. It's kind of crazy to think about how that small change, if teams take the time to like break it down, actually could be one of the biggest meta shifts we have with how much has been taken out.
When we look at like Xin Zhao coming back into the meta, right? Like, this is a guy that has healing built into his kit that does really well, and suddenly you're like, oh, well, Grievous Wounds and all are down. Great, now he can just heal a shit ton and not have to worry about anything. Like, it works out great for him. You're looking at Viego as well, who tends to build a ton of lifesteal off Divine Sunder, Wukong's Divine Sunder, and all this kind of stuff. Like, it feels like you're just enabling these even more. And if we do end up with, like, Seraphine support and Senna AD carry and, you know, that kind of style coming back in, it's just going to be obnoxious. Like, it's just going to be so hard to deal with any of these things. And that's why, as Alex was saying, I was super surprised to see Grievous Wounds nerfed further when you are worried about, you know, healing due to the increased durability.
You know, I do gotta say though, it would be crazy to have that stuff come back in, but I would love to see it in LPL just because there's like a set number of teams that will not play things like Senna Seraphine. They will stick to Nautilus, they will stick to Leona, and they're gonna try and figure out the way to go in and like beat it down. And I would love to see the LPL answer.
One of my favorite parts of this patch has been like seeing pro players getting caught with their pants down because they haven't really adjusted to the durability game. Like you saw today with Icon, right? Where Icon like flashed underneath the tower, was going to go and kill Knight, and Knight survives with like 70 HP. And you're like, that's the durability update. You're not used to this. And like there was so many times where I'd see that happen where players would like commit their flash, go for the cool kill. And you're like, they know exactly how much damage they're doing. They're like, no, they don't. Like their entire calculations are just completely off.
And you know what? I will say, I'm not saying it's necessarily in the LPL, right? It could even be not even in a major region, although I'm not sure, right? I'm not going to name any names, call anyone out. But I guarantee there is pro players out there who just don't read the patch notes, and they just go, like, their teammates will tell them, oh yeah, this looks good, you should try this. Or like, they'll just go in solo queue and see how they feel. Or like, they'll look at, the picture at the top of patch notes where like it shows all the changes. But I guarantee there's some, and I'm not saying a lot, but there are some who just don't like fully read them, and then they'll just go in and they'll make a play and be like, huh, my Everfrost route didn't seem to last this long. I wonder what's going on there.
I love Ox throwing shade, man. Ox definitely having some names in his head, but kind of walking back to what Rob said. Rob mentioned Icon, and it's a great way to pivot into BLG because they were one of the teams that played today on 12-11. And right, we got this news the other day about Icon being announced for the roster. And I'll be honest, I didn't have like the highest expectations, but I did have this dream. I had this hope that BLG would be like Cobra Kai. They would specifically be like that kid Lip. If anyone remembers the nerdy kid at the start with the weird lip that Johnny Lawrence bullies a lot. And they get the red mohawk and they become Hawk. I thought Icon was supposed to be the red mohawk that comes in, brings the aggression, flashing forward, pulling crazy Shahu flags. But that's not what happened.
How do you say? I didn't have high expectations, but I did expect him to be second place in the all-time Valley competition. Like, you know what? Like, I feel like
that was an illegal head kick, right? That was an illegal move.
Exactly. The point is, right, that dream that could have been was not what happened. Icon came in, and like even ignoring his individual performance, which was, I mean, there's a great tweet by I Will Dominate that shows Rob's face explaining that performance. But even in terms of like how they played, they didn't really play any different to how they played when Fofo was on the team. And sure, Fofo is in bad form right now, but like you still have Fofo with his upside versus Icon, right? It just, I don't know, after seeing today's games, it's weird.
I mean, Fofo's bad side is about the same level as Icon's good side. So I mean, realistically,
I am gonna be real. I feel like you could have brought Rookie in, and I'm honestly not sure it would have been enough to fix this roster. I feel like maybe Rookie, maybe that would be enough. But I feel like this, I mean, we talked the positives, like potentially, like, maybe Bin coming in gives them some new opportunities. I still feel like this roster is just like suffering from a lot of the same issues we saw in spring, and I'm not sure like these individual changes are necessarily gonna fix it. I don't know what is going on behind the scenes, or between team comms, or like how they want to play the game, that they just end up feeling like so disconnected. But I'm really wondering what would fix it. Like, who would you have to bring in that would like somehow make the difference? So if it is a matter of not like changing players, it's a matter of somehow ironing out these issues. I have no idea.
I mean, you could see today, there was a couple of times where I was looking at like, oh, like this would be a moment where you could link up in the mid lane and make a play. Or you could have, I mean, the one that I pointed out in the cast was like, Icon had full wave push mid and the opportunity to go bot lane for that dive. And BLG botched the dive because they just don't have enough damage. And I'm just looking at Icon going, you could be there. Like, you should be in position to make this play happen. And it still just feels like no matter what they do, they're still not coordinating properly on the map. And it just ends up going completely to pieces. And even then in team fights, like, I don't know, they just seem to be all on different pages as well, where people are engaging when like Doggo isn't in position, or they're all over the place. And I think, honestly, I agree with Ox. Like, the only way I see this team working is if you pretty much blow it up, you keep the bot lane and just build around them. Like, that's the Doggo and Crisp are the only part of this team that's actually holding together.
It actually makes me wonder what their communication's like, because recently Weibo came out with their like a comms episode. I think I linked it to you guys the other day. It surprised me how much as a team like how little communication there was between Weibo. And it's like Weibo aren't a team that have been super good at like connecting and transferring pressure on the map early, right? So it's like, you know, that comms video is maybe a good indication of why they don't do it. And it makes me wonder if BLG maybe in the same boat, right? Maybe you just don't have enough vocal members. But that's just so crazy to me considering that they do have Crisp. And Crisp even like tries to impact the map. He had his Bard game the other day, even like times roaming on like things like Nami, trying to impact the map. Like whatever he's on, Crisp is trying to find a way. So it's just so weird to me that
He's trying to find way more than a way.
He really is. And that's the crazy thing to me, right? It feels like only one more member would have to be on the same page for it to look a bit better, right? Whether it's Weiwei or if it was Fofo or now Icon, just like support plus mid or jungle, maybe it could be a little bit better. You don't expect much out of Doggo or Bin, but...
You know, I said that Rookie might not be enough. Maybe I'm actually wrong. Maybe Rookie, like, maybe they need someone like Rookie or Xiaohu. I feel like Xiaohu, like, on this team would make it work, right? He would piece it all together, and he'd be like, listen to me. Especially Bin. He'd be like, Bin, I will tell you what to do. He's very experienced with that. But
you will die for me again.
They just need that glue. They need. I feel like they need a leader. And as much as Crisp you would think would be someone, it's clearly not enough. And I think that's maybe part of the issue as well, as like, this is a roster that everyone came in thinking, you know, this is like a super roster, a lot of veteran players. People are concerned maybe about the ego clash. Maybe that is that, like, they have different views on how to play the game, and instead of going, okay, let's come to agreement, they just try to play their own game at the same time. It does feel like on different pages.
That's part of it. Because when I look at like V5 in the past, right, PP God was the shot caller alongside Weiwei on V5. Then you get Crisp coming in, who's got his own very unique style that FPX were playing as well. It feels definitely like there's a clash, I think specifically between those two, where it doesn't really feel like they ever want to be on the same page. And even then you'll have times where like Weiwei's going for these engages, like Crisp and Doggo aren't in a position, and it's like, oh well, Weiwei trying to almost prove that he should be the one that's in control of the shot calling. And I don't know, it just feels like that's where the big disconnect is for me, especially when you think, oh, you have two players that are quite smart about how they want to play the game. The fact that they're not working together, just it only amplifies that issue even more.
Yeah, it definitely feels like...
I just want to be clear correctly with the viewers, because it sounds like we're really ragging on BLG. Like, the reason we're ragging on them so hard is because the expectation is so much higher for the players on this roster. Like, obviously, you know, this team can still punch down and comfortably beat like lower tier teams just because of the raw skill. But really, Spring as well, it's just been such a disappointment relative to what you would expect with the players they have.
Well, that's the thing. They aren't even punching down anymore. Like, they just came off the loss of to anyone's legend, right? Like,
dude, anyone legend?
really...
we'll move on to that later. They are fantastic, dude.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, look, to be fair, they have been playing great, but I mean, realistically, this was a team that didn't even make playoffs, right? And now they're losing to them. Yeah. So I think if that isn't a wake-up call for BLG, well, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, it feels like the shakeup, like kind of summing up, at least my takeaway from what you guys are saying, is maybe just a shakeup between like mid-jungle support seems like what it needs. I don't feel like changing Doggo or Bin should influence too much. Like, those two are like players, it looks like you slot around a core and not try and bring in whatever else, like a Loken, like JDG saying how much he helped them for communication. And this team can be okay. I don't know how much more we'll see of Icon, especially after I remember Dagda mentioning the package timings that Ox would definitely enjoy.
I don't want to talk about it.
Hey, look, I mean, he destroyed that Grump. That Grump had no idea what had just hit it. And, you know, he got some healing, he got some gold. And if that isn't value, I mean, if you look at the extra gold that he picked up quicker because of that package from Grump, I mean, you can't tell me that's not worth.
You know what's great? So in our LPL stats, we have a Grump stat. Now I'm happy to know Icon will be one of the only non-junglers to have a point in the Grump stat. Great job, Icon. Maybe that's enough to justify seeing it more. But, I mean, okay, BLG mid lane, up in the air. This roster needs to get it together. We had another roster announcement recently. This had been rumored for a while, right? FPX announced they picked up Summit, played for Cloud9 in spring, you know, played on a number of different teams when he was in the LCK.
Was MVP of the LCS in the regular season?
Regular season, MVP. But still, seemed like at the end of his tenure of Cloud9, seems like a lot of people thought he got figured out. Every game of their playoffs, things like Gnar and Jace were banned. And just the word was his champion pool wasn't deep enough. He required too much attention for how he played the game. How do you guys think he's going to fare on FPX? Because if anything, that style of top laner is exactly what the LPL loves to have. So I'm sure someone will feel at home at least.
I mean, I feel like, if I was going to swap a player on this roster, I would have started with top lane. I don't think Shallow was the issue here. I don't think Summit's going to drastically change things. There's a certain other player on the roster I would have changed sooner because I feel like this is another player. I mean, I feel like this team just isn't functioning well, but which is kind of surprising considering, they did okay in spring, right? I feel like Hung and LWX should be a strong bot lane. Care looked good when he got brought on the roster. Like, everyone was very critical of Gory, understandably. He really did flop in the LPL. But man, I just feel like Clade is just... It's been bad. I had no other way to spin it. I was trying to think of like a better way to phrase it. No, I think Clade has been really bad. And the fact that this team is 0-4 so far is worrying. Like, really worrying. And I know, like, you can definitely say, okay, they've had a harder schedule. They played up against
EDG, RNG, V5,
EDG.
and IG.
Yeah, I think IG are the one that you feel like they should have had some contestation, but I mean, even then, like, I know they took a game of EDG, but I feel like this team just hasn't looked convincing. Like, again, they took a game of RNG, but I feel like there's so many holes. I feel like Clade I just haven't been impressed by, and again, this is kind of similar to BLG, where you would hope for more based on the roster. Like, I think Hung's a fantastic support. And I was really excited for him with this meta where we're seeing like more enchanters come in, because he had that amazing Lulu game last split where he just completely denied the enemy Rakan. And then it's just like, it feels like it is not working.
Yeah. So I actually kind of have the counter opinion of what I've seen from FPX so far. I genuinely feel like this FPX team is better than they were in spring. I feel like their mid game overall, I feel like FPX's mid game is like 10 times better than what it was before. We've seen them, I think, flip one Baron in this split.
Okay, yeah, the Baron thing, but they kind of fixed that towards the end of the split. But
no.
Yeah, okay.
But even beyond that, like, there was 2 games where FPX this split loves stacking early dragons. We almost see Clid go for it like the second it comes up, and they've done it twice against 2 different opponents. I actually think you guys casted both the games. One was the Fiora game where they forced the early soul point, make the enemy team over-invest into the dragon, and then that Fiora game, right, they were able to split push those inhibitors down, TPs into the fight, they get Baron. And then FPX did the same thing, I think, against RNG with the Kale, where they're just making these like smart mid games to force enemy teams on Dragon and just making really good rotations off of it. The place I feel like FPX has looked worse is their early game, right? Which was their best point in spring, was like the dominating 2v2 and then jungle just playing around that. I feel like LWX and Hung are still just as flippy. It just seems like they're not coming out like heads as much as they were before. They've even leaned into a bit more scaling. And I feel like the big thing is Clid just looks... I mean, Clid looks even worse than he did in spring. I feel like in the 2 wins they had against EDG and RNG were his best games, but I mean, that's not saying much when you're 0-4, right? But
this is the thing, right? Like, FPX's mid game 100% is a lot stronger. And in the 2 games we've seen them ahead, their mid game has been spectacular. But when they have absolutely just been wiped off the map in the first like 10 minutes of the game, the mid game means nothing. Like, that's the big problem. And I think that's why I like this team. For me, looks a lot weaker. And I agree with Ox. I think Clade has been really, really poor. Especially when you can see, like, out of Ox and Hong, there's been like times I did like a quick section on it where I was like, oh, like, they're playing aggressive because Clade is literally like 3 feet that way. Like, they know that he's going to be there. And then they die, and Clade eventually just turns around and goes, oh, I should have been here. Oh, yeah, it would have helped if I had been there. Maybe if I'd flashed, I actually could have helped you. Oh, that's rich. It feels like it's someone who's like, what's it called? Malicious compliance. Is that the subreddit?
Yeah,
It feels like Clade is like, well, I am here, but I'm actually not doing the thing that I should be, so you actually do end up falling down. And that's what it feels like when I watch Clade, is like, oh, he is technically around where he should be, but he's just not doing anything when he's down there.
Which is almost worse, because you could forgive him if he didn't know where he needed to be. But the fact you're there, you're not
that's what makes it worse.
Sorry, you guys ended up dying. I guess someone needs to push the wave in. I'll take all these minions.
Yeah. Clid definitely, I think, just looking rough overall.
I think that's the thing, is that, like, I kind of agree. I agree with the mid game points, but it's so rough seeing them like struggle to get there. And I mean, I guess you can kind of argue in this meta. I mean, I feel like what's more egregious in this meta, like, you should be more able to not fall apart in the early game. Like, I feel like early game teams with the aren't able to make as many consistent plays as they were in 12-9. Obviously, 12-11 expect more. but it feels like getting punished in the early game shouldn't be as much of an issue. You know, we saw the top teams who went to MSI, so many of them were prioring early Heralds, and it kind of feels like early Dragons is more of the play now because, you know, you can lean a bit more into the scaling. Things like Kale are available. And so, considering FPX have improved their mid game, but the early game is weaker, they should be looking better. This should be like a better meta for them, and yet they really are struggling. And again, I think Clid doesn't have to do much. I'm not saying like Clid needs to become Tian like in playoffs last split. He just needs to like a little bit more. Just you're there.
It's even
protect your lanes.
Even in the games, like the games they won. Seriously, the games, the one game against RNG, the one game against EDG was like off of Clid and Care playing so well together, invading the enemy jungle, linking up bot side, which is like the weird thing to me because I would have thought it'd be a lot harder for FPX to improve their mid game than it would be to, you know, you've had players who have played at a level before. I just can't imagine it should be harder to get there than it would be just learning completely new concepts, right? So that's why this team's so weird to me, because their series against EDG and RNG were very good. But then you have like the IG and BLG series, or V5 and IG, I think, two teams who you should be able to at least put up a fight with, and then you get 2-0'd. So that's why I think this FPX team is so weird. I have no idea where they'll end up. I think their ceiling still looks like they can like get somewhere in the middle of the table and hit playoffs. And I agree with Ox's original point going back to Summit. I don't really feel like Summit changes anything. I feel like Shalahu is 50-50. He's had some good games, had some bad games. He's not the problem of this team at all. He's had some great moments to split push points in mid-game that I talked about. So I think this is really weird. And if anything, I think it'll actually hurt the team more than what it could do to help.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's to hit on another kind of tangent from Ox's point. Like, it feels like this is a meta where when you look at like what FPX want to do, right? Aggressive bot lanes. You look at like the 80 carries we have with Lucians and Callistas and all these kind of things. We can actually try and play aggressive on the bot side. To then not continue to play around that lane just seems bizarre to me. Like the fact that they're so egregiously messing it up, and I think that's why we're seeing kind of the coin flip from LDX and Hung in a lot of situations. Is like, and X and Hung are still playing the exact same way, but they just don't have the backup to be like, oh, well, now I have my jungler to come down and help me with all the summoner spells I just burnt. Like, there was that set game that Hung played, and I was like, he has burnt Viper and Mako's flashes at least 3 or 4 times at this stage. And Clid is just like, oh, well, you know, there's nothing I can do. But you're like, what are you on about? Like, I don't know. Anyway, it's just, it seems like the way to play the game should be right there in front of you, and to not double down on that just doesn't make any sense to me, because you can't just play around these strong early games, then stack the dragons as Ox is talking about, and then the fact you have a stronger mid game is just brilliant. Like, that should be the reason FPX now start to shoot up in playoffs, but instead we're seeing them going the complete opposite direction, and it's so frustrating to watch, because they are still they can still be a fun team to watch and to cast. Like, as you said, like LUX and Hong are still going absolutely crazy in the bot lane, which is great and fun, but it's just sad that we're not actually getting to see this improvement really pay dividends for them.
Yeah, well, at least when we look forward in the schedule, their next opponent should be, you faced a bunch of hardest teams, and it's Toppies. I have to go 0-5, you know?
Hey, but it's okay. Then in 2 games time after that, they have JDG, so that'll be an easy one as well.
Hey, but
God, if they lose to, they could, like, realistically, FPX probably will lose to Top Esports, so they'll get smashed through the early game. Could lose to RA, though that one's definitely not nearly as, decided. And then we'll play JDG and probably lose that one. It's like, if they lose that series to RA, you could comfortably see them go 0-7 to start the split.
I gotta say, I really can't imagine it happening. Like this FPX team losing to RA, I feel like would feel more egregious to me than them losing to like IG or V5, who both look like pretty decent. But the thing I'm scared about for FPX is just like, it's very easy when you're in a team that if you start losing, tensions just get really bad. It gets like really negative, and it becomes hard to even pull yourself out, even if you do end up beating like some team that you're expected to beat, right? So yeah, I don't know. This FPX team isn't a tough one. They're definitely going to pick it up in terms of just their schedule will get easier. They will not stay winless throughout the split. But another team we hit on earlier that they played, right, was RNG. Because last week, when we had done the last hit, RNG still hadn't debuted. We've now had them debut. They have played 2 series. They beat FPX. They beat Weibo. Both went to 3 games. But I feel like overall, RNG with Breathe still just looks like the same old RNG, just without having to worry about someone constantly doing shenanigans in the top lane. So overall, big win for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well as like people's expectation was, I mean, my expectation, especially as we saw them after MSI last year in summer, they started to split 1 and 6 because obviously having, spent so much time on this extended patch for MSI, committed so much time into it, you have like a short break into the new season, and especially when you have big patch changes, I was like, if RNG struggle, it'd be completely understandable. And to be fair, like FPX are like not looking the hottest at the moment, and Weibo, as much as they are like definitely an upper end team, they're not like one of the big ones. It's still RNG looks so clean. Like it feels like they've just carried on that form for MSI. As you said, Breathe I think is a fantastic fit with this roster. He played Sejuani. Like no way I would expect Vin to be doing that, right?
No. Maybe
No
he should
way.
with how strong it is in lane.
Hey, to be fair,
Yeah,
Bin did just, randomly blind pick Sion today. So maybe Bin is trying to turn over a new.
Let's go.
Yeah, maybe he sees Breathe playing Sejuani. He's like, that's what I have to do. I have to play tanks. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Breathe has been a fantastic addition. I think the team play.
Sorry, I just have this picture of like Bin trying to win back his ex. Is like, I can do it too. See?
Oh
Bring me
man,
back.
poor dude. But yeah, like there was that Xiaohu Lissandra. It's such a weird thing. Like we saw the Lissandra counter to Ari, and we're like, oh yeah, great counter, works so well. And then Xiaohu's like, no, Lissandra counters everything, and he just we'll pick it in any situation. But I feel like especially when we've seen something that was hit on with RNG a lot is like the Enchanter meta coming in might not be the best for RNG because they tend to rely on on Ming being on engage, and they're like, no, just stick Xiaohu on the engage, put him on Lissandra, and he like there was that fight around Dragon that I can specifically remember where he just dictated the whole fight.
Yeah,
he's like, I will
where he got the
decide who
flank.
dies. Yeah, he's like, I decide who dies. You guys just follow up, and it's like, I mean, just such good play from him, but also it seems like the team has adapted well to the new patch and is just like constantly hitting their stride, especially as like, we talk about that as much as we didn't see as much reduced aggression, there was still some with the towers. Scaling has definitely been more of a formidable factor. RNG are a team who are like, their biggest issue in spring was getting clapped early by like top esports in playoffs. So the fact that there's less ability to do that now, they should be vibing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they look absolutely spectacular. And I'm delighted to see that they did kind of come into the meta, like feeling a little bit more comfortable. I think they did benefit. We kind of touched on this the last day where there wasn't a massive shift in meta coming in from like MSI into the new patch, even though there were some picks like Swain and Kale and stuff like that. But even now, we're starting to see those fall away, and we are kind of settling back into something that's been quite comfortable for them. And even I think Breathe, again, just the perfect addition for them. Someone that if you want to give resources to, can do stuff. If not, he's happy to play his Gangplank. He can even bring out stuff like the Sejuani now, and they just leave him to it. Like, it works out perfectly for them. So I genuinely think we might see RNG just end up going like 2-0 for the double split. Like, we could actually be looking at a golden road.
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest thing that Breathe brought. Is just since he's flexible with his champion pool, right? That was one of the things that also unlocked Ming, is not just having Xiaohu, but knowing his top laner can play carries. Because remember, whenever game he played Sejuani was one of the games where we had Ming on an Enchanter. And it's just so nice to see that RNG having the options, because I do still feel like some people came in with too high of expectations of how the Breathe thing would go. Again, I was hearing like, oh, Breathe just going to clap everyone, RNG just going to like seriously 2-0 across the board. And it's like, no, that was not reasonable. Like, again, it was going to be a slight upgrade for how RNG can play, not even necessarily in terms of like the 1v1 player swap, right? So RNG, though, going for the 2-0, like, I feel like it's obviously kind of pointless to predict who's going to win LPL, but would you guys still say it's fair to say with how the meta's shaken up and kind of seeing how everyone else is currently playing, that they are at least the statistical favorite to once again take the title?
I mean, from my perspective, yeah. I think RNG still look the strongest. Look, there has been, like, don't get me wrong, like, the game one against FPX was a little bit shaky and stuff like that, but I think from the standpoint of decent enough early game now with the changes to the meta, their mid game has still been their strength, and that seems to be really what's dictating everything at the moment. I just don't really see a team that can match them. Like, JDG, I think, is probably the closest contender, but I don't think JDG's mid game has been as clean. And I think JDG still relies so heavily on, like, hey, getting bot ahead to let them play their mid game, that if they don't, I think JDG's mid game just completely crumbles. So I think that's where I give the edge to RNG, where I've seen RNG come back from deficits. I haven't actually seen this new JDG really find their footing when they start to fall behind.
Yeah, I agree with Rob. I think they look like the favorites. I think, as I said, talked about the addition of Breathe, the carry on from MSI form. I will say though, like, you know, a lot of people talk about Bin as being like this wild card where, like, you know, Bin could just like pop off, you know, a lot of volatility between his top and bottom level, which wasn't really what like RNG wanted to work with. Like RNG feel like a team where, you know, when they get that game plan going, they're very effective at doing so, especially in the mid game. I could see like, unless a team like absolutely steps up, they will just end up, you know, being on top. I feel like we need to see a big improvement of form. And there is teams that I think, like, for example, Top Esports are a team who, like, the difference between their best performance and their worst performance is quite stark. So I feel like if Top Esports come in and, you know, they just have like a fantastic finals, fantastic playoffs, I could see them, you know, beating RNG. I'm not even sure that JDG would necessarily be a good matchup in RNG when it comes to like the later stage of the tournament, because I think like so when we talk about JDGs, it feels like this is a team with excellent team play, maybe great in the sum of their parts. I don't feel like that necessary is like, because I think RNG are just, you know, they have better team play and better individuals than JDG. I feel like you need to be a team like Top Esports who has like such huge star power and then also have like the form of your life if you're going to be able to dethrone RNG.
I'd agree, right? I feel like it's just about the teams with the highest ceiling being able to perform on that day.
Yeah, the only question mark still for me is like V5 with Rookie.
Yeah.
Like, what does that team actually look like? Because we haven't seen it, but I still don't know. Like, looking at what happened to V5 in playoffs last split, it's kind of hard for me to put a lot of faith in them just because we could see them just crumble completely. And if that does happen again, well then, like, RNG should just be able to take it. But I think there is just worth having that caveat there that maybe we end up getting Rookie back and V5 suddenly pop off, especially because we kind of talked about it before. Rookie has played 55 different champions over the course of his career, which is a third of the roster that exists in League of Legends.
Thanks,
so
Grandpa.
That's kind of insane when you think about it from that perspective. And when you've got like a meta that can be kind of quickly shifting or a lot of new stuff coming to the table, I think having a player like that can kind of slot into anything you need him to do is going to be super valuable. But we'll have to see if what that form looks like when he comes back.
Yeah, and that is actually perfect because RNG versus V5 happens this weekend. It's our match of the week. We obviously don't have Rookie just yet, so it won't be him. But I feel like this is a great way to tie V5 into this, right? Because V5, the only like truly undefeated team we have in the LPL. V5 are 6-0. It doesn't feel like they deserve to be 6-0 after the first two series that they had. But in their recent win against FPX, V5 actually smashed. They brought Karsa back in. Dream had some absolutely amazing performances and was just dismantling Care. And yeah, I mean, I feel like in a best of 5, like if there was no Rookie, of course RNG would win. But I feel like regular season RNG is mortal. Can V5 with Dream get it done?
We saw RNG get 2-0'd by WE and RA last split. I feel like, we say what we project, what we think will happen. It is never surefire. There is never like, it's never guaranteed. There is always some element of just LPL stuff could happen. I do think like V5 have looked like they're starting to get to grips with Dream, and he looks like a solid player, a decent addition. This roster looks decent, but again, the first three teams they played TT, they played LGD, and they played FPX. Not exactly the hardest opponents. I think RNG should come into this as pretty stern favorites with the fact that Rookie isn't there, but I still think V5 are in a position to challenge. I could see this being like 2-1 favor to RNG is how I would expect it to pan out, just because obviously we've seen RNG haven't been super consistent with closing out, with having like full series performances, and also V5 have looked good, but I feel like this is going to be like their first major hurdle to get over and see how this roster looks without Rookie, because bear in mind, like, you know, this same roster in spring only dropped 2 series the whole regular season. They were like the strongest performer in regular season by far, so, you know, the expectation is that without Rookie they will be weaker, but if they can, I mean, if they beat RNG, then clearly it just shows that they are more than just Rookie, right? Which is what we kind of found out about them in spring. I think a lot of people saw this roster as just being like mostly Rookie, but it was clear that the rest of the roster was like stepped up and it was a formidable team. But yeah, I mean, this would really prove it if they were able to take down RNG with Dream instead.
How about you, Rob? Do you think there's any way that V5 can get it done? Can Photic, PP God, the boys? Can the boys step up? Is there a reality? Is there a way they do it? What does Carson need to do? Does Shalongbao need to be on the riff? Do we need to sub Oxen? Tell me how we get it done.
Oh.
Yeah, we need to put Ox in for PP God and just have him take over. But I think I think that's where, like, kind of when I look across the board, right? Xiaohu, I just see beating Dream. I just don't see Dream really having a chance. I think bot lane, pound for pound, Gala and Ming, just stronger. I think Photic can look really good, but I think PP God and Photic are still haven't seen the super high consistency that I think a lot of people are kind of hoping from them. Rich versus Breathe, I think is going to be pretty even, to be honest. I don't really see it going like too far either direction. And from that perspective, like, I think if Karsa can maybe get involved in the mid lane and shut down Xiaohu to a degree, maybe, but I just don't see that happening. And that's kind of where I just think RNG should end up taking this. Even if we see V5 starting to get early leads, I still think we're going to just see RNG kick it up a notch when we get to the mid game and just blow them out of the water.
Yeah, I feel like bot lane is the biggest disparity in terms of like how I think it'll pan out. I think that might surprise people since we do have obviously Dream in the mid lane. But I mean, Xiaohu is obviously like dominated in lane before, but still that's not really what Xiaohu's known for, right? I think Dream's going to be fine. But PBGON and Photic had like a great series against FPX, and I feel like I've seen a lot of sentiment around like how they're like one of the top bot lanes, but I agree with what Dagda just said about like their inconsistency, because I feel like in their first two series, PBGON and Photic were all over the place. They were getting, I believe they got 2v2 killed by TT's bot lane. I believe they got 2v2 killed in their following series as well. And like, sure, they found kills themselves, but I feel like we've seen them struggle a lot more. And especially where we're at right now with like Mako still, I think, being in the slump that he had from spring. Jackie Love and Mark, I feel like they're in a category of their own. So I feel like for Mig and Gala, they're just the best bot lane we have, you know? And you have to contend with that as V5's bot lane, who are solid and I think like can like keep improving, but still haven't hit their peak form. So
yeah, I think the problem is the Viper solo is the best
he is.
But then you add in Mako, it starts to drop a little, you know.
Poor Mako, man.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I feel like there's definitely feels like there's a bunch of bot lanes where one person is holding the other down a little bit. I mean that I will just say that top esports JDG game 3, Mark did not look good, but Jackie Love did give him a hand and also run it a little bit to sort of help him out. But that is kind of just the Jackie Love special. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I feel like the volatility of the bot lane, and that's the thing is like if V5 hit right, if like Karsa, assuming they play him, has like a fantastic series, and then the bot lane is also performing as they did against FPX, I still feel like that I don't favor them. I still feel like RNG will win 2-1, but that's the game, right? That's the game that they could get if they end up performing well.
So we don't have too much time left, but I love that you hit on the point about bot lanes and it feels like one always doesn't perform as well as the other. Because I feel like we have a team that's really spicy and exciting that I know you love, Vox, whose bot lane are both performing. Anyone's Legend are stepping up. They brought out the Senna Seraphine. Honestly, super cool to see them do and just kind of play that comp that it's so much healing and it's Swain in the mid lane. It just feels like nothing can die once it goes late. We see Xiao playing great in the jungle, and just overall, somehow it's working. How is it working, Ox?
I mean, I feel like there was times where we saw greatness from this team in spring, honestly, but it was just few and far between. I think my favorite thing about watching them, I mean, I love Chocho. I think Chocho was like the super aggressive player who's playing all these like engaged champions. I feel like set support is something like you can just envision him having a fantastic time on. And I was concerned about the shift in meta, like more enchanters coming in. But he's been really good on enchanters. I think Chocho has been like stepped up massively.
And
he was probably my biggest concern. Yeah, and my other concern is like, you know, a lot of their wins they got in spring was Betty on Jinx, and I thought, you know, maybe with Jinx not being this meta pick anymore, they're gonna struggle. But I think the main thing, the reason Jinx was such a good pick for them was like in spring, their team fighting, there were certain setups for team fights that were so good. There's one in my mind, specifically in the series against JDG. I've shown this clip to so many people. I've said it's my favorite team fight all of spring. That even in gold, ZDZ and Forge found these beautiful flanks to dive onto Scout and Viper, and they just decimate them. They're even on gold. This is a team who, like, you know, everyone's expectation is going to be lower down in the standings. And I know EDG weren't performing super well, but I feel like the same concept, the same play they did will work against any team. And I think that's their biggest strength. Like, even in the losses they've had so far this season, like, there was that series against LNG, where LNG crushed mid. It was the Swain for Forge. They took Kled Sejuani and just completely bullied him out. Huge lead. And then they struggled to finish because it felt like despite having such a massive goal discrepancy, and I know, you know, AL had a strong team fight aspects to the composition, but it felt like they were really challenging the team fights consistently. Like, even the final fight to win the game was super close, and it's only because, like, Light ended up QSSing the Renata ult and just, like, cleaning up, but even then it was only 2 people surviving on LNG. It was like a close one to finish out the series. So for me, I feel like this team, I felt like they were inconsistent in spring, but had high highs when it came to those team fights. The thing is, I think they've been better in the early game, which has been a positive. And obviously you get punished less in the early game. And then when it comes to team fights, they're starting to show why I was hyped on them a little bit in spring. And I'm hoping that we get to see more of this. Like if they continue this run of form, I feel like they could make playoffs.
Yeah, I think my biggest worry for these guys is that I think they're actually going to have gotten hit pretty hard by patch 12.11. Because with Swain not being as prominent, at least from what we saw today, I think Forge is going to struggle a little bit more, because it felt like Forge at least could play the Swain, play into the front line, and almost just be another body, right? To just put in front of Betty, to put in front of, like, say, again, the other nerf that I think is going to hit is like ZDZ on Kale. Because when you look at that game versus, game 2 versus BLG, the reason they won was Xiao Hu stole Baron, they delay, ZDZ becomes massive on the Kale, and they actually win the game.
Yeah. So
I think, like, having less opportunities to just go for late game and win through those late game team fights is actually going to hurt them a little bit. And I think Forge as well, not really getting the easier laning phase on something like a Swain, where he just gets to heal for days if he ever gets caught out or does something silly. So I'm a bit concerned about what that is going to look like. I'll be curious to see, like, I think his Silas and stuff is still going to look good. Like, I think those picks are still going to work wonders, but I don't think you can just go in and blind pick
Azir
Silas in the same way you did with the Swain, right?
Yeah,
so,
and
that's where I'm just like,
I also just can't imagine picking up things like the Azir or like any of these other control mage picks. They've just never really been his bread and butter.
Yeah, I feel like the Swain's a weird one though, because like if you look at the changes, they nerfed his healing on his passive and his ult. They nerfed his W quite a bit. That does hurt, but like they also nerfed Grievous Wounds. So I'm not sure if like the lack of priority today is like an overreaction to nerfs, but like the way I think about it is like surely the nerfs to Grievous, like you need to build Grievous Wounds against Swain. I think everyone can agree on that. Like every game you're playing against him, you should build him. And since they're weaker now, I feel like maybe the healing nerfs, like it's compensated. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like I guess we'll see whether it like today was just like a day where they didn't play it. But I could see like AL still bringing that out. But again, as you said, like I feel like they don't have as much freedom to lead in the late game. The Kale point is very valid. I hope that they'll be able to stabilize on the new patch, but if this is like the end of their hot streak, that would be kind of disappointing, because I think they've definitely improved. I think as much as like the meta is favoring them right now, I think they've actually improved as a team. So I'm hoping, like I don't expect this team to be like challenging top 4 or something, but I'm hoping they can like at least be pushing to the point where they're like contesting a playoff spot and maybe make it there.
And that's the thing, like I actually agree with you that I think they are getting better, and I want to see them do well. I think everyone on the team is a little bit of a soft spot for these guys. Like ever since they were Rogue Warriors, they're just lunatics and they're just so much fun to watch. And even back like 2020, like years back, they'd even have moments where they just would randomly beat teams. Like you could see, like they
I think it was
beat
RNG
IG when it was the Shy and Rookie. RNG they really beat. Yeah, there's a ton of teams that they really pushed.
And they were our base race team as well.
Yeah, there was so much fun. But that's the thing is like now that we're actually seeing it starting to come together, I think like it's starting to actually be like, oh come on guys, you could do it. But I'm afraid to put that much faith into them, just because I know what can happen when stuff starts to change, or if Forge doesn't get his right champions. I feel like this team could fall apart again.
Okay.
Do you think they'll make World Finals, but they won't win Worlds, right? Maybe next year.
Yeah, it'll be AL versus RNG. That's the end. Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, on a serious note though, obviously they could make playoffs. Let's just make a pointless prediction right now. Do you guys think that they hit 9th or 10th? Do they make playoffs?
Wait, didn't you have them as like top 4 or something ridiculous? What was it that you had for, or was it AL, or who did you have as top 4?
Oh no, I have Ultra Prime as top 8. So that's
Sorry,
why I'll start with. I won't put AL in playoffs just because I don't feel like I can have Ultra Prime and AL in there. I don't know. There are 10 teams, but I remember Dagda listed last week of like how many teams there are. It's like, oh wait, a lot of those sound like they belong there. So I'll start with no, which sucks because I love Chocho. Chocho is one of the best players ever. He's so fearless.
And that's why I will say that they will make playoffs.
Let's
I think
go!
This team, I believe they'll make it. I think it's hard to call like specifically where they'll place or how far they'll go, because the problem is like, you have all the bottom 4 teams of playoffs playing against each other, but I think they'll make it. I don't know if they'll go further, but I'm hoping it's part hopium, part actual belief that they'll make it. I think they've looked better, and I think like as much as their score is good, sometimes you see teams with a score that's good and you're like, oh yeah, but they've had an easy schedule. But like when you look at AL, you know, they beat RA, who's a team you'd expect to be close to them. They beat BLG,
Yeah.
who are like a team who's going to be in playoffs. Like, it's not like they've just stomped, like, you know, TT maybe, who have looked a bit rough. So I'm hoping that they should be able to pick up enough wins.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is a team that definitely can. And like, I'm looking back at the spring split, right? And like, if you look at 8th, 9th, and 10th, BLG, Rare Atom, FPX, these are, well, they've just beat Rare Atom, BLG. I definitely could see them beating FPX. And especially with BLG in a slump, FPX in a slump, Rare Atom not looking as hot. Like, there is definitely a world where, you know, they end up taking their spots. So they could honestly end up in
Maybe,
top
Jordan.
8. And,
Do you get
they
both?
could beat Ultra
I do
Prime.
get both. I do get both because RA and FPX, that's just Ultra
Yeah.
Prime and AL. We
Yeah,
did it,
yeah.
boys! Woohoo! AL's in playoffs.
To be fair, I'd rather FPX in there than BLG. I feel like
I-
BLG is going to
I
implode and they're
agree.
going to all change next split. So stick FPX.
Hey, I'm just saying though, guys. Thanks for pushing the caster button that allowed them to make playoffs. gotta love the good old caster button.
Dude, have we located it? I saw a bunch of people on Twitch chat asking why don't we start the game, and like, who has the button right now? The game start button. 'Cause I feel like-
Is it with a Sheen again?
Yeah.
Last time it
please.
was with a Sheen.
I think we
Yeah.
left it in there from playoffs. is the
Oh
problem,
my.
so.
Well, okay. Well, sorry to anyone who's been watching the LPL, wondering why you don't start the game.
Blame
We've
Machine.
worked out why. We'll get on it. Yeah. You know,
Well-
if you're ever watching the LPL and you're like, man, they are talking for so long, you should add a Sheen in Twitch chat, on Twitter, wherever, and that will get it going quick.
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, well, this worked out perfectly. Where we have enough time to talk about one team, and there's one special team we have to talk about. You guys guessed it. It's Ultra Prime, the best team ever. Because I heard the last time when Ox was on cast with a Sheen, he said, "You know what? Top 8, Ultra Prime. I could buy it. I could believe it. I could see what Lyric's seeing, which can I see the best." And Rob, you got to cast their win against RA, where they actually looked really good once again. Sure, they dropped a game. In the other 2 games, though, Elk and Shousey just dominating, especially Shousey, I think, really having a great performance. And everyone buy your Ultra Prime stock now. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bot lane for them has actually been really, really good. Sorry, I'm trying to go back to actually see what the story was, because there's a lot of games in LPL, and my brain is
The ones
not
I cast
functioning
are the ones
after-
I remember the least, which is crazy.
yeah.
You know what? You know what's the
Um,
saddest thing is that Crying honestly looked like such a absolute beast on
did.
Talia,
He did.
and Talia just got nerfed. So unlucky.
He was.
But yeah, no, I think Ultra Prime looked like a ton of... I think the thing for me was, like, we're actually starting to see, like, Zoom going back towards things where you can actually, like, play a frontline engage, which is always nice. The team fighting looked a lot better, because I watched their... What was their series before this?
BLG.
Their loss. Yeah.
BLG, yeah. Where they kept trying to almost play their team fighting compositions like a pick composition. It was really, really weird. And then they were just like completely whiff on everything, and then they were way overextended and ended up losing fights. So I don't know. I'm a bit like hit or miss still on Ultra Prime. Honestly, like I think I'd put AL above Ultra Prime with the way things are going at the moment. But yeah, I don't know. I just haven't seen enough from them yet to be fully convinced.
Yeah.
I think they're still a bit hit or miss. I think they're still very reliant on like a certain style or certain picks to kind of.
I think they're very reliant on their
if
bot
LP
lane
Chelsea
getting
don't get
ahead. Yeah. Like it feels like if bot lane doesn't get ahead is where their like idea of what to do kind of falls apart. I even remember, I think it was in the first game of that series, Rob, the other problem that they sometimes have, where you were just begging Hacker to do anything. You're just like, Ultra Prime, you guys need to get ahead, Hacker, please. And like maybe 14 or 15 minutes in the game, he finally went around to like gank bot or something, and you're like, there we go. That's how it needs to be done. But yeah, it feels like those are the two things, right? Hacker, yeah. And bot lane can consistently win. Just going to be rough against, right, the RNGs of the world. BLG's bot lane having a good day that time, but I don't know. Ox, now that I've made you a believer, it's been documented on air. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Zoom has been a fantastic addition. We hit on that before, but I think I agree. Like Elk and Shousey, other than like the S tier bot lanes, and let's be real, at the moment, current form, a lot of these S tier bot lanes aren't looking as S tier as before. So I mean, obviously, when they're in form, expectation is Elkin will have some more trouble consistently winning bot. But for the most part, they look convincing. Hack is a big question mark for me. Like we had that game, which was it? The one where like I think it was against BLG. Like game one, he was into the graves, and he just did this stupid engage that gave Weiwei a double kill on Graves, and I think Weiwei ended the game like 10-0.
Yes,
he just was like, I am now ahead. I like, he recalled, he bought a bunch of items. He's like, I am going to one hit every camp in the entire game, and I will flame Horizon you and be a monster. And I was like, wow, good job, Hacker. And then game 2, he popped off, and I was like, wow, good job, Hacker. That was actually sick on the Lee Sin again. So I don't know, man. I feel like if Hacker hits right, I feel like this team can have good series against, other than like the very top teams. I feel like they could take anyone on. But again, that's the big question mark is Hacker. And I feel like I could easily see him just completely run it down as well. So
I actually just had an epiphany. Could you imagine someone like Shun on this roster? Like, just take Hacker out of the equation.
Don't say that.
Dude, this roster is so
that team, I'd be like, oh crap, this
Rob.
is actually a team that like maybe is top 6, pushing upper echelons. The only problem we have with this team is just Hacker.
Rob,
like let's just say it as it is. Hacker is actually just the only problem.
Let me put you in contact with the owners of Ultra Prime. You need to be a general manager right now, my dude. You need to be a GM right at this instant. That roster, with how Crying is playing right now, give me that roster, please, right now.
Dude, that'd be so jacked. That'd be so jacked. In fact, you know what you do? You don't go to Ultra Prime. You go to BLG, and you go, BLG, get rid of all your players, buy Ultra Prime's entire roster, but stick Shun in, and then they'll be like, oh, yes.
Oh, my God. What a world. What a world where it came from, like, just the amount of criticism that we fairly gave to Crying to now being like, this is a top roster with Crying in it if you just change the jungler. It's been so fun to see, and again, it's just so reminiscent of E-Star days where Talia was one of his big picks and he was just popping off. But, guys, sadly, I think we're out of time. But I do have one more quick thing.
Dude, that is not sad because I know what our last topic is that we don't have time for
now. No, I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask. This is the only question. We're going to get your thoughts on this, and then we're going to say our goodbyes. So, Ox, how TT versus LNG? Bit of a banger series, I heard. Reddit absolutely loved it.
No.
What went down, dude? Sell us on why you think TT LNG is the best series of all time.
Oh, my lord. I think anyone who's interested in the LPL, who just wants to know what we're all about, should watch Game 1 at minimum. It was a game where TT looked good. Convincing came out the door. They had a really strong performance in the bot lane, man. Puff 5-0 on Calista. I'm like, wow, man. I'm starting to have some... And then Yukal does this Destiny in, and I'm like, what are you doing? I've never, like, sometimes in broadcast, for dramatic effect, you say, I'm speechless. But you're not speechless, you're talking at your job. That's the only time I've ever actually I didn't know what to say. Asheen tried to drop it over for me to say something, and I had nothing. I had nothing to say at that moment. I was shocked. And that's the thing, it got worse, right? After that, we saw Doinby, because like now, enemy team gets ahead. It was LNG. LNG got ahead. And then Doinby, he's super fed, right? Super carry Doinby, 400 CS hack. He was so farmed on Corki. Packages in to the enemy Camille TF and just dies, and they lose a team fight. I'm like, wow, they're playing catch, they're throwing to each other. And then TT, you're like, cool, now it's our turn. And we see Yukal, like, they're sieging bot inhibitor tower. The rest of the team are like a bit chunked, walked away, and Yukal just like flash gold cards in. Like, I was so perplexed. I'm like, what is going on? And then the peak moment was the end of the game where they were having a dragon fight. TT secured the dragon. Yukal is split from the team. The rest of the team are like not in a good position to fight. They're like, okay, we're gonna back away. Southwind even got Calista ulted, like, to safety. And I'm like, okay, they got the dragon. They're 3 dragons apiece now. They'll just and then Southwind just throws himself back into the enemy team. And I'm like, what? And then he dies. And then the rest of the team were trying to save him, so they all die. And then they just end. I'm like, what? It was honestly the most...
I love this. I absolutely
I didn't even know what to say. I don't know how to continue. It was something. And like game 2... And 3, there were still some moments, but that game 1, man, I can't describe it any more than I have, but it's like it's something. It is a game of League of Legends that happened.
New content idea. We have Ox break down 1 game per week in the way he just did. The passion, the drama, the flair that he sold it with. If you don't want to go watch that game right now, I just don't know what to tell you.
So that was the thing. I went to like a food festival on Sunday, so I actually wasn't watching the games. My phone was blowing up so much from Ox ranting in the group chat that I had to go and see what the hell was going on. And I'm sitting there with my mom and my sister, and I'm just like, what the is this? And I was like, look at this. My mom and my sister don't understand League of Legends, but I just needed someone to be like, what?
Oh my god.
You don't need to understand League of Legends to know that was not good. It was. If you haven't seen it, I feel like, if you go into it knowing it is a spectacle, right? You're not watching it to see the best League of Legends. You're watching it for what it is. It's worth watching. You should check it out. It is something. It is a piece of history. I people won't really. I feel like people will move on from this. It's just LNG TT regular season game. We'll move on. Maybe by the end of the split, people don't really think about it too much anymore.
No.
That's gonna be burnt into my memory for the rest of my life, right? I will be trying to fall asleep, eyes closing, starting to drift off, and I'll suddenly wake up and think back to Yukal's Destiny. So just it is burnt into my retinas, and it will never go. It will never leave me.
See, that's why we needed to make sure there was enough time just to get through that. Well, this is the end of the last hit once again. Guys, thanks for joining me. I thank myself for you for joining you guys as well. If you're out there watching this right now, Dagda is on the LEC. So make sure you're watching the LEC. That is all for today. See you guys next week.
Like hip-hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you guys to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite folks, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these tentacles. Everybody else grows so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo, we won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We'll go just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by happy glow. We're rising up. Don't just stand in our way. Yo, I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, the lyrics the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. An onion rama, straight from hell, boy don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back. Off a 2-foot pier, no tis detached. For your rest to the ref cruise, let's use that as direct news. F you and set new stats. It's 10 more, less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
听得见吗？通知一下啊，下节课体育老师有事儿， 要上厕所的赶紧去一下，因为观赛指南夏季大讲堂开讲啦！
Let's go!
各位亲爱的召唤师们，还是你们的老朋友阿南。夏季赛已经开打，正所谓教堂的白鸽不会亲吻乌鸦，厕所的哈哈嗨不会饿着回家。就让阿南带领诸位美食家一起向着新的终点进发。首先，让我们着眼本周五的一道困扰数学界多年的难题：369和258究竟哪个大？不得不说 ，JDG 的食堂阿姨手艺着实了得，甚至把退役老将 PDD 都吸引过来助力队伍取得连胜。再看曾经忍气吞声的 UP， 随着本赛季上流老东西强势加盟，加上奥特曼吸收了太阳的力量，将作战时间大幅延长。如今的他们早已今非昔比。这场比赛 UP 若能成功掀翻 JDG， 那还不得赶紧去码头给 Zoom 哥整点烤蛋挞。再把目光转向周六，狗头霸荣誉霸主 Cube 带领他的 RA 信徒们迎战 WBG。之前块宝掏出一手狗头人，掀起了不小的波澜。他想拿镀层吸引我过去，可笑，镀层能叠 Q 吗？期待着 Cube 能为我们奉献更多类似狗头祝星狗皇这样的冷门英雄。再说 WBG， 可能老鸡粉在心里都把骚粉骂了个遍。为什么这样刷？为什么只帮下？把给我整个孤儿线，我比对面弱吗？
你干嘛？哎呦！
这里给您的建议是，去和宁王买一本晒科使用说明书，这样可以更好的帮助到您哦。要说最让大家期待的，那自然是周六的焦点战 RNG 对阵 V5 了。我已经期待到不能呼吸了。但说实话 ，V5 少了肉鸡，可能多多少少还是会有一些影响的。不过嘛，这可不是你该操心的问题，你该做的就是观赛签到是7级，到时候给 Dreammaker 打 call 格局，懂？不装了，亮着！当然了，精彩的内容肯定不止这些。周六的滔博哥和小凤凰，还有周日的银龙骑士对抗蜀黍亲卫队，每一个瞬间都是热爱比赛的你我所期待的。总之，新的赛季，新的征程，这条路上的你们并不孤独。阿南将和观赛指南一起陪伴诸位，一眼看穿整个盛夏。
Welcome in on everyone. We are in for another night of the LPL. It is the 5th day of week number 3. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric. Once again, it's been way too long, my friend. But we are here to represent the LPL and have a wonderful night of hopefully 6 games. The last night was too short. How are you doing, Lyric?
You know, I never realized how cringy some of the player expressions are in the opening video. My God, the Shy's laugh looks so menacing.
Hey, you know what? You gotta keep them guessing. But speaking of the LPL, speaking of some players, we had players that played yesterday. Who'da thunk? We had 2 series go, not the distance. It was 4 games total, 2 each. And I think it was an interesting spin because LGD pick up their first series win of the season. TT also pick up their first series win of the season.
Look, it was a sad day yesterday as our whole team got on the Anyone's Legend hype train after they took down BLG, and AL have to temper expectations again, lose in such a decisive fashion to Shadow. But TT, Mazel, TT taking down WE?
I don't know what you're talking about, though.
Coming for it.
On the Anyone's Legend point, I'm still there with the hand card after the train exploded. I'm just pushing along the track. I'm still going. It's still the 50-foot Betty show. See what happens with that, though, as we go to the standings. You see things are starting to stay the same. I feel like a lot of what we've got in the standings, where we're having a lot of undefeated teams at the top, a lot of defeated teams at the bottom. We have changed that a little bit with TT getting their first win, LGD getting their first win. But as I know you like to talk about, that top of the table, those undefeated streaks, maybe a little bit of an affront.
No, a little sus. And by a little sus, I mean very sus. LNG, a team we're going to talk about today, I feel like hasn't looked very impressive. V5 as well have had some close calls. Their last series, I feel like, was their most dominant victory coming into the split. But Mazel, we got today's games, and specifically looking towards that second series, right? JDG versus Ultra Prime, the 3-6-9 Zoom Vengeance matchup that we never got.
Yeah, that one's going to be really fun. Some bad blood, some betrayal between brothers. the Dumpling Brothers going at it, JDG versus Ultra Prime. But we got to start off with OMG versus LNG as our first series. First of all, OMG need to find a win on the season. They're sitting 0-3. We have the duality of the 0-3 start and the 3-0 start, but things are a little bit different there, and especially when we're looking at LNG, and I know you foreshadowed to it to some extent, it is in need of a little bit of a checkup here because, as you said, the wins haven't been as convincing as you would want.
Yeah, and I feel like when you look at their stats, it doesn't look like a team that is undefeated right now, right? Like, they're typically behind in gold at 15 minutes. They're very slow in terms of finding champion kills on the board. They're not getting first turret very often. And they're kind of relying on coming back in the late game with some of the scaling comps that they have been running, specifically with Doinby on these like hyper carry champions. It's allowed them to stack Drakes later on. It's allowed them to have the second highest Baron rate in the league, despite the fact that they're always down in the mid game. So
yeah,
LNG I think are a little bit of a weird one where they are showing success with the fact that they do have two very good carries who can take over a game later on, but their early game has just been a complete mess.
I can appreciate your focus on the stats, but especially that, you know, getting to see the live action version of the mascot for LNG, always appreciate. That's what my brain goes to. But when you're looking at LNG, as you said, like it has been a little bit chaotic in aspect of how their team fights go, and especially with this first one, right? It's all over the place, and this is against TT.
I mean, this series was a complete mess. We were just running the last hit before we came into today's show, and I had to let Ox end on a rant because he casted this game. It tilted him off the face of the earth. Honestly, TT probably should have won this series. TT were consistently finding leads up against LNG. Like we said in the early game, LNG weren't able to put it together. Ala still looking incredibly messy this split. I feel like Tarzan not really bringing the early spring form that he had before. Heck, LNG even had to sub Iwandi out after game one because he played so bad and decided to bring in Lumao. So it really was not anything to write home about if you're an LNG fan. We are definitely going to need to see more if this is a team that we're expecting pushing for one of our tickets to Worlds.
Exactly that, and Lumao will be starting today as well. But the question always begs itself, super carry who? Well, the super carry do, because it's Doinby, the super carry of LNG. That was incredible. But as well as the fact that you get to see Doinby at an interesting junction in his career, right? With LNG not having the greatest of spring, but still showing the flair and showing a little bit of that fun that we know this player to be, but also at the same time smashing some opponents.
Yeah, it's nice that after being so heavily criticized like earlier on in his career, even when FPX won Worlds, right? Like a lot of people saying it's about his champion pool, it's about his team play, it's about how he brings it together. It feels like in 2021 and 2022, he's really stepped up and just been one of the best mid laners in the league. Even his laning phase looking good, his champion pool on point. We can see that this split, him really leaning on things like the Corkies, having the late game performances, but still able to lean on those pocket picks that brought him so much fame like the Kled. So if LNG are going to win again, and if LNG are going to try to look more dominant and decisive, it has to all be around this man right here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to need a lot of pieces around him to be functioning properly. And I think the point out of the meta is super interesting. I personally have really enjoyed Doinby's Swain. I thought it's been incredible. It's the same, you know, even seeing some of those engaged champions come through. I really want to see that continue. On the other side of the table, though, it's a little bit darker over there. There's maybe some shadows. I know we pegged them as the dark horse. I believe it was in summer last year. It's a little bit of dark side chagrin here because they have assassins. Did you know? Not cookies, but assassins. And it is OMG who have been a team that likes to go with something out of normal, I feel like.
Yeah, you said it right. There's 0-3 coming in the split. I feel like a lot of that, when we look at their champion pools and how they like to play the game, right? You have Cream in the mid lane, Aki in the jungle. We've seen them numerous times now running these double assassin compositions where you have an assassin in the jungle and an assassin in the mid lane, and it feels like that sort of style is just kind of outdated, right? When we came into the split with the durability patch coming in, Burst just taking a huge hit, and OMG not really being able to adapt. They've been trying to even swap their roster, bringing 0909 in and Jerry in sometimes. It will be their usual roster today, but the fact that we are having those musical chairs, the fact that the champion pool issues aren't solved, are some of the big reasons why this OMG team just aren't bringing it together.
Yeah, and you can see when we look at the clips, right, there is a little bit dysfunction, but it's still attempts at grandeur, right? And here in this first one, they're attempting a dive, and this is the durability patch. This is also an assassin jungle, which I find an interesting combination, and Zoom steps right up to the bat.
And it's just so easy, right? When you're having to commit these 2 assassins to even be able to try and find these dives, and even then the burst still isn't enough, that should be a telltale sign of that this really just can't work right now. So I get it. It is comfort for the team, especially for Cream, right? I mean, his Akali was just something that you had to ban last year. But it feels like these champions just can't function well right now. So not only are OMG struggling where they've traditionally struggled, right, which is in things like the bottom lane 2v2, Shanji needs a bit of babysitting to get going, but when you're adding that their star player isn't able to perform either with what's going on right now, it just makes OMG look completely dysfunctional.
And I think even in these bright moments where, like, you see it starts off amazing, right? Shanji gets that huge slicing maelstrom, but it's that chaos. It's the kind of everyone wants to do their own thing, it feels like, in a lot of these fights. And I think that's something at OMG, if they can simplify it a little bit more, make the composition a little bit easier to execute and come into that's where they will find success. But against LNG, that's going to be a tall task. But I love that we talked about Doinby a little bit, because on the other side, it's a tale of 2 creams. It's about separating the cream here, because Cream himself was lauded. He was the rookie of the split. And now we've seen an interesting turn of events where he maybe doesn't have that similar feel.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because when you look at his stats, they actually haven't changed all too much. It's just, when we look at things like damage percent, right? Similar stat, summer he was 1st, now he's 7th. That goes back to the champion pool issue of, like, things coming into the meta where you need to step up and be the high damage dealer, right? When we look to people like Doinby doing close to 30% of his team's damage. Things like his solo kills per game, because now he's found none. He's found no solo kills yet this split, to where in last summer he was averaging 1 in every 3 games that he played. So I think for Cream, it has been kind of hard to transition into what his team needs him to be. I feel like in his individual laning phase and how he like solo performs, he can play other things, but it looks like once you get into mid game, once you need to be the one trying to impact the map or impact the team fight in the same way, he just doesn't look as comfortable, especially on control mages coming in.
Yeah, I think, and that's where, like, talking about the draft a little bit, and especially the priorities we'll see today is super important. But we talked a lot about Doinby being a stellar standout for LNG, Cream needing to kind of prove himself, especially against a legend like Doinby. But it's the pieces around them that will make that happen to some extent, especially looking at the jungle matchup, looking at Tarzan versus Aki. Tarzan himself being lauded as an incredible jungler in the past, having fallen a little bit last split, but still shows the reason why he can be so dominant in the jungle. And I think Aki's going to have a decent trouble finding his own footing in this one.
Yeah, I think no matter how Tarzan looks right now, I feel like Aki has been just having like a really poor run of form. As we can see, OMG running that same roster from last split, right? Not leaning on 0909, not leaning on Jerry. So gonna keep the facilitating pieces the same in Aki, Abel, and Cold. And I think another place to look at is the bot lane. Because for Abel, who has been so coin flippy, has been so up and down, if you get him on some things that are aggressive, like the Samirs where he stood out, he can pop off. But going up against Light, that's going to be hard, because Light is another player in LNG who has looked pretty good this split.
And, you know, not too shabby to have a top-tier ADC from last split, rounding it out and getting in for another split in summer. Lumao, going to be a little bit interesting to see come in as a starting position, right? Did fill in last series.
Bard is a playable champion.
That's all that matters.
No matter what you think of Lumao, right? Lumao literally clutched out a title for the side of JDG with that Bard ult in the Game 5 of 2020 Spring. So, you know, hopefully Lumao can show up once again. Obviously, in Spring, he didn't work out at all. They had to bring in Iwandi, but it seems like with how it's been going recently, wanting to bring him in, maybe wanting to see if he can link up with Tarzan a bit better. We weren't really able to see that too much in their last series like we highlighted against TT. It was still a little bit of a mess, but who knows? Maybe LNG can pick it up today when they are facing another team who is at the bottom of the barrel. Like, let's be real, right? They're 0-3 right now. OMG are really struggling to find out how to progress forward in one game. So this is where, as an LNG fan, we need to see more.
It's so sad to me because, you know, you don't often get to see teams sticking around for a long period of time together, right? And even this split, we have seen 0909 coming in. We've seen some changes with OMG. But that's what I was so excited about this roster. The fact that they were willing to commit to these players. They knew what they had in Cream. They were trying to develop this roster together, and we haven't seen it come to fruition. This is not the start you'd want to see for OMG, who have been playing together for so long, and I think that's where we really just want to see them prove themselves. We want to see them come to bat here in this one against LNG to find purchase on summer, to find a win in summer. OMG will be on the blue side, LNG on the red side. OMG do ban away the Lucian, the Talia, and the Gwen. It is the Wukong, Zeri, and Gangplank banned away by LNG.
Yeah, I was going to say Viego and Lee Sin still left on the table. Viego has been the go-to answer when Wukong's taken away, but with the Lee Sin buffs on the recent patch, it feels like that's just another great answer no matter how it shakes up. And this pick ban going so fast so far. LNG already locking in the Aphelios as well, with the other priority 80 carries taken off the table. We need to remember Aphelios is another champion who did get a buff on this patch. The lethality and the attack speed that you do rank up, just getting a nice overall flat buff. So Light going to be feeling very good in the early game with the Aphelios.
I can always appreciate the Bard hover there. It's the Samira
There we go.
locked in for OMG. So you know OMG came to play today with their composition so far. And I think we have a lot of skirmishing potential between these two teams already.
And, I mean, this is what we just hit on for Abel, right? This is his bread and butter. This is his go-to pick. Another champion that did get buffed on this patch. I don't think it means we're going to see her all too much. It just makes her better in the positions where you could have already brought her out. And for Abel and Cold, who love to look for those aggressive 2v2s once they get the Samira, they're going to be feeling really good. So far, OMG piloting this composition that really wants to go into what LNG have to offer. Aphelios in the mid to late game loves champions like that. Just making sure that they get in range of you being able to deal all of your DPS. And LNG, I think, having a bit more options, right? You have some disengage with the Alistar, even if you need to use a Lee Sin kick that way, but also having engage there. So I think rounding out the rest of their composition, LNG have a lot of options.
I will say, though, I'm a little bit terrified for OMG. I know, so I'm not that smart, I'm not that analytical, but I was looking for simple, right? I was looking for something that can work for OMG. Now, something that has worked in the past for them is dive compositions, which I guess you could consider Samira a part of that potentially, but I'm a little worried about the Samira being picked up here. When you're seeing such reliance on late game carries for especially the Aphelios coming in for LNG, I really want to see how they play around this bottom lane that we were talking about coming into this one.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious what they're going to put Shanji on in the top side to make it so he's comfortable. You do still have a lot of like blind pickable champions who can just chill on weak side. Obviously, Gnar still being one of the standouts. Not something we've seen Shanji play out too much. He's leaned much more heavily on things like Aatrox or Kennen. For LNG in top as well, with some of these tanks being banned away, I wonder if they're trying to set up for something along the lines of a Jace pick coming through and just pivoting fully into playing from a range. We have seen Ala go towards things like the Scion if they decide they need more of a front line, but LNG typically love to get some damage in that top lane role.
Yeah, I think so too. And in this one, I know we haven't put too much of a highlight on Ala and Shanji up there, but I do feel like a little bit of volatility up there could come around, especially with the propensity for these junglers to get active on the map. But I do like the Fiora banned away from Ala, the Sejuani also banned away from OMG as a whole. And we get the Gnar locked in for LNG, so they're saving that counter pick for mid lane.
Yeah, kind of expected the top lane pick to come out. I thought LNG might want to look for something that either just pivoted into more damage or just go with the solid tank themselves. The fact that they banned out those tanks, picking up the Gnar, a little bit curious. Maybe they were angling for the Fiora pick, but now for OMG having to answer this, I mean, we know Cream, I feel like probably would lock this in, considering the playstyle that we set up earlier, right? The all-in, dive the backline. He's much more comfortable on these sorts of champions. And now for Shanji having to answer a pick into the Gnar. Shanji hasn't shown too much this split that can go with this. We've already hit on things like the Kennen, but so far, maybe seriously thinking about this hover.
We've been seeing a little bit more of the Yone come around as well, but it looks like it might just be a little bit more dive potential, a little bit more team setup as well. Because I think if you're gonna go with the Yone, it's all or nothing at that point. I feel like we'll see if they do opt that into that later on in the series. It is gonna be Gragas though to start it off for Shanji.
And Gragas, another two champions. So both these champions getting a bit of a buff on this patch. For Gragas, the AP scaling on your Q being up, your CD is also lower on your belly bop, which is always going to feel good coming in. And then Rise as well, getting some more damage onto his spell flux and less mana coming through. So kind of cool. Already getting a lot of flair on patch 12.11 since we have only been on it for a few days. In both compositions, looking to do very different things, right? For LNG, kind of setting up for that 1-3-1 to be able to come through with the Rise and the Gnar. but still being able to collapse in on mid on team fights and allow Light to pop off to her. For OMG, it is full dive, baby. Send it to the back line.
You gotta send it, man. Gotta send it. And honestly, it would be a heck of a way to kick off this series against LNG, where I think, setting up the expectation for these two teams is super important, because you look at OMG, we already talked about, sticking with the roster, it not going so well, a little bit of a different performance from Cream coming into summer. But again, it's all about setting a standard for yourself and rising up above that standard as the season goes on. And I think you just have to start somewhere. You have to strike blood somewhere. And I think it could be tonight against LNG, who on the other side need to prove themselves in their own right? It's a different tier of proving yourself. I feel like OMG are trying to prove that they can win a series. LNG are trying to prove that they are a dominant team, that they can be a super team that was lauded for them in spring when it was put together. When you put together Doinby and Tarzan, I think that's a huge combo that we haven't necessarily seen play to its full potential.
No, not at all. And coming into this game, we might get to see a bit more, right? Considering you have the Rise, you have the Realm Warps available to try to link up and enable your jungler. But like you said, for expectations, very different things. For LNG, we want to see dominance. For OMG, even picking up a game is fine.
It is indeed, but the game is kicking off now. Series number 1 tonight. OMG versus LNG. The sky behind us is amazing, and the competitiveness is going to be amazing too, as it does come into our first best of 3 of the night. I am very excited to see what OMG can do with this draft that they've gotten for themselves. Anytime you see the Alistair, I feel like the Silas not too far behind. I love that pick. I want to see how this kind of works out for them, though, as we have a bit of different styles of drafting coming into this one, and especially execution, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, and even just starting from the early game, right? We see for Abel and Cold, knowing they brought out the Samir, they'd want to be aggressive, but also look at their summoner spells, going for Exhaust plus Ignite, but I'll stop. Invade coming through.
A little bit of trouble here, and they will find Doinby. He has to flash immediately. Now Abel's followed up. You're going to get flashed on Doinby. He gets the heal.
Oh!
He doesn't survive, though, and first blood goes to Abel. Talk about wrench in the works.
That is exactly the start you'd love to have, getting some more gold onto your Samira, taking away some summoner souls. You've blown your own, so it could be rough for OMG in the early game if Tarzan can find a way to find some early ganks, because Abel doesn't have that flash, no exhaust available as well. So if OMG's bot wave gets in a position where you're under LNG's turret, it just sets up for a very early gank compared to LNG's bot lane, who were able to keep their sums. It was actually Doinby who had to flash away from that level 1. So for Aki, he actually might be putting some attention towards that mid lane.
No backup in that aspect of it, but the flash is definitely important to keep down there for Light and Lumao. We want to see how Abel and Cold play this lane now, though. I think a lot more spotlight is put onto this bottom lane now that we've gotten a kill on the Samira, and Abel will have a little bit of a lead, at least in laning and trying to trade down against Light. But it's not that much to speak of, right, to really dominate a lane with.
Still, it'll be nice, right? He'll be able to get a bit more off of his first recall. Get some of that strength coming out from the long swords and the Vampiric Scepter. We'll see what kind of gold he's going to be looking to back on. But with junglers pathing how they are, he actually will be able to try and abuse, a bit of the strength they have if Aki can link up with the bot lane early on. Light and Lumao doing fine right now, considering, again, Abel not having that flash or exhaust at level 1 meant that they weren't looking to play all too aggressive. So Light able just to abuse the range advantage with the Calibrum to be able to get this wave pushing into OMG's bot lane. And Tarzan just playing for the safe topside scuttle once it comes up in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, opposite side starts for both jungles. Looks like we'll just get full clears. At least Aki will. We'll see if maybe Tarzan wants to do something unique. It does look like he's actually cutting off his path. He's going to ping down towards the Scuttle Crab. So maybe some early contestation that way, but it's still leading out to wanting to see the next moves, right? We are waiting on level 6 for the mid laners. I want to see what Doinby can do with the Realm Warp if we get early action with that. If Cream can respond with a stolen Realm Warp. Meanwhile, though, LNG looking for some aggression on bot lane now that they know it could turn out to a 3v3.
I gotta say, though, I really like the way that Tarzan did this, because not only does he come down and deny the scuttle, but had Cream stayed, Aki.
Oh, a little bit of trading there. Tarzan, it should be just fine. Use the ward to hop away. And we'll just be a little bit of trading between junglers early on.
Yeah. Cream going for a nice recall there. knowing that since Tarzan can look for a play like that, because LNG's bot lane has push, he can very easily pivot into a mid lane gank and look to contest top scuttle. But with Cream recalling,
They have to give it
it
up.
sets up to where they are allowed to look for that 2v2. But still, in the end, gonna have to lose it out for the fact that Shanji doesn't have pressure.
Yeah, they realized that it would have been an outmatched fight there if they would have continued to skirmish for it. And I think that shows some good restraint from OMG and Aki in particular, not to try to force into those fights too much.
Yeah, I mean, they're not over-forcing, but still, right? I feel like with the way it panned out of investing creams, Marcel, we need to calm down, my dude. It's Nautilus versus Alistar. We are not going to get kills anytime soon.
You said that, but we already have one on Samir, even though it wasn't in bot lane.
I'm actually purposely trying to jinx it.
Yeah, I
so
know.
hopefully we do
I
have-
feel you. I feel the energy there. Same energy. It will just be Aki going back up towards the top side of the map. Besides that early skirmishing, besides that first blood for the Samira, it's been, both teams feeling okay with letting this game ride on a little bit now. But we do have objective on the map. We still have 3 minutes for a Rift Herald, but the first dragon of the game is up if somebody wants to go for it. We see Tarzan pathing down towards this bottom side of the map now.
Yeah, Tarzan can go for it, but still, his bot lane going to be off on a bit of a reset right now. He should be able to go down and clear some of his camps, and you can look to pivot that, but Cold going to look for a gank on top side.
Oh, no, Allah. No. Oh, wait, what? No way. Wait, no. This is the most big brain play I've ever seen in my entire life. I am hanging up casting. Allah, thank you. That's it.
All he did was TP out.
Bro,
I mean, overall, overall, that is still a win for the side of OMG. I mean, you committed members
know
towards
what?
top side. You got bolt summoners out from Allah. Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
take
care
that
about
any
your
day of the week.
analysis. I'm hypey. That was amazing. The fact that he jumped over the wall, over the side with the flash, the TP. Nobody could touch him. Clean, cool, collected, easy. But we will see bottom lane as we have a Luma.
Also, Allah spotted him. We just saw on the word, Allah spotted Aki heading up towards top side. Probably didn't spot Cold, but still at least knowing that something was going to go on up there, and that hop timing just perfect.
Oh, that was fun. That was a fun way to kick off the day. Thank you, Allah. But we'll see if that flash gets punished later on, because it's cool play, but you'll see in 5 minutes if you get your flashback in time. Tarzan revisiting this bottom lane, really trying to babysit and make sure that nothing else goes wrong down here against the Samira.
I mean, he knows what his job is, right? I mean, you have a Gragas on the top side. He's going to be fine.
They're going to
sitting by
fight
himself.
anyways, though. This is turning out to be a 3v3. Focus is on Cold to start it off, but Lumau's getting dropped pretty low. Cold already dead, but here comes the Samira resets there on the E, and now we get the double knock-up from the side of Lumau, or Aki, rather, as he did steal the soul of Lumau, but it turns out to be OMG coming out on top yet again. It will be a trade, though.
Yeah, still 1-for-1 overall. And if you look at, the state of waves or just the state of the map in general, not really too much that either team is able to take away from this. Doonby still hovering around mid, can answer that wave. And LNG actually going to be the team to benefit and be able to start up this Drake with the fact that Light does have that push down on bot side, already hitting level 6 as well, considering he has gotten some solo EXP. So Abel and Cold not going to be able to do anything about it. And now with Aki heading back up towards that top side, clear out some of his camps, Rift Herald coming up. This might be a window for where OMG can try and force spot push and then get their bot lane towards Herald first. We'll go straight into the replay, though. Lumau and Light waiting in the brush to find this kill. Getting all the burst damage down onto Cold, but still Aki able getting the Conqueror snapped up, able to dash in there, find another one. And Aki not going to be able to get too far, but still gets away in the end.
It is indeed. Aki's now going for the Rift Herald. Be a big objective take for OMG. Also could potentially set up a dive, where we were talking about in the draft. Wanted to see the dive competition come to fruition here for OMG if they can pull it off in the state of the meta that we're in here. But it's definitely something they've drafted towards, and now that they have a piece to that puzzle with the Rift Herald coming to boot, we'll see where they utilize that. But then you got to think, Tarzan, no doubt going to have a response. I feel like Tarzan has been really good at marking the jungle and knowing where to be at the right time.
Yeah, sadly for the side of OMG, not having any plates down early to set you up for maybe dropping that Herald down for the Samira.
Oh,
but
wow.
more 2v2s.
They caught out Lumau while Light finished his back. Now Abel goes over the wall, and Lumau still pretty tanky. There's the Inferno trigger, and that'll finish off with one last shot. Abel back on the board.
Great state of mind, knowing to jump over that wall, follow up because Lumao is going to flash over, and he is able to finish that off. Gonna get the wave in.
Didn't
and
even
heck,
have to
this
use
could be the
flash.
kind of this could be the kind of opening that Aki needs, because he's already pathing down towards that bottom side to get the setup to where you can get some more gold onto your Samira.
Oh
but
no,
Cream.
Cream, you're in some serious trouble here. Dragon Rage kick stolen, but you can't even use it. Do it be a little bit of fun there.
Yeah, Cream looking for the aggressive all-in. I mean, right, that's how Silas's trade patterns go. All in, look for the short bursty trade, back off, get out. Doonby, though, able to lock him down and not having jungle around just sets up to where Tarzan's able to answer. And that's a good example of us pointing out that Cream not really having the same star-studded split that he had in 2021 summer.
And that's also where I want to zoom into this mid lane a little bit in this game, right? We are progressing. We have had our ultimates for a little while. No big realm warp come out from Doonby so far because LNG feel confident to continue to push in this way, to continue to have the pressure in mid lane to play around, because Tarzan's able to swing by every now and then as he's ping-ponging between bot and mid.
It's just also really nice, right? Having the setup, able to come for your lanes from the root. You have the Headbutt Pulverize coming out from the Alistar. And just overall being a Lee Sin as well. So even if Ala was able to set something up, right, you can impact the map. So now we're going to see OMG try to do the same. Ping's coming out towards the bottom side. You want to try and get some deep aggressive vision down there and maybe even spot out Tarzan. But no, Tarzan being able to spot out Aki first.
Yeah, they will see the ward place at least, but again, Tarzan just buffering here, being where he needs to be, at least in the area, to save this bottom lane, who now have even more of a trouble to deal with as a 2-0-1 Samira is staring them down. It's still wanting to see OMG push the pedal a little bit, though, I feel like.
And no, I mean, to be fair, OMG are trying, right? We
They
see
are,
them constantly
absolutely.
hovering around on this bottom side river, so they know their play, get the vision control down, they're forcing waves in, they're trying to find that time and use a Herald to where you're honing in on Tarzan covering. I think for LNG, they realize, hey, we do have pretty good tools in the late game. We obviously have the Aphelios, but also having two champions that feel comfortable in the side lane as compared to OMG. The Sylas is going to do fine, but the Gragas will definitely get outscaled in those 1v1s later on. So LNG just trying to stay in a neutral state to where they can go into the mid game once they hit, that 1.5 item point strong, and then start playing out that 1-3-1 around the map and allowing light to be their strong carry.
Yeah, and the next thing I'm looking at here is where Aki's going to utilize this Rift Herald that's coming up here. They need to use it pretty soon. Oh, Shanchi almost stopped the back, but not going to be there. And really see where they want to try to unlock this, because again, we really haven't had any aggression on plates, especially for the side of OMG. They haven't found a single plate, right? And we've had one-offs for LNG across the board on all three outer towers, but this Rift Herald is going to be huge to try and extend this little gold lead they have already.
Yeah, so right now OMG have two options. We've already hit on a lot that they should be aiming to use a bot and get some of that gold onto the Samira. But the fact that Dragon's coming up soon, even if they did end up dropping it mid and trying to pull pressure for that objective, that is something that's possible. It looks like Aki wanting to go with the standard route of giving it over to Mr. Abel. Let's go, Aki.
Should get a couple plates here as well. Tarzan's going to buffer it out again, though, as he always does. We have 4 bodies from OMG coming down this way, though, as well as Doinby on his way. But it'll be shared between Aki and Abel.
Aki having to give out the old question mark. But still, they have first move on the Dragon. I would expect that Abel wants to turn to bot way first. You push that one in, and then you could look to roam over with your bottom lane. For LNG, they're just going to try to brute force their way in through River. But Cream right now kind of guarding off Doinby from the mid lane.
Will be first Dragon for OMG secured. I was wondering if Tarzan might want to go with anything, as a lot of members for OMG were backing off. But the vision game is not there for LNG. We'll tie up in terms of Dragon neutral objectives, but at this point OMG are heading neutral objectives. But we have consistently had just about a 500 gold lead for OMG here.
Yeah, OMG still able to keep up their lead just with the picks that they found coming out from the bottom side 2v2. But still, pace of the game, I feel like being solid for LNG, right? Because LNG are fine with this pace of the game, but LNG maybe not.
The Gravitum.
Wanting to find
There's
some
a realm
kills.
warp.
Do it be?
Oh no, Abel! You're in some trouble here. All right, let's see if we can get out. This is Master Spy Abel. Okay, no, you're just CC'd. Nope. All right. Well, LNG capitalize on cold backing and take down Abel.
Yeah, now Light will be able to get some plates for himself, but Cream answering in the mid lane. Herald going to come up soon, so OMG will at least solidly have topside control. But look at the minimap.
Trying to
with
get
the
as
rolling
many
death
plates.
squad of Tarzan and Lumao.
Cream greedily taking a couple extra plates there, does make his way out. Light try to get the last plate, doesn't get it. Yeah, there you go. LNG picking up a ton of gold on this bottom side. They'll also get the first tower as well, and that'll be another big pickup for LNG. But Tarzan finding some aggression with Aki. Dragon Rage kick. Aki is caught out. Heartbreaker over the wall. Splashing away from the stun. This is huge. Aki actually escapes here. And there comes the unstoppable from Cream. He can try to do damage, but there's still 3 members of LNG going strong. Re-engage with the dredge line. Lumao has to get out. Cass comes through, but the golden from Lumao is going to save the day. He still dies, though. Ground beef for Cream and OMG as Shanji gets the kill.
I mean, the Unbreakable just too strong on the Silas. You saw them not able to get any damage onto Cream. Very easily turned that one around. Admirable try coming out from Lumao with the stopwatch. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. OMG still going to be able to use the early game tools that they have to be able to pick up this second Herald.
And I guess where you got to beg the question, like LNG are opting into some of these fights here. And I find it interesting when you should be okay scaling, playing a little bit safer, that they're willing to go for these kinds of plays.
Just unfortunate, right? Doinby flashing in, trying to take down Aki, but the fact that Cold and Cream are there, ready to answer, ready to body block, and they buy enough time for Shanji to roam over. Ala not even moving at all, just says, screw it, I'm going to get this wave in. You have the numbers, and you're able to find the kill.
That was a huge pickup for OMG, and playing a lot to their strengths here, I think is absolutely huge. Now, LNG do try to get something back, try to get some invade, get some vision down, but it's still looking really good for this aggressive style composition that OMG have drafted. Now that we're getting Able in the mid lane, things might change a tiny bit, but I think as we were saying before, the side lane is where the next interesting parts of this game comes and how that kind of peters out.
Still only one turret broken down. But now that LNG do have that right, they can start playing out through this 1-3-1 map setup. So Doinby, not going to overgress too much into the enemy jungle, but you can get that bottom wave pushed out, start hovering over towards mid. You have the Realm Warp available and punish OMG's bot lane anytime they go for a force. Heck, it even just sets up for Doinby to be the one to cover mid, which can allow Tarzan to gank top. So a few different options for LNG to look to make plays with this map setup, but OMG not even giving them the chance to even think about this, instantly dropping the Herald in mid with all members making their way over.
This is what you got to do. You got to keep them on the back foot. You got to keep pushing forward, and this will do just that. As the outer tower falls, it'll be first tower for OMG secured. And now we'll see the charge on the second tower, but LNG now looking to move in. Oh no, Olive missed the jump over the wall. I don't know if he was going to go in, but that's kind of funny. And it will just be a little bit of damage and pressure gained by OMG in mid lane.
OMG still behind in gold, despite the fact that it feels like they've consistently been able to either force LNG out or obviously coming up on the winning side a lot of these fights. But LNG able to make it up in return with the fact that they were able to get that turret down in bot side. They got a ton of plate gold onto Light, who now has his Gale Force picked up. So you're going to have that incredibly strong burst combo able to come through in mid lane to where if Able or Cold or anyone oversteps right, Tarzan's waiting in the wings, hits a Sonic Wave, Gale Force comes out from Light. You follow up with the Moonlight Vigil. Bam! They are just instantly gone.
Like Emerald.
And Mythic's being picked up just across the board. And again, getting the flare of patch 12.11 coming out, Night Harvester picking up buffs, Crown of the Shatter Queen, another item got an extra 10 ability power, Leandri's taking a hit. Everything up, I guess every game we're going to see flares of 12.11, considering that there was just so much change from this patch.
I completely agree. And I do want to see the tankiness come through for Doinby and see how that kind of pans out. We do have Dragon coming up now, so about 18 minutes in. OMG forming up around here, but the vision game definitely in favor of LNG, and they are actually looking to contest this here as they do find Aki out cold. The rest of OMG pushing in mid lane to try to get priority there and move to the Dragon. So LNG forced out.
LNG still fine, just playing out through the side lane. We can see on the minimap, Ala forcing this wave in the top, so he's going to deny something from the side of OMG and get a bit of chip damage down. And OMG know this. So OMG know, hey, since we can't contend in that 1v1, we need to overload the opposite side of the map to guarantee that we can get the objective. Luckily, with them having 2 on the board, Cream!
Good timing from Cream with the Meganar ulti. Ala will still get out having burned his flash.
Now, we'll be able to... I don't know why that animation was so funny coming out from Lumao, but... Things right now, again, solid for the side of LNG. OMG, I feel like are in a bit of a rougher place in terms of, right, now you're the team playing out through the Dragon Timer. So realistically, unless LNG overstep, it should be really hard for OMG to be able to find a play within the next 4 minutes. And then it's just going to be rinse and repeat. Overload on one side of the map, give up one lane. Oh, wait, never mind.
Going back on the Meganar is coming up, though. Ala getting low. He finally goes down, unable to use the ulti, and Tarzan has to signal the retreat.
And for OMG, not even having vision to spot anyone coming up towards topside, just banking on the fact that Ala's going to walk through river to walk up to that wave, have 2 members waiting, and it sets up for them to get damaged down. But Doinby going to TP into cover, says, you guys don't get any gold today.
I saw Shanji walking down there in the bottom lane. I was thinking maybe flash belly boop, but doesn't do so. I don't think it's worth it. That's just my brain. But I like that Doinby is able to respond up there at least. It seems like Doinby is really going to be, as we said at the beginning of the day, a huge strength of this squad. And I think the Rise is going to need to be the damage dealer here as we go a little bit further on, while Tarzan and Lumao just looking for picks.
And Tarzan and Lumao knowing their job, getting that vision aggressively into the enemy jungle, try and see if you can catch anyone out in rotation when they're trying to make their way up to catch that topside wave. They're not going to do so, and it sets up for this invade on the blue buff to be able to come through.
I will say, it has been really fun to watch LNG still play aggressive, but this might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew. Lumao is going to go unbreakable here, tanking up a storm, but he is left out by his lonesome, knocking Abel away, trying not to give away the kill, but it will be given over to Abel.
It's just so strange coming out from the side of LNG, looking like they're able to make it out through topside. Lumao getting caught out around mid lane, and now it just sets up. OMG have such an easy path to topside jungle. They've already pushed in mid right now. They can get some vision down. They could even just take this turret for the fact that they still see Ala showing on bot side turret. I mean, for OMG, you might even just need to try to pull that TP by forcing onto an objective. But no, just a reset going to come out from Cream.
So I guess the conversation for me leans to LNG's propensity to take these fights and force a lot of aggression coming out from LNG, where we were saying maybe they buy a little bit more time. But I think it's an interesting way to play this composition, right? Because they're still trying to answer some of that aggression from OMG, as we see here, but they're doing it with the composition that they have, right? A lot of the mobility coming through from Doinby, as we see him just chunking out Cream.
Yeah, Cream going to be taken out. LNG just going to rinse and repeat by going into the top side
Oh
jungle.
no, the pathing for
Shanji.
light, that is not what you want to see. And LNG's ADC goes down.
Yeah, that's massive for the side of OMG. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go outright to Baron right now, considering that the biggest damage dealer on the side of LNG is down. Ala does have TP to come try and contest, and Cream is still making his way over.
Baron will start now, about a quarter health down. You do have Tarzan around the side with Lumao. Big CC potential. Doinby with the AoE in the pit. You gotta be careful. Meanwhile, Ala is taking an inhib tower here. OMG are committing to this. This is a huge commitment. Cream going unbreakable, going over the wall. Tarzan needs to get in the pit here, but he can't do it. Is he gonna get the smite here? Big knockouts from OMG, and the Baron is taken by OMG. They've also found the fight. Doinby is gonna go down. The inhib not fallen just yet, and the backs will come through. OMG come out on top.
OMG finding the pick they need to turn that into the Baron. LNG still struggling with the same issues that they've been struggling with for their first 3 series, not looking too convincing. Just small mistakes across the board, Light getting picked off in that instance, and now OMG gonna be able to start opening the map. Cream already taking a turret, Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. You can start getting Prio 4 to get some vision.
Cream's gonna take down the last outer tower as we get a little replay of the shenaniganeries that we got to see. Light getting caught out in the pathing there.
Just so greedy coming out from him to walk so close to the enemy's mid-outer turret by himself. Shanji able to equalize perfectly. And then we're going to see here, once again, Cream and Shanji being the ones to body block. Cream going to be the initial one to jump outside of the pit because he does have his hijack available, is able to steal away that unbreakable, but now more contests coming from LNG.
Yep, they will not stop fighting as long as OMG want to fight. The Dragon secured, though, by Aki. That'll be sole point for OMG.
Yeah, I want to see if OMG can get away. Okay, LNG.
Okay. Interesting start off to this one. I don't know if they want to commit, but now they are. Moonlight Vigil goes wide, and here comes OMG. LNG have bitten off way more than they can chew. Inferno Trigger slices their health bars down, and LNG are routed completely here. OMG find everything, starting with the picks and leading it into domination.
It's sadly for LNG, nothing connects when they look for the engage. Cream and Cold gonna try and run down Doinby, but now Cream saying, screw that, let's go take an inhibitor mid. I wonder if they can try to end. I don't think death timers are long
That
enough,
damage?
but they're still gonna look for it.
We're not gonna get a replay of it. Maybe we'll do it after the game if the game ends here, but that damage profile from OMG is scary. As they're taking down Lumao, they take down the tower, and this could just be it. Game number 1 going to OMG. We said they needed to prove themselves. They needed to find a win against LNG, and they kick off the series in style.
And with no Moonlight Vigil up, Light and Tarzan not really able to do anything
those
to stop
smiles.
the push coming out from OMG. Really cool with the drafts that we got coming out from OMG. Also want to hit on the Gragas going with the Seraph's Embrace. Kind of really cool transition with the way that his buffs came through. Getting more AP, able to go in on more CDR as well. I guess ability haste now to try to spam abilities more. And yeah, overall, nice look from OMG. Felt like it was mostly just punishing mistakes coming out from LNG, but still, we hit on it in the early game, right? OMG were trying to set up a lot of proactive plays. Just earlier on, Tarzan was doing a very nice job to cover some of these windows, hovering towards bot side, getting early vision down. But once we got into the mid game, and we saw some mistakes coming out, especially the one from Light is just so sad and so egregious. That was like the game-defining mistake, since it just opened up the Baron play to be able to come through. But even Lumao got caught off guard a few times throughout the game, and Ala had a big impact in the side lane, but LNG were never able to get the push and pull going of like juggling their 4-man with their side, right? It'd always be like their 4-man's too far forward when Ala doesn't have the wave up, someone gets caught out, and now you give OMG a window to where they can turn that pick into an objective every time.
And I love that you pointed out like the avalanche that seemed to happen for OMG when they found the pick on Light. It just went into the bear, and then the fight in bottom lane. That was the most peculiar one to me, because the whole time we're talking about LNG feeling confident in the late game, right, and feeling confident in their composition they drafted for themselves. They kept trying to answer the aggression from OMG, and especially in that last fight. The weird blast cone to separate Light and Doinby goes over the wall. Then we see the Moonlight Vigil come out as like a desperation attempt to try to get the engage off with the Gravitum, and everything kind of falls apart for LNG in that one. And even when you look at the composition on paper, it looked good, but you have to look at the communication and the execution as well.
Oh yeah, and it just wasn't there for LNG. So nice to finally see this LNG team get punished against a team where, again, LNG have gotten away with it so many times where they're facing a team who is beating them the whole time, and then some crazy shenanigans happen and they pull out the win. Thank you, OMG, for not letting that happen. Now we get to see if OMG can pull off 2 in a row, right? They were fine leaning into things like the Sylas in the mid lane once again, but kind of adapted their composition around that, bringing in the Samir and the Gragas, 2 champions who were buffed, 2 champions who Shanji and Abel both enjoy well, and then Aki and Cold able to fill out that facilitating role, but Cream topping the damage charts. When OMG were at their most successful is when Cream was the man leading the charge.
Exactly, and does so on the Sylas, too, into Doinby on the rise, and coming out with the most damage percentage as well for his team. Feels like we got a glimpse of the Cream that everybody knows and loves. The Cream that won the Rookie of the Split. And I think that's where, when we were coming into this conversation, it was a bit of a hard conversation, because Cream himself, like, we wanted to see the brightest from him, but we haven't necessarily seen that. And I think it's important to shine a light on the moments that he does pop off. And I think the Sylas, not too shabby for a first game. See if he can keep it up, though, against Doinby in the mid lane, and what LNG's response is going to be after this first one. We're going to step away, take a little break. We'll be right back with game number 2.
One of them probably going to pick up yet another kill. It's a double, it's a triple, it's a quadra, it's a penta. Gala's going to get it again. The penta kill for Gala.
The LPL are king again.
Cleared on the wrong side of the map though as Ming looks for a hook. The Warthog means Cleared can get to his bottom lane. Care needs to look for an execute at this point. Honestly, Wei is here, but Care actually has flash available. There's a route. Get the W. Oh no! Care, that was so easy.
Royal never give up. A team that needs no introduction. A team that has dominated the LPL since the beginning of time. A team that is defined by one man in the bot lane. Wait, what year is it? For RNG, winning is their legacy. And winning through the bot lane is what they've built that legacy on. And with Gala in the bot lane, that legacy is secure.
And now the chase down from Shahu. Gold card comes up through. Hung falls. It's a double kill for Gala as LWX tries to escape, but the killer instinct is in. And Gala takes another.
Come on, let's go.
And Wei wants to finish off. Cares trying to block. There's a good taunt, but it's not good enough. As Gala free firing on the top side of the play. The Kindred ult will keep people safe. It's pure carnage. And Gala is the king of carnage.
But don't place your bets just yet, because on the other side of the coin is a team that was built to do one thing. Can you guess what that might be? Victory 5 are on a hot streak, and even without their superstar mid laner, this is a team that can step up to any challenger.
Photic, the first team all-team ADC from spring 2022, picks up a double kill, and V5 cleaned house on LGD.
Because when your opposition's the MSI champion, you have to be world class.
Slingers are just keeping Karsa in tow, and finally he reveals himself to show that he was the true man all along. They will try and take out Southwind, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to Photic. Putting in so much damage. They are going to try and trade back Photic, but even now you can see how difficult it is. He even cleanses it back. Double kill right at the end there. Should be a triple kill coming out here for Photic. And that's going to be the game, the series, as another 2-0 comes out for V5.
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fight that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Watching the fact that you feel the fight. And she's pulling you close. You close. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. That dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense when she feels the fight. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
我觉得防御塔伤害加高的话，就前期打节奏会比较难一点，就是不好越塔嘛，然后越塔风险太高了，就会选择就平发育。面对 LNG 的话，就打好自己的吧，因为我们近期表现问题太多了。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL as we are into week 3, day number 5 of the summer split. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric, and we had OMG take it whole-handedly to LNG in the first game of the series, not through assassins, but through the dive competition, through the simplicity, through the level 1, and through the picks, Lyric. And I think that was super important to highlight. But Abel himself picking up the MVP is another spotlight we got to put on.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because they actually didn't stylistically change up how they like to play the game at all. OMG, right? OMG have always been the team that like to bring in these dive-heavy compositions that jump on the backline. I mean, heck, the assassins that they usually run fit into that perfectly. But the fact that some champions got buffed that OMG loves is what OMG banked on, bringing out the Samira in the early 2v2. He got first blood from the level 1 where LNG just walked into the brush, which we're going to see right here. And then they were able to keep that momentum forward. And Abel specifically, right? Moments like him flashing over the wall, finding the solo kill onto Lumao, just being so pivotal. And then in all the team fights, Abel being the man to step up so that OMG can pull it through. So it'd be nice to see if OMG can keep the dominance up in game 2. And now, Mazel, I'm so sorry for interrupting you. Please interrupt me now.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was waiting for. I wanted to see the damage. Honestly, seeing it a second time didn't make it any easier for my brain. Like, they literally just disappeared with that Inferno trigger. And I think when you're going into game 2, it's important to look at the composition, but again, reiterating on the execution for LNG, the catch-outs, the picks that they were getting caught on, the fact that they were continuously taking aggressive trades when we maybe could have seen them rely a little bit more on their late game composition, a little bit more on the steadiness of the further finality of the game, I think. And I think that when you're looking for LNG to pick it up in game 2, you have to beg the question of what do they go now? How do they try to readapt?
I think it's going to be rough in terms of like talking about how do they readapt when I just feel like we saw a lot of just kind of individual mistakes coming out across the board for again, so many times we saw one member getting picked off, right? One member getting cut out isolated against OMG when they have information on where they're coming from. They have wards, they have vision, and just constantly overstepping or taking the wrong path in the case of Light in that one fight, which really defined the game. So small shakeups need to come through. LNG are not changing the roster coming into game 2. I know people, whenever Iwandi's not playing, people are on Iwandi watch out there. We'll still be Lumao for game 2. OMG going to be on the blue side. And yeah, I mean, we're going to see how it shakes out in terms of pick spans. I don't necessarily think that was like the huge issue coming in for LNG in game 1, but heck, we get to see how they adapt. And maybe if they want to go back to putting Doonby on something maybe more carry-oriented that can step up, right? Even though Rise, huge damage dealer like we saw in that game, definitely more about how you impact the map with your Realm
And
Warps.
we didn't see like the immediate level 6 Realm Warps because I feel like LNG, even though Tarzan was doing a really good job of buffering the aggression from Aki early on and being where Aki was trying to put pressure, we never really saw that culmination of the Rise being involved a lot of times. It was trying to keep Doonby in the mid lane, trying to keep pressure in the mid lane so they could play around, and I wonder if that changes going into game 2 as well.
It'd be nice to see them if they have, maybe the stronger mid jungle coming out through in game 2. Silas, champion for Cream, that was just insane. In the 2v2, it feels like you have so much pressure, so I feel like that's why we didn't see too much influence coming out from Tarzan when maybe there could have been a bit more. We did have the one gank, which punished him when he was trying to go for the aggressive abscond abduct. But yeah, more moves like that, more moves coming out from Tarzan and Doonby being kind of the glue to bring everything together is what we always want to see for LNG.
It'll be LNG on the blue side, OMG on the red, so switching sides this time around. It'll be Viego, Gangplank, and Nautilus banned away by LNG. The Gwen, Wukong, and waiting on that final ban for OMG.
So we will have either Lucian or Zeri still up. Zeri obviously being the big pick for 12.11. Your W critting through walls feels absolutely ridiculous coming through. So OMG aren't going to let that one up. But LNG will have a chance to go towards the Lucian if they want, and they instantly lock it in.
Instantly lock it in there. Love to see it. Some more confidence. I feel like LNG, though, when they do have a strategy they want to go for, they lock them in pretty quick. We saw it last game as well. It'll be the Aphelios to pick up this time around for Abel, as we saw Light on the champion last time. Zidzao also coming in here. a pick we haven't seen that much of here recently, but a staple meta choice last split.
Yeah, he's another champion that did get touched up on the new patch, right? His passive healing got buffed, his W damage is up, the mana cost is lower. Just overall nice buffs to Xin Zhao that kind of offer him up and give him a place back in the meta. I know before we came on to 12.10 and before we came on 12.11, we're still on 12.10. I was watching LEC and saw this pick kind of rearing its head quite a bit. And we'll see what Aki could do, because this was one of Aki's go-tos back when it was in the meta. But now LNG picking up the Nami. We still have the Lee Sin open if you want to answer that and have a strong jungler yourself. But no, instantly bringing out the Gauntlet and locking in the Fiora.
I love it. Banned away last game by OMG that gets through the first phase this time. They say, we need something. We need a spark. And it's going to be a very aggressive trio of picks for LNG this time, where we were saying that for OMG last time. I think this is a heck of a combo, though. The Lucian Nami plus the Fiora. It is the Renata Glass, though, as the answer for OMG.
Yeah, I always like seeing the Renata come out into this duo in the bottom lane. Post 6 feels incredibly hard for Lucian Nami to be able to find an avenue onto Abel and Cold. Still, though, they should have a fine time in early laning. We know Lucian kind of waiting until level 3 before your full combo comes online with the Nami, and then hopefully we can see them start to get ahead. OMG going to try and take away some of these early aggressive junglers to make sure that they can't just set up for those strong 3v3s in the early game, to where for LNG, wanting to take out some of these more obnoxious picks that we've seen come in the top lane. Again, Sejuani, the new tank, bruiser, assassin, enchanter, literally everything. I swear every time we see it, it takes like 3 or 4 plates by itself, finds solo kills. It just feels like it does it all.
Hey, well, we will not get to see it do it all this time around. Talia also banned away by OMG. Trying to whittle down the pool a little bit more as well. And I want to see what LNG ban here is the last one. If we see more of that focus towards the top lane, it will be the Kennen.
Now I'm curious to see what Shanji's answer into the Fiora would be. We've kind of hit on how Kennen being one of his go-to lane bullies. Definitely seems like Shanji leans heavier into AP champions than he does the other way around, right? His big pick obviously being the Rumble. And I mean, heck, this would only be fitting for how we're selling Shanji.
It absolutely would be, and it's a pop-off king if you want it, but it is the Scion that comes through anyways.
Still gives them another nice frontliner. OMG kind of setting up a really strong front-to-back 5v5 setup, right? You have the Sign and the Xin Zhao to sit in front and absorb damage. Abel will be safe in the backline, and then you have Cold peeling for him with that ultimate. And now LNG going to be the ones to round it out, bringing in the Trundle, so we'll be able to steal away some of those resistances and to make that front line a little bit less dominating. And then bringing Doinby back to the Corki. Kind of interesting composition coming through when you have, like, Peel coming out from the Trundle, the Nami of the range coming from the Corki, but then a champion like Lucian, whose play pattern is get the Gale Force, stash it aggressively, and look for picks. So I'm interested to see how LNG will look to pilot this composition, and if they'll be able to get ahead on it, or if they do just kind of play for late, set the Corki and Fiora up, because they do have such phenomenal scaling later on.
But we saw them try to do that last time. It didn't work out for them, so maybe second time's the charm on execution-wise. LeBlanc is the final pickup for OMG as the response to the Corki.
And he'll have a fine time in the early laning phase, right? Be able to whittle him down with that Sigil of Malice, keep distorting in. And if he can put enough threat onto Doinby early and force something like an early Hexdrinker to come through, then it feels like it just takes so long before a Corki is able to come online. So for OMG, I want to see Aki and Cream playing heavily around each other. The Xin Zhao LeBlanc combo, really aggressive, strong, a mid-jungle 2v2. And then you know it's about playing, leaning, and covering for your bottom lane. Shanji should be fine up in the top side, but if Ala overextends, you will have opportunities to look for the punish.
And that's where I want to see some tempered aggression that we actually got to see from OMG last game into this one for OMG again, because unlike LNG, I feel like they need to play a little bit more reserved to some extent, even though they do have some strengths in their own right, especially looking at the jungle matchup and things like that. I still want to see a little bit more of that aggression, but tempered to some extent. I know that's a hard conversation to have, but then for LNG over there, like, Game 1 did work out for you. You threw down the gauntlet. You got the Fiora. The composition's a little bit weird and wonky, but it's about the gameplay. It's about the execution. We talk about it on paper all the time, but we saw it not work out for LNG last time.
And that's why I want to see how LNG kind of fight around this, right? Because they have this strong bot lane that really wants to look for these all-in short trades, get pressure, get prio, and play around that. But you have a mid-jungle that is a lot less active. So we're going to need to see a lot of vision in that bottom side river to make sure Aki and Cream aren't just setting Light and Lumao behind and then snowballing this game out of control.
Exactly that. Game 2 kicks off now, though. LNG want to make this a 3-game series. OMG 1 step away from claiming their first series win in the LPL Summer Split. They go for the level 1. Not going to come up with anything this time.
Yeah, we're going to see both teams kind of hover around the bottom lane for now. Not too much going to happen in terms of the level 1 able to come through, but Shanji bringing out the Scion. Tank items pretty much getting buffed across the board on this patch. Bomby Cinder, 100 gold cheaper, while all the mythics gained 100 more health. So overall, for things like oh my god, why does the name of Frozen Gauntlet now? Oh, Frostfire Gauntlet.
I was about
there
to say,
we go.
You know, if you ever need anything, Lyric, if you ever need anything at all with names, I got you. I'm the person. Not analytics, anything like that, anything big brain, no. But names, I got you.
Yeah, so Frostfire Gauntlet and Turbo Chemtake especially, the fact that they're already so cheap and getting an extra 100 HP on top of it just feels like a really nice kind of quality of life buff coming through for those tank mythics. And Cold and Abel on the opposite side going to look for the level 1 trade. Kind of hit on this a lot on the caster desk about the level 1 kind of being the point where you can abuse Lucian Nami, Abel having the range advantage with the Calibrum, and then of course the Renata also just being quite strong and trying to circumvent the strong level 2 and level 3 that will come out from LNG in a few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And OMG playing to their strengths down there in the bottom lane. I love to see that early aggression as well as just playing to the lane state, right, that you know and love. We will see the opposite side starts again for both junglers, though we did see on the opposite sides in last game it was different as Aki was starting and pathing down towards bottom lane. Something else that I want to talk about is the fact that Tarzan was constantly bottom lane to try and dissuade Aki from finding anything down there, especially because of the early blood, and not maybe as much focus down there this time around. I would still like to see it.
It's a very... Like, for Tarzan, I feel like it is really important to cover your bot lane and make sure that they're able to do what they want and get ahead. But just the fact when Cream's going to be able to keep up pressure mid, constantly hover down, you'd assume Aki's going to be playing down towards the bottom side as well. It could be quite rough as Tarzan to waste so much time, and then, like, Aki and Cream force their way into your jungle, try and fight you, try and take away your camps, or able to overload bot side with numbers. So that's why I said I feel like this game's going to kind of be interesting to see where Tarzan puts that pressure, because Allah's going to be fine in the isolated 1v1, but still, you do have damage, you do have the gank assist if you did want to look to maybe try and get a bit of a lead on him early on, but it looks like Tarzan is just going to end up, you know, get topside scuttle, eventually get his recall and make his way down towards that bottom lane. Shanji, though, getting a ward. kind of scared of any shenanigans that will be able to come through on the top side.
Aki will get that Scuttle Crab path up towards his top side of the map after potentially getting his wolves down there. With that reset coming out from Tarzan. As you said, potentially going towards that bottom side would be the only place really to visit at this point. But try to capitalize on Abel and Cold keeping up that pressure down there, while Aki going to take a little bit more time to get the reset off.
And I don't expect too much from LNG in terms of the early levels. OMG's bot lane is very, like, far extended, so maybe Tarzan can look for a gank. And if you look at the vision on the bottom side of the mini-map, OMG didn't actually commit the ward all the way into Tribrush, just in case he does have, like, a cheeky path to either come over the wall with the Blasting Pan or even just wrap around once the Scuttle Crab ends out. But if not, and if they're pushed under turret, that could set up a window for Tarzan to take advantage.
Could indeed. Will not get the vision game bottom lane. I will say, it's like a horror movie sometimes walking to the bottom lanes of the LPL. And that one, I love the vision toggle for the observers, because even if it didn't happen, it was still terrifying for Lumao to walk in there against this composition. Abel does stick around, though. Cold gets his reset off. Azala having some trouble in the top lane.
Really nice trade from Shanji coming through. Doesn't have much mana anymore, and Allah still does have 2 biscuits in his inventory, on top of already using a potion right now if he did want to sit through and just try to wait out for the wave to come into him. So both sides so far showing respect, even if Ala did end up on the bad side of a trade, should be fine to catch this. And we saw on the bottom side, as you hit on right, Abel kind of backing off, waiting for the wave, knowing that should be a timer where Tarzan is on the bottom half of the map. In our first 5 minutes, both teams go unscathed.
Yay!
What a nice sight, Mazel.
Yay! That's what we came here for sure. There's a dragon on the board here, though, and I want to see if maybe teams kind of turn it up, at least to grab the first objective. You have pings coming down from LNG as their bot lane is coming back to lane. Abel is actually doing a reset now. We'll see a 2v2 developing in front of the dragon pit.
Yeah, for OMG, though, you do still have the LeBlanc in mid, exerting a lot of pressure. So for LNG, they're going to have to be careful. But Cream, having the flash just from Lumao, literally walking up and pressing Q. Overall, just nice vision coming out from LNG on the bottom side to make sure that Cream not being prepared for that. Having just used his distortion to go in, just set up for such an easy timer for LNG to abuse.
Yeah, and as you saw that go across from LNG, Tarzan was starting to path up towards top, but now has immediately turned back around, realizing he didn't want to give over the dragon that easily, as they had turned away from this objective, and now we're going to get a skirmish because LNG spot lane has priority. Aki needs to be in trouble here. He does flash over the pillar, and LNG come back into the dragon pit, say, oh, I forgot this, and pick it back up.
Tarzan just waiting in the wings around mid, makes it so Cream not able to do anything aggressive. Tarzan can hover while Doinby forces that one in, but huge trade coming out from light onto cold.
Yeah, that
They
was.
get the wave in as well, so overall, LNG just getting, so far, everything in this early game. Nice one dragon start so far. They're winning out naturally in top lane. Their bot lane is behind, where we've hit on that you would like to be ahead, but even Corki having a fine time early on in mid, stacking up his cull quite easily.
I like the mind games, though, from Tarzan, right? Like, pathing all the way towards top, like, sticking up past mid for a little while, and then saying, no, you know, Aki, you thought you were going to have this easy. Come back through, get the objective steal, or not steal, I guess, the pickup. And I think that's huge for LNG, where we weren't seeing those kinds of movements for them last time. It was a lot of responsiveness against OMG's aggression.
Ooh,
Oh, they get spotted out doing the red buff here, though.
Oh, ult right away from Shaji.
This is a little bit of trouble here. Pillar comes out. He's on the blast code now, but he's tanking up
Ult's
the
here
storm.
first.
There we go. Allah is stuck now. He has the flash. Doinby's going in by himself, as it will be OMG backing away, taking a rocket to the face.
Overall, LNG walk out with the health lead, but still, you're able to force all his flash because you were able to get Cold's roam up there first. Doinby, you're going to be able to pick up a plate off this. And in the end, LNG, I mean, you lose flash on your Fiora, so maybe something OMG can look to punish, especially once Shanji's ult comes up once again. Shouldn't need too much in the 1v1 like we see here.
Grand challenge is initiated, but Shanji will be able to get out of that one. A little bit of extra healing for the stats for Allah up in the top side. But we'll see how that top lane matchup kind of continues out. It's been very, very noodle fight-ish up in the top side so far, but I think the side lane is where Allah's going to have a lot of strength later on, and we do see Rift Herald being started up by LNG.
Yeah, so this is kind of the byproduct of what we just saw in the top lane, right? Allah going for the aggressive all-in, knowing, hey, I can at least chunk him low enough to where he is forced to back. That means we have prio and push up in top side. I'm still around. It sets up for my team to start the Rift Herald, but OMG just wait for enough members to come and overload. Doinby does have the flank.
It is a 4v3 at this point. Double bubble lands, and now OMG are in some trouble. Cream goes for the execution on a Lumao. They do find it. Bailout does not bail out Aki. And now it's a 3v3. Shanji has joined up, does not have ultimate, but gets the double knockup. Doing serious work here in the damage department. Abel coming up his way. He's got red, white, but LNG need to get out of this one. Shanji in some trouble. Cream goes over the wall. Blast Cone gets Allah back, and OMG will walk away.
And I'm surprised OMG commit Abel after so much time. It's like, would have just been better to leave him down on the bot side and catch this wave coming in from light. You're letting the Lucian get more gold into his pocket when he was the one member that was kind of falling behind his counterpart. So in the end, you get gold and EXP on your 80 carry, you deny it from the other 80 carry, you picked up Rift Herald yourself, you committed less numbers to the fight, and you still ended even in kills.
Get a replay of that little tussle we had. It started off with LNG.
The bubble,
with the Rift Herald.
Mazel,
That
the
bubble
bubble
is so legendary. That's been some serious pressure exertion from Lumao.
And overall, just two members of OMG clumping up, walking straight into it. Does set up for the kill. Still, the Nami did go down as well, so OMG were able to find something. But look at the minimap. We see the fact that Abel coming over right now just opened up for Light to be able to make it back into the bot lane matchup in the bot lane, and now actually being up in CS himself.
Yeah, he's also got 2 plates under his belt here, a solo, after getting so much time down there as Abel had to walk all the way up there and really not do anything. My next biggest question is how the rest of this bot lane plays out, obviously, but now I'm starting to think, after hearing his name so many times, how many times do you think we're able to say Abel in a sentence that actually makes coherent sense?
I absolutely hate it. I know like a lot of different people hate having to do like different names, like whether it's like, let's say Xiao Hao and Xiao Hu. For me, the only one I hate doing is Abel.
Why?
Since it's
Because
such,
it's
like,
such a normal word.
It's such like an easy to use word to describe what is happening on screen. And he just comes in and makes it 10 times harder to use, and every time after I say the word, I'm like, God.
I said Abel like 5 times in that sentence. It's great. But what about light? You know, light. I feel like Tarzan is a common word that we could use in the English language.
Nope.
No, it's just Abel. So we know the bane of Lyric's existence is the name Abel. We'll see if the play can maybe make up for that. What do you think, Lyric? I think so far the Aphelios might be in some trouble unless we get to the later part of the game.
The way I see OMG this split is OMG are like a teenager in the mid 2000s. They wear that really cringy Affliction brand that everyone used to wear, and if you still wear that, I'm sorry, but you know I'm not sorry. They listen to what do they listen to? Listen to Linkin Park.
Linkin Park.
Oh wait, a fight's coming.
No,
We'll stop with my analogy.
Nope. Keep going, because we ain't fighting. Grand challenge.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
It's a Scion. You were telling me to stop being hypey. It's a Scion.
Okay, Mazel. Evanescent just came out, Bring Me to Life. LNG are loving it, but at the same time, we're transitioning to the summer of pop punk. Blink 182's coming out with Sum 41. The rest of the world has moved on. They're wearing PacSun, and OMG's still wearing Affliction, still trying to force their like emo mid 2000s vibe, and it's not working.
It ain't working. You got to change up the style a little bit here. Aki is here to buffer against Tarzan, but the Rift Herald utilized means this tower is not going to last very long.
I mean, it's not going to last long at all. It's literally gone as LNG now have pressure coming out through the spot side. Once again,
what?
kind of open. Oh,
how did this happen?
I don't know.
Last time we checked up here, he was under tower.
Shanji didn't even use his ult to get him this low.
No, okay, there we go. I was about to say the rip post. Oh, the unstoppable onslaught. Oh, the flash from Ala. We got a little bit of breaking ankles here, but it's a flash return from Shanji for the solo bolo.
I just want the replay. How did he chunk him that low? How did the positions reverse so much? And it not even require Shanji's ult to, start it off. I don't know if maybe he took turret shots or what, but, you know, we need to have faith in our production team. We're gonna get the replay.
We're gonna get it, no doubt, and you'll give us the biggest brain analytical breakdown when we do get it.
I won't. I really won't.
I know.
It'll be like,
Oh, that's why I said it.
Ala took 10 turret shots.
Hey, now you sound like me.
Knee slap.
Knee slap. You got to get some spoons for you next, Lyric. That's the next iteration. We do get the replay though. He was already that health when we get the replay, so we don't get the.
Yeah. To me, this part doesn't matter. We saw how this happened. Gets hit by the Q. This comes out. Ala, you flash. That's cool. He still has W and flash himself, but
the Renata. Hey, we just had to get the guest appearance in there. Come on.
That wasn't the replay we wanted.
It's fine. Breaking Lyric's mental one replay at a time. Tarzan comes in willy-nilly, just walking, picking his Sunday flowers, and gets red buff.
And now, kind of angling for a dive, but look at the minimap. Aki!
Aki gets caught. Hostile takeoff comes away as a response. Luma flashes away from it at the last second, but Cream is in trouble, and OMG might be on the dive composition train, but they are getting dove at this top lane at this point.
I mean, LNG using their superior numbers, because look at the bottom lane. They have no one answering Shanji right now, just completely committing to the top side, as Abel doesn't care. Face tanks half that ultimate and says, come at me, bro. You can't do better than that. Wait, Cream!
Cream, oh no, Cream. He tried to distort away, but it's not going to mean too much. Grand Challenge comes out, the healing not even utilized. Tower goes down, and LNG are up.
Why does every LNG game turn into this? A minute ago, you said, what is happening? I feel like what is happening explains every LNG game this split of you're like, why are both teams just suddenly kind of running it down into each other and not actually trying to bring it together.
The results-based analysis, all right? It's a 2-2. Rift Herald did get started up for just a moment by Tarzan and LNG. I realized OMG could have responded right away, as well as we'll see OMG taking a side lane tower here. It'll be their first tower of the game 15 minutes in.
Yeah, so still only one turret for OMG, LNG having two, and now can start making their way over to the Rift Herald with the fact that Ala is making his way up. Duinby still going to be catching wave in the bot side. Yeah, all 5 members of OMG are making their way over.
Unstoppable onslaught, 3-man knock up there, and OMG are pouncing on LNG. You ain't the king of the jungle any longer, Tarzan, as Cold takes his life.
And LNG just not respecting. You look at the vision on the minimap is all slow down because Ala kind of aggressively looking for this trade. OMG should be able to take this turret and pivot it into the Rift Herald, but it looks like LNG not expecting the play to come from Shanji because they have control wards in the river. But for Shanji, all he had to do was path through bot side Tri-Brush, wrap around, and he was able to catch LNG with their pants down.
That is absolutely huge. We saw last game was literally dictated by a few select picks. And now we're seeing it happen here, but it wasn't just a pick. It was a lot of members of LNG going down. Rift Herald number 2 goes over to OMG. We'll see how they utilize that, but I will say a little bit of strength showing through for Ala and LNG. This Fiora will be a win condition.
Oh, it'll be absolutely massive, right? Neither Cream or Shanji will be able to match her. And for LNG, is we can hold the point and just see
huge.
big ol' Shanji hitting this 3-man ultimate, them not expecting for it to come through because of the path that he did take. OMG able to all just pivot in there with their damage to make sure they get these kills. And after this play, OMG brought gold back. Still 2K lead, but they were able to bring it down at least 1.5K gold, which LNG were up before. And we can see on the minimap something we didn't see. Rift Herald was dropped by OMG in the top lane. So they have pressure up in top side, now trying to force this fight.
Ala is on the side, though. You got to look at the flank. That pillar was actually hilarious. But they're going in for the fight. The tidal wave comes across. Hostile takeover is not going to hit anybody. Look at the package back across. No, Duinby is in the fight now. Aki is surviving so long. They've already lost one, though. It's a trade back and forth. This is chaos. Who's going to get the dragon? Stolen by Tarzan here. Cream gets cleaned up by Light. And LNG have found the team fight.
LNG, they were able to stop the engage coming out from Shanji with the pillar. Duinby had time to get the package and come into the fight. And for LNG, just looking nice overall in these 5v5s, going back to the story of their split, which has been kind of relying on these mid and late game team fights, strong performances coming out from their carries, and that's how they tie everything together. It might not be all perfect and flowers and ribbons in the early game, but once we get to the mid game, once super carry Duinby's online, LNG are feeling comfortable.
They definitely looked that way. 3-0-3 on the Corki. Much different performance for Duinby on the rise in game number 1. And this is kind of the show out we wanted. But OMG trying to get the rag pulled over their eyes here.
Yeah, pillar first of all to stop Shanji. Huge coming out from him. Look at Ala on the flank while Duinby's coming in from the other side. Layers the package down. Looks like only across 2 members, but also getting damage down on the dragon. And then Ala able to force Shanji back, force Abel back with just his sheer presence of how strong he was. And yeah, I mean, that sets up for Light, right? The fact that Ala and Duinby created so much space with things like the package and then obviously just the Fiora jumping in made it so the Lucian was able to get all of his damage off for free.
It's actually incredible to see the amount of health Light had that entire fight on a shorter range champion like the Lucian, but that's something you got to keep an eye out, and especially target selection for OMG is going to be super important.
I mean, to be fair, they didn't really have a choice in who they were target selecting. When Fiora's up in your face, they don't have a choice but to, you know, I'm not going to finish that. Mizzell, bring us forward.
We're going to keep going. The train continues to roll down the tracks with LNG now looking for their own picks against OMG in front of the Baron Pit. We do have another 3 minutes for the Dragon to come up. That would be Soul, Infernal Soul to boot for LNG. But OMG need to be worried a little bit about their control around these objectives, the vision game, because they have lost all of it.
And it's going to be really hard to be able to try and find a way to retake it, because ideally you'd want, when Fior's showing on a wave like she is now, that's when you need to commit 5 members to mid, try and find the engage, and just win out before Allah's able to join in the fight. They're trying to get Shanji behind right now.
Oh, he gets spotted out. Doinby getting not the knockup used on him, but we see a lot of damage responded to by LNG. Big hostile takeover, though. This is the kind of pick you can look for OMG. Tarzan tanking it up, though. Allah looking for the flank here on the side. He gets left alone, but they're trying to take the fight onto Abel. Allah flashes against Cole, doesn't get him, and now we're in a 3v4, but everybody is separated, and what a chaotic fight to cap it off.
The fact that OMG only found 1 after all of that is mind-blowing to me, because like you highlighted, huge hostile takeover coming out from Cold. They're all funneled into the choke point, and ultimately, with just 1 kill, it's not going to turn into much. But Cream, are you dead? Are you dead, Cream?
Dun,
Is
dun,
he there?
dun, 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 dun. Distortion away. You know, mobility champions, y'all. Mobility.
I mean, both champions have mobility. Is now Aki going to look to
Would
bring
you
a little
rather
bit
have
more
a short
into the fold?
dash or a distortion that's up all the time? I'd say you take the distortion, because Cream is about to kill Allah, but they back off because there could be some people joining, and Tarzan was rightfully right there.
Hey, to be fair to Allah in that situation, right, he could have gone for the kill, but he knows if LeBlanc's running forward, someone must be behind him. But we'll go straight into the replay of Shanji looking for the beautiful flank, Aki flashing in to guarantee the stun, and then look at this ultimate coming out from Cold. Looks like it hit 2 to 3 members on the side of LNG, but then just not having the damage once Tarzan did use his ult on the Scion. And then Allah trying his hardest, but Cold with the flash right in time to make sure that fight wasn't a 1-for-1.
Ice in his veins, running away.
You know, Mazel, even though that fight was really cool, I'm super hyped for OMG. Look at the gold. Look at the
Yeah.
gold.
You know what? You know, sometimes things happen. You know, if we just move forward, all right? 40 seconds until the dragon spawns here. This is a must-win fight for OMG, and it's hard to say that, right? Because in this situation, you have your tools available, but it's about positioning, right? You saw the difference, but night and day between a hostile takeover that hits and one that doesn't. And now OMG need to fight for this soul.
Yeah, and they're going to have to really worry about the damage able to come out from Doinby sitting on the Leandries, also having his man immune fully stacked.
He's waiting.
And it looks like for now, waiting on that package to be able to come up. LNG going to have to buy a little bit of time in terms of posturing, in terms of stalling. They do have bot wave completely pushed in, have waves in top. OMG know that they can't even care about those because they just need to try to burn this Drake as soon as possible. But you got to watch out for Doinby.
He's so fast. All the blast codes at the speed from the package pickup. Again, these are not fights you want to have to take, but OMG are in a position where they feel like they have to. You never want to knowingly go into a package fight, but LNG are set up to go. We'll see if they can.
Yeah.
The Dragon down, almost at 2,000 health. Unstoppable onslaught onto the backline. Aki's in trouble. Look at that hostile takeover. It's on to 2 members. OMG, they're trying to split focus, though, as the Dragon is going down. Grand challenge onto Aki. It does come to fruition. The bailout was huge, but it's not enough. Now Cream is in the backline, though. Tarzan goes golden. They eliminate Cream, but Abel has still got red and blue. Light comes in over the wall. Abel is down, and LNG are able to take the fight. Cold, the only one left.
OMG once again finds so many of their tools connecting onto the enemy members, but not able to pull it through with the fight. They at least do deny Infernal Soul to the side of LNG, but LNG, a ton of kills. They're going to pick up mid lane turret with their jungler down, though, not able to pivot into anything like a Baron. So for now, they will just once again experience a huge upswing in gold.
There's really nothing that OMG could do besides what they did in that situation. I feel like committing a little bit, not half-heartedly, I guess would be the word, because they started with the fight, but they realized, wait, but this is soul for LNG. We got to take the Dragon.
I mean, they can't go with the extended standoff, right? Doinby would just be doing too much damage. I'm surprised Doinby held the package so long. We see the Renata ultimate comes out now, but my guess is he was holding it for a moment like this, where it could actually influence the taking of Dragon, cutting off numerous members. Still, they weren't able to do it. We saw for OMG, Aki able to get the steal off, but then here, once other members do get in, Doinby not getting locked up, and Light able to make it back into the fight over the wall. That's where they do just have more DPS and are able to take it. And for OMG's comp, right, a lot of the champions relying on kind of one big cooldown. Cold with the Renata, right? The hostile takeover
the
Shanji, who's
side
about to get
blade.
solo
Hey,
killed.
he flashes out, though. Ala going to take some decent tower damage. Shanji outplay a little bit, but in some trouble now. We're seeing Ale come up big with the Fiora.
Yeah, Huge going to keep up that pressure now, and OMG going to try and respond with fighting in the mid lane, but you got to be careful. Doinby with another item under his belt with the GA.
That's huge. 3-item completion there for LNG. They are grouping up here. Hostile takeover available. The flash doesn't really work for Cold. He tries to pull off the crazy Renata play, but the hostile takeover doesn't work out. Bot lane is being pushed in by Ala. OMG's response here is just turn onto the Baron.
I mean, OMG feeling like they've already committed so much to this play on the top side. If they did this and lost turrets on the opposite side of the map, it'd be too much.
They got to burn
TP
it down.
coming through.
3,000 health. They're trying to finish it off. Ala is here. They're trying to keep Tarzan out of the pit.
Tarzan's
It
on the
is
pit.
taken by OMG. They've gotten the Baron. The fight afterwards, though, is a little bit tricky. They're trying to get light. He doesn't have the range. And you've got to be careful. The clumped up group, but Ala has the flank here. Cream trying to get something on the back. Distortion's in, but Ala needs to get into the fight here. Bars for OMG are so low, but nobody can connect. And it's Tarzan who falls first. OMG, how do they pull out a kill? Oh, there's the Gale Force. It's huge to come back through. Ala is still on there with the grand challenge. It comes down. They find two back to back. Ala and Light going forward here, trying to chase them down, but the Baron minions are in the way. Ala overextending here. Light goes forward. He doesn't get Aki. It'll be OMG licking their wounds, but making it out.
OMG were already behind. OMG still managed to sneak out 3 members with the Baron, and it goes 2 for 2 overall. So for OMG, I mean, I feel like net positive, but LNG are still a team in control, right? LNG are still a team about 5k gold up with pressure on the map. And I want to see here, I think Cold connects a handshake. Yes, he does.
That's huge.
That's why Tarzan wasn't able to get into the pit and made all of this so complicated. Then another nice bubble from Lumao to make sure some of this damage is able to follow through, but Cream was actually doing so much on the opposite side by forcing out the GA from Doinby early on, right? He's a huge part of LNG's DPS. He's now forced out of the fight, has to flash over the wall. Abel finds a way to get a kill onto Tarzan, but then once Ala finds his way onto the members of OMG, that's when LNG are starting to equalize it, and they're Doinby now able to get some return damage as well. But Cream and Cold, to me, really nice jobs, right? Cold, the one to find the handshake onto Tarzan so they can make sure he can't get into the pit. And then Cream forcing out Doinby's GA, which leads him to having to flash over the wall as well. And that's critical seconds of Doinby not outputting damage in that fight.
It absolutely is. And again, it's coming down to minute decisions. But now the decision is OMG trying to find vision around this Dragon Pit. 30 seconds until yet another attempt at Soul for LNG.
Though, LNG, the fact that they only need, like, even if it's a 50-50 smite, right? You can do this a few more times, and you'll eventually, like, have a high chance of just getting the soul. You're still scaling well. Your Corki's getting more items. Your Fiora's getting more items. LNG are still in, like, the most comfortable position ever. It's OMG who... Look at mid-wave. They are the team that needs to keep giving up waves, keep losing experience and gold to have to force these plays so LNG can't end. But there he is, Mr. Super Carry Doinby coming in with the TP.
Oh my god, Cream is just caught out here. Dragon does go down to OMG, but Cream is dead. Now Doinby with the package. He doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet. He's just using the rockets to try to bait out Aki. Aki does get hit, but now afterwards the Crescent Guard comes through and blocks a ton of damage here. Hostile takeover will hit onto 3 members. Aki barely scraping out alive. The burn's not enough.
Aki, 2 for 2 so far in terms of the 1 HP being able to get away. LNG sadly not able to buy enough time. They were dealing with Cream while Doinby was still TPing in. By the time he actually gets to the fight, Dragon is already gone. And not wanting to overcommit with that package too early, or it could have just very easily gotten focused and targeted down by the members of OMG. So OMG, once again, keeping themselves in it, picking up their second Infernal Dragon. They've kept every fight close, and honestly, this is probably the most respectable series we've had from OMG so far in terms of them being able to put up a fight, show good team fights, make some smart decisions, but LNG still in the driver's seat. Is looking straight into the replay here. Yeah, I mean, Cream still was able to buy time, right? Sadly, he runs into Ala on the opposite side, has nowhere to go, just to flash away. But hey, for OMG, the ultimate goal was denying Soul, and you did it.
Exactly. Good job. It is half of the mission accomplished at this point. You've gotten 2 of the dragons, see if they can continue to go, but this is the trouble point. This is the pain point. This is something that OMG really just want to keep shying away from because it's getting scarier and scarier by the minute. It's Allah in the top side against the entirety of OMG, but on this Fiora, it is starting to get very, very scary.
Yeah, they're going to have to... I mean, again, to deal with this Fiora, you kind of have two options. Of one, you overload the Fiora side of the map. You know, you bring Aki and Cream, and you just commit members to killing her, which will end up losing you pressure in what is most likely mid. Or you do the reverse. You commit numbers to mid, you accept the fact that Allah's going to be able to push down, let's say, like, an inner turret, and you try and find more in your engaged mid lane so you can force him back. You can start breaking down your own structures and pivot it into a lead. For OMG, it feels like doing anything like that before a major neutral objective's up won't amount to much.
Yeah.
When Baron's up, that would be huge if they can, you know, commit onto one side, find the kills, turn that to a Baron, and maybe start equalizing the game. Because until then, it will still just continue to be this Fiora being such a menace.
And we're starting to get to, like, you know, full builds here. To some extent, we're still a little while off, but like 4 items starting to come through here. We're working on our 4th for light. It's going to start being very, very close here in the damage department. Now we have Unstoppable Onslaught coming through. Shanji just gets CC'd out. The hostile takeover not going to hit this time. Tidal Wave coming through, but Abel and the rest are able to shut down Allah. The Grand Challenge comes out, but it's not really going to do too much healing. Abel is
Look at all the
swinging there with the chakrams. He heals, but he's not enough. Light eliminates him, and now OMG have to run for the hills. Cream is using the Mimic there to help him get away with the distortion. It will just be OMG backing away. One rocket goes wide, but LNG find yet another fight.
Let's remember back in the early game when Light was falling behind, it was Abel and Cold getting ahead. They were struggling to find an impact, but then there was that one fight where OMG roam Abel up super late to the Herald that they didn't even get, and it allowed Light to get a bunch of plates. It allowed Light to catch back up in CS, and ever since then, LNG have really just been strong, considering that all 3 of their carries are extremely fed right now, and OMG, not even in a position to answer, is going to set up a very easy Baron for LNG, and to me, this should be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
This should be the thing that guarantees you prio for the next dragon. You get deep vision in the enemy jungle, you shut them out, you pick up Soul, and you end the game.
Yeah, we'll get a replay of that, and OMG just kind of getting caught up. They committed so wholeheartedly to Allah, and I think that's huge, right? We were talking about how much of a game changer Allah is, but that stun, the riposte, everything else, the hostile takeover again. I feel like that's the subtle point that really has been key to when we see LNG win the fights, are the huge hostile takeovers. And when we don't see them hit, it's when it goes awry.
Yeah, right. That time, not able to connect onto anyone. Light, beautifully able to get away with that flash and just having enough burst to take him down. We can see him now 4.5 items strong.
Yeah,
so, I mean, the second he's getting, you know, the buff up from the Nami with the mandate, everything is just hitting like a truck on the side of OMG. And for OMG, I mean, right, their only real tanky members coming in, Shanji and Aki. We saw in that fight, Light not even really having to hit frontliners because other members like Cream jumping in so aggressively.
Banshee's Veil popped on Cream. Here comes the Unstoppable Onslaught there at the bottom. OMG are just forcing this fight, but they get stunned up. CC'd. The Moonlight Vigil was huge. They have gotten a trade back, and Tarzan has to flash away now. On the side, though, Cream is having some trouble with Allah. They have already found Tarzan, though. Abel's in the middle of everybody, but they are getting slowly and surely decimated. Light gets a double kill, maybe making it a triple kill at this point. Aki going golden, but only to buy a little bit of time, and it's Allah who picks up the kill.
We don't even need to wait for the Soul to come through. LNG find the fight. LNG have the Baron minions. And LNG gonna bring us to a game 3 because they refuse to lose to teams under them.
They do. About 11,000 gold in the lead here. They're going to go for more. Cold is just left out on his lonesome. It's a cold, cold night for OMG, and nobody's going to bail you out this time around. We're going the distance with our first series of the night. LNG even us up 1-1.
Yep. We have a lot of takeaways from this game in particular. LNG relying on Doinb on that late game carry. Corki, we understand why Allah's Fiora has been consistently banned. We now know how I feel about people who still wear Affliction clothing, even though it is not 2002 anymore. A lot of takeaways, Mazel.
How many? Still waiting on the count of how many times you can say Abel in the same sentence. We'll check back on that. Make sure we have a side piece of content for that one. But LNG themselves, maybe not the most convincing win. We were coming into the day where you're like, They need to be convincing, again, especially against OMG. And I think to some extent you could say, especially the early part, some of the control they had was convincing. But then you saw OMG, even with the lead that LNG had, taking some fights, getting caught in the hostile takeovers from Cold, and really losing some of these fights they should have whole-handedly won.
There's just some moments that stick out to me in that game that's like, you just can't be punished that way, which is like when we saw the Scion, Shanji Scion, come through with just like wrapping around behind the vision, which in my mind should be a play that LNG can like consciously be like, hey, he's pushing far forward in bot lane. Our vision's only in river. There are other ways he can get to mid. It's like they don't. They get 3-man knocked up by the Scion. They get punished. So I think there's still things we need to see LNG iron out. You even hit on that game with like the what's going on. It's like that still described a large portion of that game. Just luckily for them, the Fiora was huge. No one was able to answer. We saw the fact that he was pushing so much in side lanes, and many times finding those almost solo kills onto the Scion, forcing the pressure and allowing for plays to happen on the opposite side of the map as well. So really felt like the Fiora was what defined the pace of the game, and then just doing being light, able to bring it together in the team fights for the damage. We'll give Lumao a respectable shout out as well. He did hit some nice bubbles. Again, a player who is very, very heavily criticized. Not necessarily unwarranted, but whenever Lumao can step back in, show a good performance, it's kind of always nice to see. So yeah. LNG, they checked the boxes they needed to check. And as long as they can do that one more time, but hopefully in a more convincing fashion, we can be happy.
Speaking of checking boxes, I want to go back to the conversation about DMB. This is the kind of game that we were expecting from this guy. We were putting so much focus on him at the top of the day, just saying, he is the super carry. You even said it in the cast, right? Super carry is here, and he shows up on the Corki in a way that he did not do so on the Rise in game number 1.
Highest kill participation and damage coming out from the mid lane. I mean, you are a safe champion that can sit back and just throw rockets from afar, but still, the fact that Doonby's the one sitting at 85, 86% KP on his team just shows the amount of influence this man's always relied on to have. And that was one of the things we questioned coming out from game 1, right? It's like, sure, we know the Rise can deal damage, but you maybe need to put him on something that can have more of an impact if early game doesn't go the way that you foresee it going. Because for most times for LNG, it doesn't always go that way. So they did make that kind of small change, came into game 2 strong, and now, Mazel, we go on to game 3.
We get the culmination of the series. We'll see who can pull out a win. Does OMG come away with their first series win of the split, or will LNG continue to be dominant? We'll see on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Another team we hit on earlier that they played, right, was RNG. Because last week, when we had done the last hit, RNG still hadn't debuted. We've now had them debut. They have played 2 series. They beat FPX. They beat Weibo. Both went to 3 games. But I feel like overall, RNG with Breathe still just looks like the same old RNG, just without having to worry about someone constantly doing shenanigans in the top lane. So overall, big win for RNG.
Yeah, I mean... I think as well as like people's expectation was, I mean, my expectation, especially as we saw them after MSI last year in summer, they started the split 1 and 6 because obviously having, spent so much time on this extended patch for MSI, committed so much time into it, you have like a short break into the new season, and especially when you have big patch changes, I was like, if RNG struggle, it'd be completely understandable. And to be fair, like FPX are like not looking the hottest at the moment, and Weibo, as much as they are like definitely an upper end team, they're not like, one of the big ones. It's still, RNG looks so clean. Like it feels like they've just carried on that form for MSI. As you said, Breathe, I think, is a fantastic fit with this roster. He played Sejuani. Like, no way I would expect Vin to be doing that, right?
No. Maybe he should with how strong it is in lane.
Hey, to be fair, Bin did just, randomly blind pick Zion today. So maybe Bin is trying to turn over a new.
Let's go.
Yeah, maybe he sees Breathe playing Sejuani. He's like, that's what I have to do. I have to play tanks. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Breathe has been a fantastic addition. I think the team play...
I just have this picture of like Bin trying to win back his ex. Is like, I can do it too. See?
Oh man, poor dude. But yeah, like there was that Xiaohu Lissandra. It's such a weird thing. Like we saw the Lissandra counter to Ari and we're like, oh yeah, great counter, works so well. And then Xiaohu's like, no, Lissandra counters everything. And he just, no, we'll pick it in any situation. But I feel like especially when we've seen something that was hit on with RNG a lot is like the enchanter meta coming in might not be the best for RNG because they tend to rely on on Ming being on engage, and they're like, no, just stick Xiaohu on the engage, put him on Lissandra, and he there was that fight around Dragon that I can specifically remember where he just dictated the whole fight.
Yeah,
he's like, I will
where he got the
decide who
flame.
dies. Yeah, he's like, I decide who dies. You guys just follow up, and it's like, I mean, just such good play from him, but also it seems like the team has adapted well to the new patch and is just like constantly hitting their stride, especially as we talk about that, as much as we didn't see as much reduced aggression, there was still some with the towers. Scaling has definitely been more formidable factor. RNG are a team who are their biggest issue in spring was getting clapped early by top esports in playoffs. So the fact that there's less ability to do that now, they should be vibing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they look absolutely spectacular. And I'm delighted to see that they did kind of come into the meta, feeling a little bit more comfortable. I think they did benefit. We kind of touched on this the last day where there wasn't a massive shift in meta coming in from MSI into the new patch, even though there were some picks like Swain and Kale and stuff like that. But even now, we're starting to see those fall away, and we are kind of settling back into something that's been quite comfortable for them. And even I think Breathe, again, just the perfect addition for them. Someone that if you want to give resources to, can do stuff. If not, he's happy to play his Gangplank. He can even bring out stuff like the Sejuani now, and they just leave him to it. It works out perfectly for them. So I genuinely think we might see RNG just end up going 2-0 for the double split. We could actually be looking at a golden road.
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest thing that Breathe brought. Is just since he's flexible with his champion pool, right? That was one of the things that also unlocked Ming, is not just having Xiaohu, but knowing his top laner can play carries. Because remember, whatever game he played Sejuani was one of the games where we had Ming on an Enchanter. And it's just so nice to see that RNG having the options, because I do still feel like some people came in with too high of expectations of how the Breathe thing would go. Again, I was hearing Breathe just going to clap everyone, RNG just going to seriously 2-0 across the board. And it's no, that was not reasonable. Again, it was going to be a slight upgrade for how RNG can play, not even necessarily in terms of the 1v1 player swap, right? So RNG, though, going for the 2-0, I feel like it's obviously kind of pointless to predict who's going to win LPL, but would you guys still say it's fair to say with how the meta's shaken up and kind of seeing how everyone else is currently playing, that they are at least the statistical favorite to once again take the title?
我觉得天使船长的话，首先这个版本决策是比较慢的，然后其次这种英雄就是前期比较好过渡，然后后期很强吧。阿乐选手的话是一个进攻技非常强的，然后我跟他打的话就更多的看上野配合吧，因为现在就上路基本上很少有那种1v1对线击杀，然后更多的就看这种配合。
Welcome back to the LPL. We have hit the culmination of our first series of the night. I'm Mazel, joined by Jordan, Lyric, Corby, and we're going to be getting into LNG versus OMG game number 3. But before we do, we got to be handing out some MVPs, and it will go over to Doinby on the Corky, who absolutely smashed those damage numbers, smashed the team fights, and smashed that game.
Highest damage, highest kill participation on the board. He was so pivotal in all those team fights. We saw the amount of damage he was doing with those rockets, went for the early Leandries because of going up against things like the Scion on the Xin Zhao on the enemy side. Had some really impactful packages this game as well. I think the first fight where he brought it out is the most memorable one, able to get that across so many members of the side of OMG. And we kind of already hit on, right? Always the member that LNG rely on. We'll still give a shout out to Light, who was able to bring it back after like early laning phase not going super well, and then be huge in team fights as well. And then Ala really feeling like the force to buy space, right? Ala was the one constantly getting in the face of backlines, not allowing for members like Abel or anyone else to try and get up and focus down Light and Doinby.
Very true. And I think going back to the conversation about the package timings, I think Ox would be happy. I think the colors would be happy with the package timings.
They weren't Icons package timings, right?
You know, we'll see if Corky does get picked up again by Doinby, or if it gets banned away, and especially what the draft is going to look like going into this final game. Will OMG fall back to their tried and true way of getting an assassin somewhere in their composition, or will they stick with the dive that we know works well for them? They will be back on the blue side this time around. They banned that Fiora again, making sure not to let that one through. The Lucian as well, and the Gwen. LNG banned away the Wukong, Zeri, and the Viego. First pick, Nautilus for OMG.
Yeah, so picks and bans kind of already changing from what we saw in Game 1 to where Game 1 they banned out the Talia, this time taking away the Fiora. And what a strange pick going straight for the Nautilus. And LNG don't even care, just answering it up with the Ezreal right off the bat, with the fact that Lucian and Zeri are both gone. Light setting himself up to be more of a mid-game carry so far, and I wonder for OMG what they're going to opt into here. For Abel, we've obviously already seen the Samira earlier on in the day. That is Abel's comfort zone. Also still having things like the Aphelios open if they still want to opt into some scaling themselves, but also really have that strong power spike once we do get the Gale Force on the board. And then you would expect jungle... Oh, wait! Kai'Sa's open.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa's open. Ezreal's on the other side. I'm an idiot, Mazel. They're locking this in 100%. And now we're going to look at what jungle they go for. Lee Sin, something we've been hitting on all day. Did not get it last time around since we did have the Trundle come out up against the Xin. And we'll see what OMG look to go with.
So I was really interested that for the first two games we didn't get the Ezreal coming through because both teams really liked going for the Ezreal, a little bit of safety in the bottom lane. But we do get it for LNG this time, and I want to see how this matchup, this new bottom lane matchup that we get, the Kai'Sa versus Ezreal, is going to pan out. As Trundle picked up for OMG, as they're trying to take some notes from LNG last game. In particular, no real tankiness so far from LNG, so maybe just trying to take that one and pilot it to the best of their ability. Corky does get through, does get locked in yet again for super carry Doinby.
Yeah, and, you know, going back to the opposite side, right, of what they can do with this bottom lane, I feel like one of the reasons we've started to see Ezreal taper off a little bit is because of the Kai'Sa. And honestly, why I forgot that these two champions were champions. Only having a 25% win rate up against the Kai'Sa so far this split, right? Always been one of those historical counters, able to get on the backline, try and find a way to assassinate him. And now OMG, once again, kind of going back to that as their bread and butter, having the dive comp set up there for if they can, you know, find another mid laner, whether they want to go back towards something like the Sylas or maybe even dive back into an assassin, considering you're going up against the Corky in the mid lane. So for LNG, once again, going to just kind of stick with playing out through a range. And it seems like they've kind of indexed into like, hey, there is more scaling. This Corki's really strong right now, and it also just gives us this carry in mid lane that we can rely on.
It does indeed. We see the Sejuani also banned away against OMG. Don't want to give any finickiness there or give any special picks over as well. That Sejuani providing a lot of CC, a lot of front line there, which would have been par for the course for OMG. Very interested to ban it away, though, as it is a little bit more of that top lane focus. We'll see what LNG want to pick up here, as we'll be looking for their 4th pick and waiting for the counter pick themselves.
Yeah, LNG, I would expect to just look to go for support here, considering you're already going up against the Nautilus on the opposing side. Rakan, so going to give them follow-up with Tarzan Xin Zhao going in. Possibly could try and find flanks as well, but considering OMG are setting up to come into them, probably going to see things like the quickness used reactively into maybe like OMG engaging into them. You can try and taunt things like the Kai'Sa off your AD carry, set him up to be able to deal damage from range. And when we went back to like, hey, there is a Corki on the opposing side, it can maybe set up for these other mid laners to come through, be able to get to the mid game just fine.
Oh, wow.
They will just lean back on that Silas, who, again, you shouldn't struggle too heavily early in the laning phase. Prior to level 3, Corki's going to have a fine time. Post 3, you at least have some threat coming in from the abscond, abduct, able to go through. And then this would be really cool as well. Shanji going back to a pick that worked out for him beautifully in game 1. We're going to talk more about his new build coming on through, because we didn't get too much time to hit on that, considering that game 1, there was a lot of action.
There was.
A lot.
There was. Game 2, a little bit less so there for sure. We'll see what that final pick is going to be. And OMG opting into the comfort from game number 1, the one game that they whole-handedly took. And I think finding good pieces from that one, I will say the one standout for me is the Trundle, but getting Aki on this pick and seeing it against Tarzan and Xin Zhao will be something pivotal to keep our eye out on. They get the Aatrox final pick for LNG.
Yeah, I'm curious to see Ala on this one. I still remember some interesting Aatrox games back when he was known as Natural. We'll do fine up in the lane, right?
Yeah.
Kind of playing with the range of the sweet spots of your Qs. So to be able to get out of there, you can try and force his dash with your chain as well. So for LNG, right, kind of playing back with your Ezreal Corki, having this big front line in the Aatrox, Xin Zhao, and Rakan. Aatrox, another champion who really likes when champions are coming into him and can set up, especially for the sweet spot of your 3rd Q quite well. And I mean, OMG go back to comfort. They go back to what they know.
I think that's what's super interesting to see as this series has panned out, right? At the top of the day, we were talking OMG are still 0-3 in the summer split. It's not something you want to be a part of. You want to get those wins. I think the first game showed us the brightness that is possible. And now that they're opting into some of those picks, not the Samira this time around, but the Kai'Sa, a little bit more meta as well. I think that's huge. But you're coming off of a game where LNG are going to be streaming forward, right? And I feel like LNG are going to come in with a lot more confidence, a lot more ground under their feet than they did in game number 1 into this game number 3 because of that last game. But it's also maybe tending away from the execution style that we would want for OMG. And that's where this game in particular is a moment for them to kind of prove themselves.
And it just seems like for OMG, there isn't a like, hey, let's try and change course and like maybe pick up other things. Let's just keep doubling down on what we're strong on, because we're already 0-3. We need to get some wins on the table. Our best shot is with comfort.
Exactly. And the Silas looked mighty good for Cream in game number 1. See if they can pull it out again, as we have hit game number 3 of LNG versus OMG. Who comes out on top?
Coming in, get a little hello from Shanji onto Ala. And I think that's a good point to talk about the Gragas, right? Because we had the Gragas come out in game 1. Yeah, running the first strike, kind of the new tech coming out on him, running the first strike, giving yourself kind of more burst coming in with like that 10% bonus true damage. You also get just easy way of making money in laning phase where you can consistently land those Qs. But I feel like the big thing's from, right, Q getting the cooldown reduced, E getting the cooldown reduced, and more AP scaling coming on your Q as well. So it just sets you up heavier to build a lot of ability haste and just have very low cooldowns and just consistently spam out in team fights. Night Harvester now being the go-to mythic also had more ability haste added. And then the Archangel Staff also giving you ability haste equal to, it's like 1.7 or 1.8 of your bonus mana. So the new Gragas build just all about all-inning on ability haste and getting those abilities off as much as possible. And you're just the fact that your Q now has a bit more AP damage as well also feels quite nice with all all these changes.
I will note something else that's a little bit different in this game as well, is we're getting starts from both junglers on the bottom side of the map, where we've seen opposite side starts for the entirety of this series. I would say the majority of it, but it's going to be interesting. Yeah, Lumao steps right up into the push, face checking it, takes a ton of damage, and that's the power of the combo early on of the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus.
Yep, able to get that CC off, help Kai'Sa with that passive, and get some nice damage down. But you already highlighted, right? Both junglers making their way towards the top side right now. I'm curious to see if either team actually prioritizes heavy attention towards this lane. Tarzan, I think, maybe has a bit more onus to do so, considering you do have an Ezreal down in the bottom lane and can be quite fine just farming by himself. If you can set Ala up for some early success and not let this Gragas get going, especially when you aren't really building any resistances, you aren't too tanky with the new build that is coming forward. I think for Aki, like, maybe you can set up for an early gank, considering Ala has push, but I still think it should be a lot more bot and especially mid-oriented coming out for the side of OMG, where we once again have this Sylas who, once he gets a few levels under his belt, will have free lane to just start roaming out from mid to influence the map.
Yeah, and that's what we have to see if Cream is going to be successful in this one. I want to go back to the point for Tarzan, though. It's something that's always stuck out about him for me is the cerebral gameplay that we typically get from this guy in the jungle. The little pathing differences, the little unique things that he does. And especially we saw it right in last game when he kind of duped Aki into going for the dragon, came back around. But it's always these pathings that are so interesting. Now he's going to path straight into Aki's mouth.
And Mazel, Cold's coming. Cold's already in mid lane.
He's in some trouble here, though. It's going to be 2v1 that Aki might win. Flashes from both junglers out. The Abscon Abduct not going to connect for Cream.
I'm kind of surprised that Cold didn't commit a little bit harder to that. Maybe you try and force a flash to force a flash of your own coming out from Duenvy, but not wanting to do it. Corki does have the Valkyrie, so I can kind of understand not wanting to look for that play, but definitely feels like they could have gotten more. You hit on Aki already taking a bunch of damage before Cold had gotten there, but with the early push in bot side, they were at least able to have numbers to force that one through. But hey, flash for flash in the end. LNG not feeling too bad about that one, and Duenvy already coming back to mid, has a tier, has the 2 longswords. Cream will just match with his own TP.
So in this kind of situation, especially when you're seeing the tier for Shanji and a little bit of that difference in the build for the Gragas, I would expect that we get more of the focus, especially for Tarzan and Aki, where we've seen it all series long in this mid and bot lane, and especially looking at these first objectives coming on the board, which we've seen been pretty contested. I believe there was only the one game where we got a little bit later of a dragon, but we've been pretty on point with the objectives in this series in particular. In about 30 seconds for the Infernal Dragon to come up, I wonder where we start getting that skirmishing, because I don't think it's going to be top lane unless it's a 1v1.
Yeah, for Aki, I think it is very hard set.
They're committing to this one, too. A little bit of damage back, but not too much.
So for Aki, I think it's very hard set around, like, you know, jungle to mid and then mid-jungle to bot, just keeping control over that bot side. For Tarzan, I think we're kind of looking at game one where, I mean, you're fine as long as Aki and Cream aren't really able to achieve much. So if you're covering your lanes, if you're able to get some vision down yourself, you're able to start setting up your Corki and your Ezreal to come online once they do hit their power spikes, I feel like that's a solid game looking for Tarzan. And I think there is potential for top, but it just seems like Allah is just going to constantly look to hard push this wave and whittle Shanji down. So it just seems like he's going to be set up to just kind of match around that mid-jungle area that we were just hitting on.
See Aki getting the mid lane pillar, Valkyrie away from Duenvy, knowing something's coming there, and will actually back away. I think that's a nice one. Not going to have the flash burned either. Aki's first gank doesn't get anything here, as we do see more pings coming down towards the Dragon Pit. But both junglers, at least, still trying to find their first purchase on the game.
And not able to get too much done. And right, it feels like even though game one had a lot of aggression, that all 3 games, the first 5 to 10 minutes have been a bit more slow paced. Like we've seen both teams posture for aggressive plays, but not really able to commit to anything with you know what we see available. As I think Kareem at least going to force him back, be able to clear out this wave quite quickly with his spells left up. And yeah, still getting a bit of a handshake on the map.
So, question for me here, though, is my brains maybe have a little trouble. Whose ulti do you steal? Is it just Crescent Guard all day long? Is it the True Shot barrages? I feel like the Corki rocket's not the most efficient for the Sylas.
Right, it feels like you have like 2 pretty good choices, which are Tarzan's and Lumao's, and then a bunch of like, these are fine. These are whatever.
I'm hoping for a snipe with the stolen True Shot barrage. That's always what I'm looking for.
It would be nice. I always love when we get the fountain snipes. I don't think we've had one this split. I think we had one that was close. but I don't think it was found. I think someone was recalling, and they killed them like in a brush deep into their own jungle or something. But LWX's base one is
my
cold.
God.
Goes for the engage.
Lubao just gets a dredge line straight to the dome, which means OMG take pole position around the Dragon Pit. This will be first objective, potentially started up by them.
But Ala making his way down. LNG might have a window. If Cream looks for an aggressive abscond abduct, you could just bring the Aatrox in and punish him. But no, they just want to force him out and try and brute force their own way onto Dragon.
And Cream going to dash over the wall there. Dragon didn't get started up by Aki, and it will be LNG moving into OMG's pit here to take the Dragon themselves, which we've seen last game and this game now. Tarzan and LNG having some really good mind games around the objectives early on.
And all of that coming from Ala, right? Moving down, he had Pry on top side. He's going to get back to his turret right as the wave's crashing, so shouldn't really lose out on anything. And for a top laner who I think has always been very focused on himself in the way he plays, right? He's kind of, I think to when Ala came into the league is natural and how he's progressed. It's been like a very Bin-esque play style in terms of very greedy, right? Loves the Fioras, loves the Camille's. The fact that he is willing to use his own advantage to move for the team, I think is a great sign for LNG as a whole.
Yeah, I think so as well. And that's the little things that you can see and point out that like some confidence being built as the season goes on, as you know, a little bit of stability, I guess, hits the LNG roster for another split, right? And you get to see some of that growth in the moment. I think that's super important to keep eyes on, right? Especially in a league that happens every single day almost, or that is every single day, and that, you know, you always have to kind of keep track of these evolving storylines. It's pretty hard when we have so many players in the league, but seeing the little moments of growth with each player is super good.
And we're about to have Rift Herald come up where we could see more of those moments. For LNG, they should just be favored if it was like a 3v3 top side because of this matchup in top. But we've seen OMG already committing their support onto the play, where, right, they have some damage coming out from Cream and CC set up from Cold. So it could be a bit rougher for LNG to look to contest. But Doonby has teleport up, Tarzan in the area, and like we just said, right, Ala right now, so much stronger than Shanji, already able to chunk him out, and you have plenty of ults available.
The willingness, though, for OMG to bring all members here pretty much except for Abel.
And Cold's
True
already
Shot Barrage
6.
comes across. Not going to hit anything here, but LNG want to contest this. Dredge line doesn't hit. World Ender popped here as Cream now going in. Has the Crescent Guard. Pushes away everybody, though. But it's the Rift Herald already down, and now the fight afterwards. OMG, they've got one. Shanji got the kill. That's two. And Cold flashes away from the rocket. Cream comes back in, and OMG find three. One responded to by LNG.
OMG coming up huge in that topside play. The fact that Cold was already level 6 compared to Lumao's level 5, definitely a huge boon for the side of OMG. And this game already kind of mirroring game 1 in terms of the strong early start that OMG have been able to find. The one difference is Abel not finding much of an advantage over Light, and Light being able to farm up just fine. We'll go straight into the replay here because, right, we saw OMG, the ones on the Herald, True Shot Barrage even coming out for LNG to help. But tons of damage able to come out from OMG. They all in onto their core. We just talked about Nautilus already having his ultimate as well. And then sadly for LNG, right, Doonby not able to deal too much damage at this point in time, chunking them out quite low, but it still isn't enough in the end. And then, heck, him being your primary damage dealer and Ala forced out with his ult at the start of the fight kind of determined the fight going over the side of OMG, because it definitely feels like Ala would have need to be your big damage dealer in that situation had he been able to come out huge, because Doonby just not quite online yet with the items that he has. And speaking of items, Marcel, Cream already having the Everfrost.
It's pretty terrifying, but I will say, you know, giving the one back, I feel like Ala feels okay about getting one in return. I think the biggest thing as well is in that one, Aki stayed focused on the Rift Herald. Tarzan came into the pit. I feel like had an angle to go for the Rift Herald, didn't go for it, went for the fight itself, and then they end up losing out on both. And I think now that Cream has the Rift Herald in mid lane, things are really open-ended for OMG.
I think for Tarzan and LNG, they were hoping that they could just instantly burst out someone with the damage able to come out from Ala and Tarzan. But yeah, sadly, wasn't enough. Obviously, like Cold being able to flash away and just other members being able to get out. But now we're going to start seeing OMG hit on what we wanted to see from them early, right? Was linking up mid-jungle and looking down towards this bottom lane.
Spotted out.
They have a wave.
They saw Cream coming on that ward there. Rift Herald is going to be dropped. They're just trying to funnel some more gold in this bottom lane. Unlock a bit of pressure here as True Shot Barrage comes across, gets 4 members. Nice little damage stacking for your stats, Light. But the tower is going to go down, and OMG extend their lead even further.
Doinby will answer with, it looks like, at least a plate in the mid lane. But Shanji! Oh no!
Here. Doinby, you ain't got package, you got Valkyrie. But you Valkyrie straight to the face of Cream, and Doinby is going to not die to the task. Wait, what? Aki, he does the subjugation, and now it's still Tarzan getting picked out. Oh my god, everything's going to hell in a handbasket right now for LNG. Doinby gets out with another Valkyrie, but the rest of his team has been eliminated. Oh, the Void Seeker, not enough.
No, so close though. But hey, for OMG, they still get 2 kills. Lumao saved Doinby, but gave up his life in his stead. And now OMG making their way up to about a 2.5k gold lead. Dragon coming up on the board in 10 seconds. Look at the minimap. So far, bot side river is completely lit up by the side of OMG. And 3 ultimates are down, but they do still have things like the Nautilus ult available. And I mean, Mazel, this was just... They came in from both sides. What could LNG even do?
They came in from behind. Oh no. But the fact that Doinby is the one that survives, I feel like is a little bit awful. I feel like if you should commit to the team in those kind of situations. But hey, Corki surviving another day is huge. OMG though, they are huge at this point. They get another.
Yeah, I was gonna say what's more huge?
Go ahead.
Getting the 2 picks or Corki getting away? What's more huge, Mazel?
I think it's the 2 picks. I'm not a big brain analytic guy, but 2 picks definitely sounds like it. It will be first dragon for OMG, though, as they stop a little bit of the stacking game that LNG started by getting the first dragon of the game. But we'll get back to Graces. We'll get back to tried and true here, where we have resets that came across the board, a lot of completions of items, especially for OMG, as they almost have everybody's mythic at this point.
Yeah, now having the Night Harvester picked up for Shanji. Again, I feel like the big change that feels nice is the extra ability haste, but it also the proc, the cooldown of the damage coming out from Night Harvester also got taken down by 10 seconds. I don't feel like that means too much in like a team fight because at 30 seconds, team fights usually don't last longer than 30 seconds, but in a side lane or in like a 1v1 could mean a little bit more coming out for Shanji as well. And now Kraken Slayer on Abel. They will just be burning down through Ala and Tarzan up in that front line.
I will say, though, the poke game from LNG will be strong, right? You're hitting level 11 now for Doinby. You have the Trinity Force for Light. You're still waiting on a couple item completions to really hit that stride, though. But the composition, the poke composition, is there for LNG if they find a way to pilot it.
I do got to say, for OMG to go up against that poke, they have a ton of tools,
They
right?
do.
The Nautilus, the Kaisa, the Silas. And the one criticism... Like, the one thing, no matter how OMG have looked all split, you can't say about them is that they are a decisive team. Like, they are willing to pull the trigger on a fight. Many of those times, a lot of those fights will be bad, but still, they're always willing to go for it. And in a game like this, where they're up, where they have the advantage, where if they find the engage onto Light or Doinby, they win, that decisiveness is going to be a huge benefit.
Absolutely. And I think the inherent synergy in the team composition is what's huge, right? They have so much CC to layer down with the plasma stacks of Abel on the Kaisa. But all in all, it's that decisiveness that plays into this composition. The fact that they can pull the trigger with multiple members of the team to find engages.
And especially with the fact that kind of leaning into their own style, but also not bringing out the picks that we were like, okay, why are we running like Zed plus Akali mid-jungle? Why are we doing like Talon plus LeBlanc mid-jungle? As Cream gonna look for an engage.
This is the abduct. Still has the Crescent Guard there, but Light to go a bit wide. The Rift Herald is already getting lower. Cream goes back in for the engage. Crescent Guard doesn't save you from damage that's right on top of you. This could be huge for LNG. The drag back as well for the chains, but the cast comes through. Abel is trying to find his way into the fight, but can't do it. OMG have to back away.
And both people who died going a little bit too far. Cream jumping into numerous members, and Ala doing the same, but Shanji ready with the barrel. So at the end of the day, both teams going even in terms of the trade. We're going to see some resets come out. And then, you know what I expect, Mazel? I expect us to do it again. Get right back in front of the Herald and see who can claim it on this day.
Yeah, exactly. Because we still have a little bit of time till the next dragon comes up. We'll see Aki and OMG taking position in that Rift Herald pit. Nothing to be said by LNG at this point, as it will be going down. You see, have a lot of bodies for LNG around, but no response.
No, and I mean, you look at the ultimates used on the side of LNG, and like pretty much all of your ultimates are down. Cream and Abel will still have theirs on the side of OMG, and Cream now having Zhonya's as well. I feel like it's huge in this team fight, buying you time to get off another rotation of spells to be able to come out is always what Silas wants. Now they're going to be able to force their way up into this top side, and their bot lane's making their way up as well. OMG looking to take down this turret.
Allah has TP if they need to commit to this. Doomby in some trouble here. Everfrost doesn't connect, though. Cream takes a tower shot. Cass comes out. That's a lot of abilities used by OMG just to try to find the dive. They don't do so.
Yeah, I wonder. I want to see what the cooldown of his ult is right now. I guess it shouldn't be too low at this point, considering he doesn't have the Archangels that he had gotten in Game 1. But we'll get to replay the fight. Cream going and not able to land the abduct, and then giving time for other members of LNG to be able to join in. Just look how far forward Cream is in this position. Goes in, Allah able to come around from the other side. Doinby, I feel like maybe not the best use of your package to just commit onto one member who will surely go down anyway. And then Shanji with the beautiful cask, making sure it ends up in a 1-for-1.
And I feel like you're starting to see some of the holes in the game plan for LNG, especially when you're looking at some of the draft when they come into team fights. A little bit of the back and forth nature. You have a lot of go forward, but you have also a lot of poke. And I think finding the balance between the two and making sure that everybody's involved in the fights is super important, and not trying to scurry at the last second to get poke in when they don't have the time to. Rift Herald in the mid lane, though, will get the charge off. LNG look like they want to commit to defending this one, as they do, in fact, do so. Dragon on the table, though. OMG walking down that way.
So OMG going to be able to pick up themselves up a second Drake. LNG just going to commit to the gold trade, go up to top, push that wave in, have Allah catch bot wave, kind of get your house in order, get some more gold onto your carries, and kind of survive the fight another day.
What do you gotta get in order for your house if it's pertaining to League of Legends? What do you gotta do if you're in your house and you need to tidy things up? You got side lanes. You gotta make sure you got wards. Make sure you don't die in mid lane, as we've already found Lumao is not sticking to the plan at this point, and it is OMG who find a pick.
Lumao's house definitely not in order. OMG break open a turret, get a pick, and now they can start pivoting up towards topside, get some vision down. And I'd like to see them start kind of making overtures to taking down this top tier 1. They're just going to have resets for now, but with the fact that there's no dragon for 4 minutes and Baron soon, I think vision play in topside is definitely what OMG should look for. As we see the dive comes through into the pillar to guarantee that kill on Lumao comes across.
Yeah, that's actually huge. Something else, though, Shanji taking a lot of damage from Doomby, who now has the Miramana completed. I will say on the other side, though, you're getting 2 item completions coming across. Cream and Abel both on 2.5 items now. And I think that's something you have to be careful of going to these next fights. It's not saying LNG can't execute their composition and find those fights, but it's coming harder and fewer between every single one, because this composition for OMG are so tried and true, CC heavy, and decision-making heavy that they can kind of exert their will across the map.
Yeah, and like you said, with the items coming out, kind of curious, Cream going for the Verdant Barrier, so paying a lot of respect to the damage Doomby's able to do, getting that magic resist under his belt and just hoping that he can survive long enough to be able to get in range for an engage to come out. But about a minute ago, we hit on that OMG should be looking to play in enemy topside jungle, get vision down, start posturing up towards top lane and take turret. They finally do it. Wow. Also going to start the Baron. Let's go.
20 minutes in. Guess what? We starting the Baron. It's not for long, though. It's just a little hi, how you doing to the Baron here for OMG as they do take the top tide tower.
Look, that's my LPL. My LPL is when teams start Baron at 20 minutes and just, throw it against the wall, hope it sticks, and it works out. The day that stops, this ain't the LPL.
Well, hey, we got that stopping today, so I don't know where we're at anymore because I see all the LPL, branding and everything, but I guess we're not there anymore.
Wait, Mazel. While we have no action, this is our scheduled. Wait. Maybe I need to stop.
You lost your time. You gotta go.
Okay, this is our scheduled ad break. Up next, Ultra Prime versus JDG. 369 versus Zoom, the grudge match of the century. Don't miss out.
Great advertisement. You should look at commercials. I think you have a seriously good career in commercials. But it is the next series
Zoom
coming up. It is going to be a banger. The Dumpling Bros going at each other yet again. But we're back into this one, and it is OMG extending their arm a little bit forward as they want to try and steal away this red buff. They do just that.
Yeah, able to get that and still keep up the pressure. Looks like they're going to pivot back towards mid right now, get that wave in, and just keep seeing if you can fish for a pick on the top side of the map. OMG not strong enough to force a Baron, and I think not really comfortable looking for that flip. So just trying to find if they can look for a pick or pull LNG out. but they'll get spotted out once again. Oh, wow, they're actually committing this time.
They are. 2 items had been completed for Doinby and Light, though, so a little bit more damage from the poke comp from LNG. They don't want the Baron, though. They want the fight. Tarzan gets baited into overextending. Now Lumao has the quickness, gets the 3-man, 4-man knock up there, but they don't have the damage to back it up. It's a double kill for Abel, and OMG can now turn back onto the Baron.
Yeah, OMG can turn. LNG, though, still have their poke members up, so can try and dish out some damage, but Shanji playing keep away. If either of them walk into him, Shanji does have a significant amount of damage he can deal right now. As Doinby,
they know they don't
come
do
in.
it
They're gonna
fast.
try.
They can't do it that quick, and Cream stops his back, realizing he needs to. Baron stopped by OMG. They don't want to overcommit. A little bit of reservation.
I even like that Shanji just throws out his ult for the whatevers on the way out, but not wanting to overcommit to that one and maybe risk members getting taken down when Dragon is coming up in 45 seconds. So instantly bringing Cream back onto the map with his teleport to make sure he's here, can try to push the next wave in and then make his way onto the Dragon.
Yeah, about 30 seconds for that Dragon will be soul point for OMG. It's been a slow and steady burn, but it has been a constant one for OMG as they do find themselves up almost 5,000 gold here. A lot to say in the argument of who gets to take the objectives as they have found so much control across the map. They've gotten every single outer tower. They've gotten the Rift Heralds. They've gotten 2 Dragons at this point, and it's really hard for LNG to find ways into the fights that is not a front to back with the poke setup behind.
And now for LNG, they're not even going to contest this Dragon. OMG should be able to get this for free, but Cream
going a little hypey, but Lumel might be on the dead side. Doesn't go down, actually. Baron did start up there, but Cream just looking for the picks.
Yeah, realizing they don't need to fully commit members to the Dragon, I think you're initially sending members up towards Dragon to just make sure there's no shenanigans going on in terms of, like, LNG trying to force that one on you. LNG not wanting to commit to the Dragon fight after we saw Doinby not find a use for his package after the last fight we had around Baron. TP's in with package, OMG back off. Doinby just had to blow that one. So without that tool, LNG not feeling comfortable in terms of contesting this objective. And now making our way to 3 items for 80 carries. Abel having the IE. He's going to be hitting like a truck.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Unfortunately, no 3-item spike just yet for Cream, as he had already just back. Not able to get it just yet. But everybody from OMG coming up around this Baron. The vision game is so strong for them, and they can make sure to keep LNG waiting and baiting their breath. Are they going to start it up? Do we have to go commit a contest to it is the biggest question.
Yeah, for OMG, I think they're just going to look for similar plays to what they did before, right? You first need to try and reestablish control in mid. You'll do that after Cream pushes out this wave and someone has to answer in top side, and just get your vision control back in enemy jungle and try and bait out those same picks that led you to being able to try to start Baron before.
The LNG maybe. Ooh, Cream had the angle there, but doesn't want to pull the trigger. The rest of OMG were not in the vicinity here. So good call from Cream to back off, but he's always looking with those abscond of ducks as you see OMG going into the top side jungle of LNG.
Yeah, so once again, trying to find those picks. They are sitting over a ward right now, so no way of sweeping that. They have 2 control wards in the inventory of Cold.
Oh my
They want
God.
to start getting those placed out, and they're just starting it outright with Aki and Abel.
The Kaisa damage, it does a lot at this point. That's 3-item spike, but they go for the engage afterwards. It's huge. They get Cold picked out immediately. Cream buying a ton of time. That Crescent Guard. Oh my God. That was huge. OMG do lose 1 member because of their over-eagerness, though.
Yeah, kind of being split on that decision, right? Trying to commit to the Baron while also playing for the turn. And if you play for the turn in that situation, you don't have to worry about the Kaisa being able to follow up because she always could just like ult in once you get some CC down, right? But Aki would have no way of being able to join the fight quickly. And LNG just even having the burst to be able to take down Cold before any of that damage is able to follow up. They had the front-to-back formation considering that you are just kind of funneling into that small choke point, which allowed them to come through. And let's kind of see here of how it went down. OMG trying to find the pick, but he goes down so quickly once every member of LNG funnels in. And now very easy for them to turn.
Yeah, I think they would have lost a lot more there if that Crescent Guard didn't come through because the chase down could have definitely come out for LNG. Cream answering the side lane against Ala, though, as we do have LNG now scared of the potential Baron takes. They need to get the vision down around Baron buff itself, and they do just that with Lumao. But it's the reset that came through for a majority of OMG, and you're getting even further across these item completions as well. Anathema's chains completed for Aki.
You know, Mizzell, let's say LNG go undefeated in the regular season, but they win every series kind of like
Dub's
this.
a
Kind of
dub.
how they've won against TT, OMG, and the rest.
A dub
How do you
is a
feel
dub.
about LNG then going into playoffs?
Masterclass, 100%, easy. I think there's something to be said.
So you're saying the undefeated streak would outdo the fact that they would have looked dicey.
Yes, I would. Because on paper, a dub's a dub. And LNG themselves as an organization need as many dubs as they can possibly get. OMG started up the Baron again. This is just deja vu, but at this point it's not deja vu. It's like see you like 8 times because this has happened so many times. The deja vu is only 2. But OMG moved back to mid lane, try to gain priority there, as it actually looks like they're going to be getting a reset here for Cream. More than likely to buy the next item.
Yeah, so still playing it slow for now. I mean, for OMG, right? OMG are the team in the driver's seat. They're the one who really gets to dictate what actions are going to happen on the map. For LNG, you're especially waiting out for that package timer to come back up and then look for that fight. So when OMG, the team in the driver's seat, are the team that's on soul point, that comes up in 50 seconds, they're not looking to overcommit to a play in topside, especially after the one last time went so awry.
And I will just set the stage here. All ultimates available. We have summoner spells across the board. Everything is firing on all cylinders here, and it's about execution in the moment. OMG looking for early picks, early vision gain, package available for Doinby. We saw in game number 2, that was the difference maker. He is now on 3 items. He has the Hex Drinker. LNG's moment to shine comes now.
I also want to highlight he has the GA, but Abel also has a stopwatch. These tools will be critical in terms of carries being able to come back up or survive damage and keep the fight extended. OMG need to try and find a way onto the back line, but LNG have the package right now, so this would be a rough fight.
You see the damage numbers come up here. It will be important. This could be a game-deciding fight for OMG if they take the Dragon. Ocean Soul would be huge, but prolonging that for LNG would be even bigger. The engage is not going to be there. Now we get the Crescent Guard from Kareem into the back line. He's tanking up a Storm right now. Package across, though. OMG are playing this so nicely. Abel goes with the Killer Instinct onto Doinby. He can't do anything, but the rest of OMG are dusted. 4 members strong of LNG, the GA, by so much time for Doinby. But Abel's popping off. Abel's trying to get everybody here. Shanzi cleans him up. Abel is a monster, but he's a monster that gets put down by Tarzan and Allah. It is a tank fight here between Shanji and Aki. OMG are heading the wrong way. You've gone the wrong way. There's no home left. And it's everybody but Aki falling to LNG.
That fight was all over the place, but in the end, LNG pull it together with Allah and Tarzan, and they will be able to deny Soul over from the side of OMG. I feel like this fight having so many layers to start off. Cream having the ultimate over from Tarzan. And we're going to actually see Cold, the one to start this one off alongside Cream. Crescent Guard comes out, but not really doing too much on Cream's side. And then Doinby's package layers across 3 core members of OMG, but it sets up for Abel to go in and bring him down. So I feel like Doinby's package actually did a lot to take down 2 of those key members on the side of OMG, but the fact that Abel able to zone him out, get kind of onto these members on the back line, he does so much here, flashing over Tarzan to try and get on light and take him down, but still with the Aatrox and Xin Zhao here, Conqueror is completely stacked up. They're dealing so much damage, and Aki and Shanji not really able to match at this point. Shanji once again going full AP, so it is like a lot of burst, not a lot of tankiness coming through. And the Trundle as well, right? Your ult's already down. You've already ulted someone in the fight. Like, you have an Anathema's Change you've already used on someone else, so in the end, LNG's champion just kind of benefiting more from that extended skirmish with their bruisers.
That Gore Drinker for Tarzan was monumental. I mean, that was like literally fight-changing right there. Meanwhile, OMG back on as the Baron started up again for like the 20th time. LNG committing a TP here. OMG, they've overextended. Cold is completely caught out. They need to do something here. They just lose a member. Now it's a 4v5. Cream's trying to pop the quickness to go inside. Killer Instinct from Abel on the back line, but he gets stunned up. There's the grand entrance. He's still alive somehow. Gets popped by the Mystic Shot, though. OMG are still 4 strong, and they'll catch out the remaining member of Tarzan here in the fight.
And 2 members going down for the side of LNG to where OMG have only lost Cold. Abel once again trying to make the hero play, but the rest of his team is around to body block to make sure he doesn't go down and take out the 2 strong frontliners from LNG. And OMG looking not to be risky once again. I mean, they're just afraid, right? They're afraid of starting the Baron because the rockets will come in, the mystic shots will come in, they'll get whittled down low, and then a follow-up engage can come through. We go straight into the replay of Cold being aggressed on, instantly to a numbers advantage for the side of OMG, but huge barrel coming out from Shanji to kind of like spread the members apart, and then Abel getting in on the back line, forcing out flashes from numerous members of the side of LNG, and then Cream and Aki cleaning up.
There's so many GAs in this game.
These fights are all over the place at this point, Mazel. These fights are hard to follow.
We have so many GAs in this game. 3 of them, actually, so maybe not that much. But the Baron is started the carousel again, but this time, OMG secure it easy. No contest from LNG, 32.5 minutes in.
Where were you on June 24th when OMG picked up their first win of summer and LNG undefeated goes down? I'm setting it up now. Definitely won't jinx it. OMG, you can do it.
Hey, no jinxing, no cast of cursing here. We'll keep our eyes off that one. But it is 2 minutes till the next dragon. Would be Soul for OMG. Again, another nail in the coffin for LNG themselves. But the scaling is arriving, right? Like, we're getting there. We're getting the full item stacks on this carry and these carries. And I think that's the important thing is anybody can blow up. You're looking at OMG, it is Abel. Those killer instincts, so crucial. But if Abel goes down, the rest of the comp doesn't have as much damage to back it up. Whereas on the side of LNG, go ahead.
I was going to say, especially when, you're hitting on a great point that it relies on Abel, because look at the items. Both Ala and Tarzan already rocking Spirit Visage. So a lot of that AP coming out from Shanji and Cream going to be nullified.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part here, especially when you're looking at the damage profile for LNG. We have the scaling coming online, but it's coming from multiple positions. You've got to deal with Doonby and Light, and you see that Abel in that last fight where he was killer instincting towards Doonby can only take care of one at a time.
And especially when LNG just have so much sustain as well coming out, right? Gore Drinkers on top
God,
jungle,
why are they committing
Spirit
this?
Fishes, but okay. OMG.
They don't even get the tower. They're committing the TP here. Cream almost half health. Crescent Guard is available for him, though, to turn around the fight. And they've already gotten Tarzan. He's blown up. The front to back don't matter much longer for LNG.
I would love to see the damage share on just that one individual pick. I guess to be fair though, when we're building up Tarzan as tanky and Aki can just press R, he is not very tanky at that moment. And now with this Baron, OMG just going to keep going to say, hey, screw this scaling thing that you guys are talking about. We also do just fine in the late game, right? We have a Trundle, we have a Kai'Sa, we have a Sylas. All champions who do thrive.
A little bit of trouble there, though, as OMG actually make their way out, having also taken the blue buff. Or actually, it looks like Olive might have taken that one. But it is Cream moving back down towards his team because we got a dragon fight on our hands here.
Everfrost already blown by Cream onto Ala, and Ala just trying to hard force his way into pit.
Yep, and that's Soul given over to OMG. Ala in some trouble now. You've got Doonby with the package. He can be the saving grace for his team, but really can't get much here as OMG fighting with their food a little bit, but they get what they came for.
And that pick against Tarzan paying huge dividends with the fact that they get the Soul, Ocean Soul up against a comp that, doesn't really commit too much with the damage. I mean, you're willing them from afar. OMG can back off. They can use a Soul, heal back up, and try and set themselves up for the prime engage that they're looking for. Their Baron will time out, so they shouldn't really be able to turn this into much more pressure. And with OMG's comp, right, very short range, very dive-oriented, it's going to be very hard to break down inhibitor turrets unless LNG are, split up by mistake. You can maybe dive an inhibitor turret unless you pull them out with things like the Baron, with things like an Elder. So I'm curious to see if someone on LNG maybe oversteps and just gives OMG the opportunity for free, or what OMG will have to do to pull LNG out of their base.
Oh, the minions too strong at the outer tower there. It'll be a final outer tower for OMG falling to LNG. A little bit of global gold there especially, but it's hard to think of LNG taking these next fights, right? I mean, you are looking at some item stacking here. We got 4 items pretty much across the board for the carries, at least working on their final items, but it still doesn't feel like enough. You need those wonderful picks. You need something to go right in these team fights for LNG to pull something out, because if you take it straight on the way it is, it ain't going your way.
Okay, Mazel. So, what would NA Academy Southern Mazel tell LNG for them to be able to
You got to just go ahead and get up on that Bronco and go ahead and give it a buck. You got to go and ride, bro. You got to ride.
Oh God. Yeah.
Always
yeah.
got
For
you
anyone
in
out there,
Texas.
for anyone who isn't aware out there, Mazel on NA Academy having his southern persona, a bit of a 10 of 10 coming out from me. As there we go, LNG. Apparently, you just need to ride the Bronco
Gotta get
or
up
whatever
on
it was
'em.
he just said.
Yeah, exactly. I'll teach you all the sayings. Don't worry. Don't worry. Broncos are scary, though, and OMG is a scary Bronco. Dark horse, if you will. We're going to bring it back full circle. But it's crossing the T's, dotting the I's at this point for OMG. They're on the precipice of their first series win against an undefeated LNG team in this summer split. Something that, coming into this day, we were wondering if we were even going to be able to see. And I think that's super important for OMG to show that growth, show that development, show the fact that they know the kind of compositions that seem to work for them. And they have decided to start opting into those.
Yeah, they've readjusted enough to where we're not seeing, again, things like the double assassin come out, but still sticking to their identity in terms of the all in the dive, finding things that are comfortable for them. Kind of being gifted some matchups, right? The fact that LNG going straight for the Ezreal, setting up for things like the Kaisa to be able to come out for Abel, but still closing this one out won't be easy. If it feels like one member of LNG kind of always overextends a bit too far forward, that sets it up though. So with Shanji waiting in the wings like this, OMG might find it.
He might. The sharks are
Oh,
spinning.
Shanji's got the angel.
Yeah,
Shanji's
he
got the
does.
angel.
Oh no, light Lumao, the cascade. But now they found Allah. That's who they were going for. Cream on the back. Cream finds himself in the most awkward positions every single time. But this time, it doesn't matter. This time, LNG might just be taken out, but they have a nice front to back, and that's what you got to watch out for. Cold goes golden over the True Shot Barrage. They can't find the re-engage. It's just a trade, 1-for-1.
Yeah, sadly, Cream and Shanji trying to both come from a flank, but the fact that they're kind of split apart, Shanji not able to help Cream get out of there, means that it just ends up being a 1-for-1 because Allah's still able to buy so much time when he's in the face of the other members of OMG. And heck, that kind of looked like as good as it was going to get for OMG with Shanji finding the cask into the body bop coming out, but we saw Allah kind of aggressing onto Abel and the rest at the same time. And no, actually, it's OMG that aggress onto Allah. It's not. It's actually OMG's choice to go onto the Aatrox. So, yeah, kind of split focus coming out from OMG. We see Cream trying to collapse at the same time. This brings him into members like Lumao and Doonby, so he does end up going down. And then Cold going golden in the nick of time to make sure he doesn't go down. Luckily, again, he is sitting on the Zanyas. It isn't anything like a stopwatch, so we'll be able to use that once again if he does get into a sticky situation later on.
They just go straight for the engage. Tarzan has to use the Crescent Guard already. He's still caught out, though. They're doing so much damage, and the cast comes through, but it separates them. A killer instinct from Abel! He goes straight in. He's got the GA available as well. He goes down, but OMG, they might have just found the fight. Cold is down, but Allah is in the back line. Does it matter? No, it doesn't! Where were you when OMG got their first series win in Summer Split? They take the fight against LNG, and they are dominating this game.
And we see Abel taking the killer instinct, and that is exactly what he had in that moment, starting up the fight as the Kaisa to lead OMG to a win.
That's a heck of a slam down and a heck of a performance from OMG's Abel. They take it to LNG, handing them their first series loss of the split. The consistency did not reign true for LNG, and OMG have found the right ticket.
We have been questioning if LNG's score was deceiving to how they've been performing in the standings, and they finally get punished. Again, LNG haven't shown a great run of form. OMG, though, another team who was kind of taking it hard, who wasn't performing well, able to step up today and finally punish this LNG roster kind of the way it seems like that we've been waiting for them to be punished, for them to be tested, bringing out comfort picks. We see the Sylas in the mid lane. We see the Samira and the Kaisa for Abel. And once OMG are on these dive compositions and they're comfortable, and the enemy's making so many mistakes as LNG did in the series, it just becomes very easy to punish, to take advantage, and to close out a win. OMG might have overstepped or overaggressed a few times, but they also learned, right? Because we saw in moments like that game 3 where the first time they go for the Baron, it doesn't work out, they back off. After that, they didn't. They started looking for picks in the enemy jungle. They started to look at it from a different angle, and things seemed like things at least moved out a little bit to where they were able to start finding these decisive engages that they were looking for.
I got one decisive choice here, Lyric, and it's my big brain analysis. It's what I'm going to leave you with if I ever have to quit casting. They didn't pick an assassin. No way. They get done. They get their first series win. They didn't pick an assassin. Yes! Let's go! But all in actuality, I think looking at the side of OMG, it's huge. It's huge. You saw the smiles on their faces. Even after that first game, they were all happy. They were smiles. But on the other side, it is disappointment, right? With the LPL, in the regular season, you play each other once. And I think this will be a stain on LNG's record for the rest of the summer split.
Yeah, I mean, right? The fact that you really can't afford to lose to like teams where you are an expected heavy favorite over in terms of like, again, just kind of how the rosters are built pound for pound. So this is something that can bite them later on in the split when it comes to like seeding into playoffs, getting into playoffs. If you are in, getting further up and trying to make your way to like being locked into top 2, so you are just automatically in double elims. So you're right. This right now, it's like a small blip on the radar of like, okay, LNG have looked a bit shaky. They finally got their loss, but this definitely could bite them later on. And for OMG, it's kind of the same. It keeps their dreams alive. It gives them some hope. It gives them some momentum going forward. And maybe knowing like, hey, we obviously brought up Jerry and 0909 as subs for players who were a little bit unstable in spring in terms of cream and cold. But maybe this is just the roster that we keep banking on, the roster that does have some synergy built up from 2021. And, we just got to find the right picks. We just got to find the right mojo to be able to find wins like today.
That is the crucial part, the right picks. We saw Cream, the 2 wins they got, it was on the silence. It was on something that he could feel active. And even though, I will say, Cream maybe look at where you're positioning sometimes in those fights. He found himself in some awkward positions, but it is also kind of
a lot of times.
But it's also what kind of threw off LNG, right? LNG, all they wanted was a front-to-back poke-style fight. But when you have Cream just randomly engaging on you into the back line, like, hey, you can't do that, and it works out.
And Shanji as well. Like, Shanji found some great flanks that game, and look, 20 KDA, almost 100% kill participation, 28% of his team's damage. He is barely inched out by Abel. Abel, the guy who got like massively like far ahead early on this Kaisa, full build extremely quickly. Shanji's AP Grog is pretty much putting up the same numbers as him, so exciting to see these picks coming back into the meta, and overall 12.11 might just be an overall boon for the side of OMG, right?
Yeah.
The Samira being buffed, the Grog is being buffed, Silas got a bit of a buff, so a lot of things coming in that OMG's a team like to lean on, and when it felt like the biggest thing that got them far in 2021 and that hit them recently was meta, things like this could have a huge effect.
Yeah, and there was a massive difference, especially putting a little bit of a spotlight on Abel. There was a massive difference when he was on a pick like the Kaisa, like the Samira, who can decide on their own if they see the fight going the way they want to go in and make a decisive moment happen. Whereas on the Aphelios, it felt a lot more laid back. It was the game where OMG didn't really feel like the same powerhouse that we saw in that first game. And I think that is something else that we have to dive into when we continue to watch OMG for the rest of the split. How Abel kind of comes to fruition with these picks.
So what you're saying is Abel plays like an assassin. If he can get on something that can
do.
dive on the back line, he's fine.
That's it. Instead of picking the assassins in jungle, you just pick assassins ADC. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, see, I guess you're right. Just put Aki on something that can facilitate, do his job, enable the team, and kind of put your eggs in the Abel basket. The more I say put your eggs in the Abel basket, I actually don't know. I don't know if that's a long-term winning strat. It worked out today, though. Abel always been... I think Abel's a player that we've seen like very hard carry performances from, and also the verse, right? Like he has the clip of last year on the Aphelios, Gale forcing into the enemy team and going down. So it's like if you get this Abel consistently, sweet, that's nice. I can see OMG doing some work, but you'll have to see it. We'll definitely have to see some consistency coming out from them in terms of the bot lane. And when we look at OMG going forward, their next match is actually up against LGD. Yeah. So very winnable game. LGD, though, obviously did just beat Anyone's Legend, but still, as OMG and LGD, you're kind of looking at the next match as something of like, okay, let's keep this momentum going forward, kind of get the team atmosphere in a good place, use this to try and pick up more wins and build it into something greater.
That's what I find so crazy. Like the entire thing is building up to... We've now had 3 series in a row where teams that don't have a win have gotten a win. I think that's huge.
Yeah,
like, that's incredible.
You're right.
Like, I think
It is 3. It is actually 3 in a row.
It's actually
LGBTT
crazy.
and now OMG.
Which, you know, is always fun to keep a track on, but it's also kind of devastating for the standings. It feels like, even if it's early on in the split, it's like we're back to everybody beats everybody. Who wins the LPL? Guess we'll have to find out at the end of the split at the last second. I think that's super fun to keep an eye out on, but especially when you're seeing teams at the bottom of the table show the strengths that they would be able to have, and you see especially the strategies. That's something for OMG we have to keep looking at and keep harping on, is how do they find that consistent strategy? But consistency is key, and Abel is mighty consistent. He will pick up the MVP. Unfortunately, Shanji, with those damage numbers, not enough. It is the killer instinct from the Kaisa himself.
I mean, this guy deserves the MVP even just based off that one play, right? That was so cool of him, realizing I have GA, I am fine to go and start this fight. My team can follow up on me. Even in that moment, something I didn't get to highlight was the fact that I believe it was Light in this moment. His GA is actually down now. So this was like a great moment for Abel to be able to follow up in that fight, start it off, and get it going. So Abel, I think, well-deserved coming in with this game. I feel like overall, Abel just having a really good performance today in OMG's 2 wins, and OMG just hammering home on their identity, keeping the dive kind of composition theme going strong, and able to put LNG in these uncomfortable positions. And there I went, saying Abel again.
Abel.
I owe $25,000 into the Able jar, because that's how much you put in every time you say Able.
Every time? Oh, God.
Every time, 25,000.
I need to check my bank account. I'll be right back.
Me too. Me too. It might have.
We might be in some trouble here. But it was an incredible start to the night, especially continuing the streak of teams picking up their first wins in the LPL in Summer Split. And OMG come out. They take a 2-1 victory. It was hard, but it was done, and LNG fall for the first time of the split. We will have to cut to a little break because we need to take a little breather. But on the other side, we have the match that we foreshadowed to, and it is
Revenge!
JDG versus Ultra Prime. The revenge match are coming up. We'll be back.
JDG keeps his flash, but for how much longer? As Doonby's coming in, and he will charge up into the top side. He's looking for the gangplank, and he will not be able to find him. Yes, he will. He flashes forward and picks up the kill.
You got the flanks, you got a little bit of damage. Yeah, G very, very low. He goes golden, he gets faded a little bit. The cannon, oh my God, the barrels! The barrels! Dream is taking about V5. Okay, Asim at least gets the Baron here. Fearness goes down. Asim's gonna go down as well. Can't even pick up Rich.
And that's got to be the next play here. As you can see, all of a sudden, Anyone's Legend on equal footing, pushing forward here, making sure that the side of them go in as they try and catch him out. Fate's Call is going to be used straight away. They're going to try and re-engage here on top of Iwandi, and with the barrels coming down and with the cannon barrage, you can see how difficult it is. That's a great hostile takeover, but look at Light. He's absolutely shredding through these players as Anyone's Legend just cannot deal with this Aphelios. As I say that, you can see Xiaohao trying to come back on top of it, but it is an ace, and finally LNG will find their fight.
Shilio with the dredge line. It's into a wall and over they go. LWX forcing out his flash. Culling as well, but the dunk down. Kai once again. The rookie vibes are there, but Care's in the middle with a demonic ascension. The flare fires through, and Care is on a steamroll, but he has to escape now as Shun can't close the gap. IG still in control of this one as Counter-Strike. Flash down. Dredge line again.
Desperately want to fight for this one. Okay, are we actually just going to flip this one? The answer is yes. JJ fights this fight for himself. Walks away with a little bit of HP, but that charm. Again, Yagao with these charms. And Kanavi once more on the fight as well. EDG being corralled here. 4 men strong, but they're outnumbered. And another charm lands. Barrels come through from 369, but JJ trying to answer his one. Is a triple kill. Comes for 369. Flandre goes down for the quadra kill. And 369 charging JJ down. He He wants himself the Penta, and Mystic's there to give him the movement speed. The blast cone ain't enough, and 369's rolling only 9s today.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me.
下一场就对上 UP 了嘛，然后他们中单狂影的话也是个蛮不错的一个中单选手嘛，然后他很擅长一些资源流的一些英雄，然后希望对战他的时候多注意一下，就不要让他到处跑吧。他们上单重嘛，也毕竟之前是老队友，然后这次作为对手的话，感觉还是蛮有意思的。然后我觉得他应该会很想单单369吧，我感觉这两个人对战应该会比较有趣。
Welcome back to the LPL. Another wonderful summer night here as we're in week 3, day number 5. And I got to see a little bit of foreshadowing in that little interview we had with Yagao. But it is JDG versus Ultra Prime and the Dumpling Brother combat that is about to ensue.
Go.
I'm so excited for this matchup. Again, we said in the last series, these teams only get to play against each other in regular season one time. And this is the matchup we got. It is the face-off here. Blood brothers, I don't know, brother blood, whatever you want to talk about it here, because it's a fun one in the fact that both these guys were such huge mainstay carries for JDG in the past.
I mean, from 2018 all the way up until this year, these guys played together, right? These guys defined JD Gaming. And, we can take a look back kind of at that JDG roster over the years that had Zoom, that had Yagao, and how they built up each year, right? Because we come into 2018, Yagao, Zoom, they make the run in Summer Split playoffs all the way to 3rd place, where they're able to bring the fight to Rogue Warriors. The Rogue Warriors that was led by Duinbi, and find decisive wins kind of off the play, off the synergy coming out from Zoom and Yagao. We go into 2019, and they start in 2019 spring playoffs from the first round, make the run all the way to the finals, once again beating out Duinbi to get there before they lose to IG. Then finally their crowning achievement, 2020, Game 5 against Top Esports in spring, they're able to bring it forward. So it's really cool that these guys progressed as teammates, as a team, as brothers together to bring JDG such success and such stability. The fact that they're going up against each other today as rivals, like Yagao said, is so fun to watch.
Yeah, we're going to get to the conversation later. I love the little side boys like, Zoom probably wants to solo kill 369.
Yeah.
No big deal. We'll see how that all works out, though. But for JDG, for Ultra Prime, it's capturing a little bit of the magic that these two players, that the rest of the squads have been able to kind of function with here. And first of all, looking at JDG, Lyric.
Yeah, I actually want to start with Ultra Prime and just hit on like them coming in with Zoom. Really feels like it's rejuvenated the squad. That's why they've looked a bit better. But for JDG, it kind of goes to the beginning of the year, right? We can kind of look back at how they came in spring, and I feel like one very underrepresented aspect is the fact that they brought Home in as the coach, because Home was the coach of JDG before when they won in 2020. He actually took 2021 off, didn't coach any team, and then came back to JDG this year. And right, we've seen them find success. We've seen them bring in 369. They were able to go into spring playoffs. and, you know, make a name for themselves. They were able to get to top 4. They were able to take down titans like Wavell Gaming from the fact that 369 is able to draw pressure up to the top side, Hope and Missing stepping up in the bot lane, and Kanavi, just like 2020, having some star-studded performances.
Absolutely, and these are the kinds of combo plays you're looking for, especially in these big brain team fights for JDG, and the fact that they can always find a way to pick apart the fights in so many different ways, and it does come through a lot of 369 and Yagao, but they also, no big deal, 369 is just getting an ace on the defending world champions EDG, but it was a convincing series from JDG nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, JDG overall, I mean, heck, that was their 2-0, right? JDG have gone to 3 games every other series. The one team they've 2-0'd this split, surprisingly enough, is EDG. So I think JDG right now look like the current best team in LPL. I do think they're capped. I do think teams like EDG, RNG, TS, V5, like there's higher ceilings on other teams, but coming into the split with the same roster that they performed well in spring, having the set system there is why they are performing so well right now. So we go to the other side for Ultra Prime, it's still been a little bit shaky, right? They haven't been able to take down every team they've gone against, but it's definitely looking a lot better this split with Zoom in the top lane, who's bringing some stability, who's bringing versatility in terms of how he can play out the game, get on some frontline champions, even play on carries like the Kale and take over. But the other big part stepping up, right? Cryin, I think, having a much better split. His Talia has been insane. In the bot lane, always performing like they have, right? Elk and Shasi looking for the aggression in the 2v2s.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting to look at. But yeah, I was so excited to see Zoom unlocked here, brought into Ultra Prime, having his own say in the top lane, but as well on a team that I feel like needed his resurgence, needed him to come in to find a point of stability for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, for Ultra Prime, it felt like last split, it was just bot lane or bust, right? Cryin wasn't performing all too well. He was all right, kind of like what you'd expect of him coming over from RNG. And then, like, Hacker, definitely still the question mark on this roster, has some good games and has some very, 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 very not good games. And Zoom kind of showing up, right? Brings that consistency. Hacker typically does like to dedicate some early ganks towards his top laner. That's kind of how Hacker's always played. Kanavi even doing the same, right? You'll give like 1 or 2 ganks to your top side early on. It's about completely pivoting down towards the bottom lane, and that's what we've seen Ultra Prime do so well, and why Zoom works on this roster, because Zoom is a player who can function without resources.
I really like this last play by Ultra Prime. It's just such a clean dive. Yes, it was the flash at the end just to make sure they had to use something there, but even in this state of meta, even in the way that this durability patch has kind of been panning out, they're still willing to go for those execution plays and do so. So against JDG, it's going to be a little bit of a tougher task to do so, but they have to do it nonetheless. And when we're talking about this matchup, there is one place that I know I want to go, and I hope everybody's got their helmets on, they got their crash gear on, because we're going to the Thunderdome, baby! And it is all about Zoom. It is 369. You heard it in the little before scene interview with your gal. No doubt, Zoom wants to go ahead and get something going against 369 here.
I think both of them do, right? Because, so, for people who maybe didn't watch in spring, right? We had 369 on top esports, went over to JDG. Zoom on JDG went over to top esports. But Zoom got subbed out literally the series before they would have played against each other. So that was going to be kind of the big grudge match of spring, of like Zoom 369 swapping teams, who got the better end of the trade. We never got that. Now getting to come into Summer Split and finally see what got stolen from us viewers in spring is great to see, because, yeah, I feel like both these guys have just been solid throughout their years in the LPL. They lean into very different strengths. Zoom, like we said, a lot more, I think, self-sufficient, better on frontline champions than 369, to where 369 typically looking for those aggressive traits in lane, playing as more of a carry, and leaning into a lot of niche picks as well. So very similar stats across the board, different play styles, but both feel so pivotal to their team's success.
Yeah, and that's where I do wonder, do we get a little bit of a different shtick from Zoom this time around, going against 369, going against Yagao as well? Does he have a little bit more confidence to go with something that stands out a little bit more and make sure you can get those advantages in top lane? Because that is the question here. What do we see coming out of both these teams? Ultra Prime, definitely the underdogs coming into this one. But as we get into it here in Ultra Prime on the red side, they can start off very strong on the red side, which we've seen be so strong as well. As their band, the Ahri, the Zeri, and the Wukong over there, some high-profile picks. Lee Sin, Renata, and Nautilus banned away by JDG.
Yeah, we do have things like the Lucian still left open, Viego being the other big standout, which JDG have already kind of hovered a few times, and your other two big meta jungle picks are banned. So it seems like they value this over the alternative. For Ultra Prime, not even going to look towards the Lucian itself. And Ultra Prime have been one of the teams that haven't really liked going for the Callista pick. They've actually consistently banned that one out. So Ultra Prime could have already, having a set idea of how they want to come and play the game, right? We're already setting up for some kiteback, some peel potential coming out across the board. But now this leaves up JDG to go for one of those aggressive bot lane options that we just talked about if they want to.
The Trundle presence today. My goodness. We're just getting it all over the place. A little bit of stability from the jungle coming in the form of the Trundle. We get the Ezreal locked in for Hope, though. And you were talking a little bit about it earlier, but I think a key underlying fact here between both these two teams is the bot lane pop-off potential. We've seen Hope breaking people's ankles in the LPL consistently. Elk himself known to be aggressive, known to use the Gale Forces forward, be that aggressive AD carry. In this meta, maybe not the best boon, but we'll see if they can actually have something to be said, and especially with the Xayah versus Ezreal. But we do have our top lane matchup in the Gwen versus Gnar now.
I was going to say, going back to the AD carry matchup, sadly, that doesn't really fit what we've seen from both teams, right? You saw on the start like the Elk aggression. It's like, nah, I don't expect to see too much. This is Hope's most played champion on the Ezreal, and it seems like their thought process is instead of opting into maybe a more aggressive setup like the Lucian Nami, since they have things like the Trundle and the Xayah, things that don't have a lot of lockdown and need to run you down and want you to come into them, JDG just going to pivot and outrange them with Hope's Ezreal. Already having bans coming out in that support role, taking away Missing's Karma feels really huge. When we just talked about for JDG, they would love to just try and outrange this comp that really doesn't have any set lockdown. Even the Gnar, right? You need to rely on playing around the Mega Gnar, getting him into the fight, and actually finding that impactful ultimate against a champion like Ezreal that has a dash to be able to get away. So I think Ultra Prime coming out with their bans have some smart pivots. And now we'll see what they end up with. Especially with the fact Nautilus Rakan taken across the board, we're really diving deep into what supports are even left open.
We have the TF ban lastly by JDG. So trying to focus down towards Crying a little bit, give that mobility of, in mid lane tamper down. As we'll see the fourth pick for Ultra Prime. They still do have the counter pick, and we talked a lot about the top lane. They could just be looking for that later in the series. I don't know how the counter picks are going to come through here for Ultra Prime as they do lock in the Corki fourth pick.
Yeah, going for the Corki, so trying to pivot. Well, not even pivoting, right? Because they'd already set up with the Trundle that they're playing for range themselves, trying to answer JDG by even going further with the Corki Rockets able to come through in mid-game. So now for JDG, this looks like where they're looking to set up, maybe trying to outpace that, right? Get a mid laner who can get push, who has a semi-global, who can affect the map, and not allow Ultra Prime's comp to get to when it would be strong, once we get to like the 2-3 item mark, especially for that Xayah being able to get the full crit coming out. Or, if he's going to go towards things like, oh my god, why do I always forget items, Mazel? Eclipse, there we go. Things like Eclipse able to come online at first item. If JDG can get going before that mark at the level 6 point with the Realm Warp, that'll be huge, especially now bringing some engage in the bot lane as well. So you have Yagao able to move with Kanavi. You have Missing who's able to set up the fights with the Leona. And now for Ultra Prime, just indexing more into disengage from this Alistar.
Both heavy priority enchanters for Missing taken away in the Yuumi and Karma, so he opts into another comfort pick for JDG. It'll be the Leona with the Ezreal, but combining that into the Alistar Xayah. An interesting combo to boot from Ultra Prime, I feel like, and something else we'll probably touch on a little bit further on in this series.
Yeah. For Ultra Prime, I mean, they went a very defensive setup with this. I don't really expect almost anything to be able to happen early on. You don't have too many lanes that really have set up for you to be able to do too much. Not too much overextension should be able to be possible, even coming from the side of the laners from JDG. To where JDG feels like they have a lot more options. We hit on that level 6 mark, especially with the Realm Warp, where things can happen. And even just having the Leona in the bot lane to try to find some of these engages, at level 3, get onto the Xayah, and hopefully be able to take some winning trades. So JDG, we want to see a bit of aggression early. We want to see them start to outpace the likes of Ultra Prime. If Ultra Prime can get to the late game, that is where they'll be a little scary.
But you got to get to the late game. And I think one thing that we've all known about JDG, especially since last split coming into this split, is their mid-game decision-making, their team-fight decision-making is actually pretty darn good. And their macro decision-making is good. So finding a way to upend that for Ultra Prime is super important in this series. And it could be a long one, right? We could go all 3 games. I think that's the adaptation that we want to see from Ultra Prime into the series. How do they find a way to kind of put a chunk in the armor out of JDG? Because JDG have looked that dominant. As you said earlier, right? Only going 2-0 once. They've gone the distance for all of their series almost, but it still has been the wins. Much more convincing than LNG. And as we kick it off, JDG versus Ultra Prime, we hit the rift between the Dumpling Brothers.
369 up against Zoom, their grudge match. Zoom up against Yagao, old brothers in arms. Heck, we even have Elk up against Missing.
Yeah.
Like, there's actually so many storylines between these 2 teams and the members that they have on the Rift. So, yeah, I feel like this match means a lot for both sides, especially when we've talked about that Ultra Prime kind of being one of these dark horse rosters, maybe not necessarily to win the LPL. Like it's possible, right? I don't want to discount it, but it feels like those expectations are too high. But at least to be a team who wasn't in playoffs before, to be able to make a run into playoffs and maybe see if you can do a bit of damage. So it'd be nice if Ultra Prime can pull off a convincing win here to build even more faith. But like you said, JDG in their wins have just looked dominant. Sure, they've lost some games, but anytime they win, it just feels like they crush the opposing side. Kanavi just ultimately breaking down their will. And when you're going up against Hacker, who has been very hit or miss, it feels like we're once again set up for Kanavi to succeed.
That's what I exactly want to talk about, is Kanavi. We talked already about all the lanes, right? We've talked about 369, the Thunderdome against Zoom, the late game carry potential for the bottom lanes, even mid lane having a lot to say in this one. But the facilitators, the ones that are really going to make the action happen early on, are Kanavi and Hacker. And I think they come into this game with much different positions of power.
Oh, yeah, right. Again, Kanavi just having a standout regular season performance once again. To our Hacker, some good games, some bad. Definitely feels like he's the weakest link on Ultra Prime. But if Hacker can get going in the early game, that's when Ultra Prime always seemed to shine. Hacker, though, having a bit of a habit to feel a little invisible at moments, will be pathing. Took his red now, being on this bottom half of the map in case
Oh my god, Xiaoxi is getting so low. One more auto attack could do it. Missing, he can't get the auto. Elk has to use cleanse, but he might have just found it against hope that the Mystic shot will go a little bit wide there. But Ultra Prime sitting out
here,
barely with any health. Hacker trying to come down, followed very closely by Kanavi. Don't know if Ultra Prime necessarily want to do this. Missing will walk up. The Zenith Blade connects onto Elk. Elk is stunned up here, and Elk goes down first. Blood to Missing, and JDG are on the board.
JDG just committing to the 2v2, knowing they have Kanavi's backup if needed. They're able to burst out Elk before Hacker can have any influence on the fight, and already starting off strong for JDG. And when we've hit on the top lane matchup, or mid lane, because that's where the story is, Hope and Missing have looked excellent so far this split. It really feels like they found their stride as a 2v2, and they've consistently been doing well in their games.
Pillar will connect onto Kanavi there. He is invisible and flashes away from the knockup, so that'll be a big summoner spell burned by Kanavi himself, but it's still fine when you come out with first blood. Get a little bit of vision game down there with Scuttle Crab. Now you'll double Scuttle Hacker.
Ultra Prime going to try and contest, though, because look at top wave. Zoom has a bit of pressure if they want to try and make his way up, but Kanavi, Kanavi's just going to get this too soon, and Hacker not even going to contest. So Kanavi going to be able to keep both Scuttles. He also still has his full topside jungle up to be able to take and find more of a lead for himself. As we go into the replay, Xiaoxi already blowing his abilities, trying to knock up Missing, and it allows for the engage to come out from the Leona, and they get on top of Elk. Luckily, they are able to get away at first, but with both jungles waiting in kind, JDG just say, screw it, aggress onto Elk. They have the heal available as well, and Hacker not really able to find anything. So nice that the heal was there for Hope, and Missing being able to find the Zenith Blade.
By the way, how does it feel to be able to say able without looking at a player's name? Do you feel okay? Are you feeling better now?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I actually feel great.
Okay, cool. I'm going to keep a counter, though. We'll see how long it affects
everyone has one they hate. That one is mine. It's just Abel is able
so
to do this.
So what you're saying is you
OMG
hate Abel. You just told me and the entire broadcast that you hate Abel. I feel like that's a little bit.
I don't hate Abel because Abel actually brings a lot of fun and or funny moments that we can all enjoy together.
He does,
so, you know.
But we've moved on.
Wait.
We've moved on to the bot lane as Missing does get knocked away again. Hope putting some decent damage back into Elk, though. And I think this bottom lane is definitely going one way, and it's looking JDG's way.
especially when we've talked about JDG wanting to outpace Ultra Prime this time around, the fact that they already have a lead in the bottom lane. You can look at the minimap now and see Yagao consistently keeping up that pressure in the mid lane with the Rise. Soon will have his Realm Warp. This is where JDG are going to start being incredibly strong. We already see them positioning down towards the bottom side. I wonder if they're going to look for a Drake with the prio that they have in both lanes. They do. It'll be a nice, extremely early objective for JDG.
Extremely early, 30 seconds late is what I say.
Extremely early.
30 seconds late. The Thunderdome, though, we're checking back in, just making sure the weather's okay, making sure the sun's still shining, and nobody has died up there yet. So we'll check back in on the Thunderdome as it goes. It will be the first dragon, though, secured for JDG, as you had pointed out.
See, I was kind of hoping that since it's 369 versus Zoom, like, again, with the circumstances around this matchup, it would have turned into, like, Bin versus the Shy. They're just both at each other's throats. We have like 3 kills at 2.5 minutes, which I don't even know if is possible, but that's what I was hoping for. Oh, another game.
They're getting caught here, though. Hacker's coming up. Kanavi is right here to respond, and Xiaoxi's getting so much damage burn. You think he's a big tanky cow. He's got a big body. The health bar ain't helping him out today too much. As Needlework will be utilized by 369 on the top lane. We do get a little bit of fisticuffs, but not much.
Yeah, misses the needlework though, so Zoom not even having to worry about getting slowed or getting run down, so we'll just be fine. JDG though continues.
Wait,
what? Realm Warp!
JDG Realm Warp into Xiaoxi's doom! Missing is not going to go down. The Blade Collar is not available. Oh my god! That's the Rise gameplay we wanted to see.
You know, I don't know if it was because of the skin, but I didn't even notice the Realm Warp coming through. Ending up right in Ultra Prime's face, able to take down more kills. And JDG already up to a 1.5k gold lead at not even 7 minutes.
They're cruising along just fine. They got the soda in the left hand, the wheel in the right, and they're just having a wonderful drive on a Sunday afternoon, even though it's not Sunday.
Whoa, Mazel. They're living a little bit more jovial. Look at the beer in the right
Loca.
hand. And, you know, got the beer in the right hand, got the hand on the wheel in
Yo,
the left.
this is
As we see here,
huge.
the Realm Warp comes out. I love that Missing had the confidence to follow along too with how low his HP was. They're able to get the pick onto Xiaoxi. And for Ultra Prime, when we've talked about their bot lane typically being the focal point, this actually feels a lot bigger than just a 1k gold lead for JDG, because Ultra Prime, when their bot lane doesn't get ahead, typically look quite lost in the mid game in terms of how to play it out. They'll just keep hammering home down on that bot lane until it finally works, which could sadly lead in a snowball in the opposite direction, right? If you keep hammering home on a losing bot lane, it could just lead the enemy bot lane to get huge.
I just think that Hope and Missing have been playing their lanes so dominantly. It's not just the matchups, right? It's the confidence that they find in those matchups. Even in losing situations, even in situations where they're not necessarily ahead, they do find advantages to some extent. And in positions where they are ahead, in games like this where they found the confidence bot lane already so early on, it gets to be a scary point because you don't feel like you have much response without committing super amounts of resources down there.
Yeah, and especially now we're going to see the advantage of it, right? Their bot lane finding the lead. Considering Herald's up, we can see both Missing and Hope making their way over now to where for Ultra Prime, I'm curious to see if they fully commit Elk to the play, and it looks like they will. So we might, oh no, he's actually moving back down now. So Ultra Prime, gonna respect JDG. Love to see it.
Wow. I don't know if I like this. Hashtag not my LPL. No fight over Rift Herald at 8 minutes. Kind of sus. But anyways, we're going to move forward with that one as Kanavi's looking topside against Zoom. He does have Meganar stacking up here. He'll turn Kanavi to the Scuttlecrap first to start it off. But Zoom keeping pressure up top lane. I do wonder if they eventually want to punish Zoom.
They're going to look for it, but Zoom did have vision, so Kanavi should just walk away for now, clear his topside camps, then maybe start making his way back down towards that bottom lane. And it's non-stop action!
It's the feather recall there as well utilized.
Okay.
Just the ultis used everywhere. Why not?
I don't know if the Solar Flare was needed in the end for like what the positioning was, but I respect the spunk coming out from Missing to make sure it happens, and now Hacker, with the level of aggression that Missing has shown, Hacker wanting to wait back just in case they looked for any type of play.
But he's not
Missing did recall, and now Hope just going to catch the wave from a safe distance on the Ezreal.
This is really unfortunate for Hacker. I know you were talking about a little bit more in the fact that like sometimes he's a bit invisible, but he is losing this jungle matchup by a large margin.
Yeah.
It is, like, I just looked back to check out, because usually, you know, in the LPL, it's the lanes that kind of get out of funk. But it's the jungle by a huge amount. And I think that's, when you're looking at the facilitator for the team, we were talking about, you know, Kanavi Hacker matchup really going to be a bread and butter staple to this one. Kanavi has definitely found the activity on the map that makes it to where JDG can control the game like they like to do.
I was going to say, Mazel, there was definitely a reason why we did our head-to-head as our top lane matchup and not our jungle matchup coming through. But an example like that, right, gets in with the prio he has mid, steals the Raptors. That's why Kanavi's been able to amount such a lead of 86 CS just to 50 coming out from the side of Hacker. And like you said, already even been more pivotal in the lanes to come through so far. But Cryan does have package. Second Dragon is up. And Ultra Prime are going to try and use this window with the Corki package to try and find their way back into the game, but they're not too far behind, so definitely doable coming out from Cryan.
Yeah, a lot of scaling as well, and the fact that they do have Cryan on the Corki. Want to see how this package gets utilized, though, as I believe the timer is going to be pretty quick on it. But Kanavi and the rest just buying time, using the Rift Herald as a distraction mid to potentially claim the second dragon, but they don't have to. They can utilize this to try and break down tower in mid lane. They really have every option available in front of them.
Oh, there we go. Ultra Prime giving up the Dragon to stop the Herald from coming through. The charge still going down, though, so the damage still done to the turret. And JDG, once again, just successful rotation overall. 369 able to TP back up to the top lane so he doesn't lose too much CS.
Getting everything.
But now, to be fair, we'll open a window to where Zoom will have TP advantage if any shenanigans do break out in bot side. We're still about 2 minutes and 20 seconds until the Unleash teleport is able to come through, but it'd be really nice if Ultra Prime can find a window to take advantage of that, especially with how aggressive JDG have been on that bot side.
Yeah, exactly. Hacker going back down here. He's been constant in this
Both
bottom
jungles,
lane.
baby.
But they're, yeah, exactly, both here. The Zenith Blade connects on the Xiaoxi. A lot of damage. Triple knockoff from Xiaoxi, though. Hacker, that's the thing with the Trundle. You can't really get into a fight when you're up against this kind of squad, though. Hope is able to put in a decent amount of poke, and it's Ultra Prime who get out with a flash of hope.
And Ultra Prime didn't even really need to burn much, right? I mean, they didn't blow any flashes. Elk didn't have to use his ultimate. Your two tanks lost their ultimates, but burning Hope's flash was huge. A lot of that coming out from, like you said, Xiaoxi landing the triple knock-up instantly into Hacker's pillar. And nice small win for Ultra Prime, because at this point, any small win is what you'll take when you're 2k gold behind. But as you've hit on before, right, the Corki, the Xayah, the Trundle, definitely having an insurance policy later on, but oh, Yagao
He was
hates you,
looking
Zoom.
for it. Yeah, he wants to go
Yagao
for
hates
it.
you.
Here we go. The round warp comes in. Zoom, you just lost Megadar as well. The Dumpling Brother strikes. And Zoom, he's going to go down to the duo of 369 and Yagao.
I would say, like, oh, Zoom's pissed off that Yagao never ganked him like that, but my guess is Zoom probably never called for that attention.
Get a little personal there, right? Get a little personal.
Where you know 369 does. You know 369's a man who begs for attention towards the top side, to where Zoom has always been the opposite. Even to, like, I feel like the downfall of JDG at points where it felt like Zoom should have been the one with resources put into him. But this time around, 369 has Yagao, Zoom gets punished, and Kanavi, walking into his second jungle once again, says, thank you, Mr. Hacker. I'll be on my way.
Can I just say, though, this performance from Yagao on the rise is night and day from, say, what we saw earlier from Doonby on the rise. The proactivity that Yagao has shown with the Realm Warp so far, being I know I said it already for Konami, but being a facilitator for the team so far. And I think that is an absolute unlocking of JDG in the competition they've drafted today.
Yeah, I feel like Yagao has always had a bit of both styles in him, right? Always able to play these things that can push, roam, and lean for your team. Obviously also very known for champions like LeBlanc and Zoe when they did pick up their title. So very versatile player, but it feels like he always has a small, effective champion pool at any given time, right?
Yeah.
Like, he can pick things up, but he's not going to be like a Knight or a rookie who's going to pull out like 20 champions in a split. But that still feels exactly what JDG need. You have different styles of champions, and you play enough to give them success.
Exactly. We'll get the 2v2 renewed in the bottom lane here, as we have another 2 minutes for a dragon to come up on the board. The Infernal Dragon as our second dragon of the game, but Hacker coming down bottom lane, trying to get something happening. Hope in some trouble here. The Bladed Caller is going to come through and lock down Hope. Hope dies to Elk. Ultra Prime on the board.
Yeah, Ultra Prime finally able to punish some of the aggression coming out from JDG in the bottom lane by committing Hacker down. Kanavi, though, able to maximize his lead in the jungle at the same time, takes away another camp from Hacker, has been a whole level up against him pretty much the whole game. And now, with Ultra Prime playing on the spot side, looks like Yagao wanting to find an impact, but he doesn't have Realm Warp.
Oh, he's just going to walk here. So he's going to find Hacker in the bush on the way. Elk is in some trouble against Missing, who already used the Ignite. He flashes glitz coming out from Elk. My goodness, Missing, you're going a little hand there. It's a 3v4. Yagao, Everfrosting, does not survive. The burn will be enough, and Kanavi has to flash.
Yeah, for Ultra Prime, they finally found success with keeping so many members down towards the bottom side. I feel like that was so overzealous coming out from JDG, though.
It really
Wanting
was.
to bring Yagao down for that play without the Realm Warp, Missing having to commit so early on. Kanavi wasn't even on his way yet. And overall, uncharacteristic mistakes from JDG that lead to them getting punished.
It's actually incredible because at the same time, Zoom is doing the Rift Herald across the map. So Ultra Prime winning out in multiple ways. Now they also have the Divine Sunder completed for Hacker, who will be coming back out on the map. We have Dragon in about 20 seconds. Doesn't exactly look like Ultra Prime are to be set up for this objective, but JDG are.
Yeah, JDG can even start roaming 369 over now like we're seeing. Just have him hover in the area. You don't need to commit too heavily, but it'll guarantee that they should be able to get this Dragon. But here, like we say, right, no Realm Orb on the rise, so he has to make the long way around. Hacker's already here to cover. After Missing's committed, Kanavi so far off from the play, and you end up ineffectively a 3v4, no ultimate on Missing, no mana, to where everyone on Ultra Prime having mana, having their HP bars full, very easily able to find the kills back onto the members of JDG. But there it is.
Soul point.
That is soul point for the side of JDG. If they can wait out another few minutes, everything should be golden. But with that Herald, Ultra Prime able to even up the gold lead and should be able to get a second charge.
Yeah, didn't even have to use the health bar of Shelly, number 2, to get the charge off on the first tower. We'll get the charge off on the second tower, TPing to make sure they can commit to this as well. 369 going forward, does have the miss to block a lot of the damage. JDG stop another tower from falling, but it is lower than half health here, and Ultra Prime are sticking around.
Ultra Prime going to keep the siege up. They obviously have the Corki here to be able to put off that range damage, as well as having things like the Pillar and the knockback from the Alistar, but Yagao going to look for Elk.
Oh, the Realm Warp coming through here. Elk doesn't know what to do. He was waiting to use the Blade Storm there, or the Feather Call as well, to try and get through a Feather Storm. Don't know if Kanavi gets this one.
Oh,
there you
wow.
go, the combo. True Shot Barrage. Oh, JDG, they might not get out alive, though. Kanavi dies. They overextended big time for that one, and Cryan picks it up.
And that has seriously just been the downfall of JDG this game. We saw it in bot. We just saw it in mid. They're trying so hard to find these picks and really just overcommitting. They were able to force out Elk's ultimate. Feels like that should have been enough. Maybe if Yagao would have had other tools like his flash, that's where you can then follow up with your own flash, get the root. He's not under turret yet and you find the kill, but just not having the tools there. It was cool to see how they synced up the damage once they did get him locked down with things like the True Shot Barrage coming through. But having the tank up turret means that Kanavi goes down as well, and you're just buying more time, giving more gold over to members like Cryan on the Skorky.
Which is a terrifying prospect in its own right. I think Cryan definitely needs to be respected on said Corki as we get a little bit further into the game. But we do want to check in on item builds here. We do have second items being pretty much completed for a majority of carry members, at least. You have the Muramana as well as the Loon's Echo for Cryan. You've got now a little bit of tankiness for Yagao on the rise as well, but we're just going to get a little bit of time here where both teams looking for picks. It's starting by JDG looking at Zoom in the side lane, who does not have Meganar and gets the needlework used right on top of him. Zoom has to flash. He's getting the Meganar stack here, and the rest of Ultra Prime are coming. JDG commits to this. They get one. Now Kanavi gets the reset here. They want to take the fight. Solar Flare in. Kanavi backs off for a second, but here he comes. True Shot Barrage, but Kanavi gets the kill into Hacker. And even if JDG stumble, they're not far away from glory.
JDG not overextending this time, having the members ready to follow up, and Hope and Missing leaning down towards that bot side allows for them to find the pick, get away unscathed, and even turn it into a second pick. A nice confidence boost that I feel like we needed from JDG after how the past few minutes have been going. But, right, for JDG, you're kind of playing, waiting out for that next dragon to come up. Any bit of gold you can get on your carries to finish off 4 items to guarantee yourself soul is just what you're looking to do for this next 2 minutes. We see how it all pans out, right? Kanavi and 369 coming down. No outer turret left for Zoom, so they will be able to run him down. Did get sketchy. Some needleworks did miss, but still 369 able to follow up with his E. And you look at the minimap where Leona and Ezreal are, it means that Missing can pop the solar flare, and they're able to follow up and just bring Hacker down.
Meanwhile, we do see in the picture-in-picture play still being made by JDG as they feel confident on the map now with the 3,000 gold lead to press up into the enemy jungle. You have Baron on the table, but 1 minute and 10 seconds for the Infernal Soul of JDG. And Ultra Prime at this point are on a clock to fight it if they don't want to lose Infernal.
Luckily for Ultra Prime, they haven't fallen too far behind. 3,000 gold, so it has like slipped a little bit down to where it was about a few minutes ago, but still, 2 items on Elk now, having the rapid fire cannon, giving a little bit more range to be able to play from. On top of the Gale Force, if, you know, they do get a member low enough, he can dash in, get the burst out.
That's a Trinity
Even
Force on
Cryin.
Zoom, by the way.
Yeah, Cryin sitting comfortably. Zoom having the Triforce now as well, so going to do a little bit better in some of those extended skirmishes able to come through. And now we're just going to be looking at Cryin, if you have the package available, and what kind of impact that can have on the fight, right? Because that ultimately will be the you know, last straw for Ultra Prime if they can win a fight or not, in my mind, is what kind of package usage Cryin can find.
We'll see. TP is now coming down to the Dragon Pit by Yagao as they will bring everyone here to the mid lane. Ultra Prime know they need to get priority in mid lane before they can move down to this Dragon Pit. Zoom has now backed, got the Force of Nature, will be TPing into the bottom lane and needs to walk all the way to the Dragon Pit. Cryin has the package. It is all about execution, and execution, it's going to be Missing moving in. They don't even have any time to set up
he
here.
gets away.
He does get away with a nice package there, but 369's on the side, tanking up so much here. Big AoE, Heartbreaker, the reset's coming out for JDG, and they're moving in to Ultra Prime's house. They're taking everything. They took the silverware, they took the oven, they even took the microwave, and Elk goes down. That'll be a triple kill for Kanavi.
And what can Ultra Prime do without the microwave, Mazel? They can't do a damn thing. JDG taking down the dragon, all off the back of Kanavi finding the resets. We have pings coming down for Baron now, and JDG maybe making our heart rates go up a little bit with some of the mistakes this game, have still been solidly in control. Is Missing here.
My God,
doesn't
dude.
even miss a beat. Gets straight onto the Corki. Cryin almost didn't even get the package away. Does luckily get away in the end, and then 369 keeping up the aggression, kind of building a lot of that
AoE
space.
right there. Oh my God.
Zoom kind of wasting ult, in my opinion, on a Gwen that will surely die, but the big thing is Kanavi finds the reset with the ult, and then can constantly pop off to take down these low health members of Ultra Prime.
What a play from JDG. Missing. That we were setting up the fight. We were like, all right, we're going to get our good, you know, everybody's going to be set and steady. We're going to get a clean fight, you know, no ear tugs, no eye twitches.
Wait, Mazel.
What?
I'm sorry, I've thought about something.
What?
But to go with your weird analogy about stealing things from
Okay,
the house.
yes.
I know there's one thing that if Hysterix is listening, he'll be wondering about, like, vehemently.
Okay.
Did they take the fridge, Mazel? Did they take Hysterix
Not
fridge?
yet. Not yet. They're working on the
Okay.
fridge. They have to come back another
Okay,
day.
Jake, if you're listening, your fridge is still good.
It is still good. We're not gone all the way down the rabbit hole just yet. But the thing I want to bring up is the fact that Missing did not allow for Ultra Prime to set up, did not give them even a moment to breathe. They pulled the trigger on the fight to the dragon, they got Soul, and now Ultra Prime are in such a worse position in this game. They really don't have anything to say about it.
No, and now, I'm right, that was their big moment. That was the package timer. That was where they had to play around. Now having to deal with the Infernal Soul coming through, it's going to be huge damage, especially from Hope, who can consistently put it out from a range. We've seen him spamming the True Shot Barrage already, and now the Siege is going forward with JDG playing out through 2 lanes.
They are going to get the inhib tower in mid lane. Top's going to take a little bit more time, but they could just go for the fight afterwards as well. Yagao is going to use the Everfrost already. Zoom trying to stack up the Mega Gnar, but can't get the stacks just yet. And it's back to sieging for JDG.
And JDG just keeping up with the play. Look at 369, keeping so much pressure up on top side. 2 turrets already down. And Ultra Prime not really left with any good choices.
They don't know what to
Zoom
do.
still nowhere close. Zoom's still not even Mega.
He still has not gotten it. Solar Flare comes out. They're losing the top inhib. Now the mid inhib. And it will be JDG walking away. And guess what, Lyric? This time, they took the fridge.
Oh no! Hysterics is molding, and so is Ultra Prime, I'm sure. Ultra Prime, though, I mean, it seems like thinking, hey, there's no angle to look for a fight here. Let's live to fight another day. Maybe they buy enough time to, you know, who knows, get another item out onto Cryan, who looks like he's making his way to the GA. Maybe you can wait out another package timer able to come through,
God.
but
Why
still,
you
my
gotta do
God,
that, man! Come on!
They are taking everything.
Now they went back for the dog bed. Like at this point, I don't even know what's left in the Ultra Prime house.
Oh, TP coming from Yagao. Yagao
They
TP flank?
do have the flank. That's a huge flank, too. They've already gotten Xiaoxi. Yagao in some trouble here by himself. He is the tanky ride, but he has to go golden to buy some time here. Needlework is utilized by 369 in that pickoff of Xiaoxi. And now we're right back to where we were a couple minutes ago. Baron buff up for 10 more seconds. Siege continuing, but not for long for JDG.
Yeah, sadly, no one to follow up pushing out that bot wave to guarantee they get the last inner turret left on the board. But they are completely choking out Ultra Prime from any money they can find, right? Taking away all the camps in the bot side jungle, so that's going to be even less income coming in for Cryan or Elk had they wanted to pick those up. And JDG, not feeling like they need the base hit, going to keep the pressure up, looking to take this last inner turret.
Zoom is unfortunately all by Zoom. Zoom does have the rest of the team backing him up now as Kanavi came around the corner to Xiaoxi's chagrin. It'll be another tower falling, and at this point, it just feels like eternity until JDG can win. Oh my God.
Beautiful.
That's a two-man solar flare on top of the True Shot Barrage. Xiaoxi's dead yet again. 0-4 on the Alistair, and it's one more engage, and that's a big soul steal from Kanavi as they got a triple knock-up, and now afterwards, it's just JDG cleaning house. There's one last inhib, a couple Nexus towers, but it is about time for JDG to take game number 1 of this series, and they'll take down the last inhib tower.
There was some hiccups, but JDG have been in control of this game the whole time.
Oh my God,
Cryan,
no way.
going to the package. Maybe we're talking too soon.
No way. This is huge. Cryan with a potential game changer. They've already gotten hope out of it. The package, the Realm Warp, they get out for a second. Zoom wants to commit here, but Zoom overextended. No! He gets the one, but he gets taken down. And now Kanavi is resetting like crazy. It's a bouncy house, but JDG back away.
I thought they'd want to go for more, but look at the Nexus. We see Ultra Prime running over now. So many super minions coming through. Sadly, they weren't able to finish off that last inhibitor to get the double super minions coming through all the lanes, but still, JDG managed to get out and even managed to return the kill that they ended up giving over at the end of that fight. You guys' Realm Warp to me was kind of funny because he Realm Warped where we saw the other members literally able to just walk to, but still had some flair to it. Elder Drake, though, coming up in 30 seconds. And Mazel, guess what Ultra Prime just used to force the fight?
No way. Could it be the package?
Right. That's right, Mazel. It's the package, meaning they won't have it for Elder. We still get to see this engage come out from JDG before. Beautiful Solar Flare coming out from Missing. And then Kanavi able to follow up, showing off his Alistar mechanics that they made much easier when they allowed it, so you can just buffer the headbutt pulverize as a combo. But, you know, who am I to speak about that? And then JDG had to deal with.
We're back in alive. Another solar flare, another Everbrush. Xiaoxi is going down. He is going down like the rest of the ship for Ultra Prime. You thought the fridge was enough. You thought the microwave, the dog bed. It's everything at this point. It's even the car. You're taking everything from Ultra Prime, and JDG are coming up aces. They will not take down Elk and Zoom, but they will surely take down Ultra Prime in this first game of a best-of-3.
Yeah, JDG showing up strong, able to win out on some of the rivalries that we set up, Missing beating out Elk, 369 in Yagao, able to beat out Zoom, and JDG, I mean, looking good. Ever since Home has been the coach of this team, JDG have just looked solid. And Home is a coach, he's a man who's been around a long time. Man's been around since Season 2. He's been around since TPA won a World Championship. He's been around since I Will Dominate was on Dignitas. These people like Dyrus and Froggen were top players. This guy's seen it all. And it feels like Home has, again, always been there when JDG were successful. Because when you look at JDG, the way they play, again, it just feels like the system's there. Like they're all on the same page. They know what they want to do. They're playing around Kanavi. They're setting up for bot lane. It's just very fluid. There were some mistakes. There were some overreaches and oversteps. But again, they were in control of the game the whole time.
Little side point on the point. My French brain just can't handle his name because that is in French, which is man. It just drives me nuts every single time. But in all actuality, right, JDG themselves coming into this one a little bit rocky, I feel like, in some parts of that game. But when they got control, when, you know, stacking up the dragon so early, that is the win condition I feel like JDG always set for themselves. They find ways to control the map holistically. And a big part to that was the fact that Kanavi was almost Flame Horizon Hacker.
Yeah, yeah. The Kanavi having a huge early game, right? Found impact in the bottom lane early on, even without having to commit in terms of like being there just in case. When the 2v2 came about, constantly counter jungling. We saw plays made up towards the top side of the map. We saw plays made around mid. And yeah, Kanavi was just really everywhere. But again, this JDG just feels like such a unit in terms of how they play the game. It's very hard to separate the individual performance from the the squad as a whole. Because once the Realm Warps came online, Yagao, I mean, heck, Yagao was ganking Zoom as well. Missing had no fear at all this game. My God, that guy would go on any chance it could. Remember the bot lane?
Exactly.
Like every time we pin back to bot lane, we see Leona Zenith blading in.
He was even going solo. Like in that one moment, he was like 1v3. It just goes for the engage because he knows the team's going to back him up.
Yeah, I really like this JD Gaming roster. They're so fun to watch. They play so well, and it's a team that I hope continues to do well, even when we see some of our more on paper, like stacked rosters come online. You know, again, maybe if Top Esports pulled together, or when V5 gets rookie back, or if EDG keeps scaling. I'm hoping that JDG can still keep up this level of performance and contest with these guys and give us a question mark of like who is going to be the LPL Summer Champions, because right now they are just so fun to watch, so good at the game. And sadly, for someone like me who wants to see Ultra Prime to the moon, JDG are kind of shutting down that Ultra Prime hype train.
But again, I want to focus back on Yagao in this mid lane on the Rise. We saw, you know, earlier series, the Rise not working out. We've seen in the past, Rise is so crucial, the movement, the mobility out of mid lane. But this is how you execute on that kind of pick. And it was so beautiful to see the early adaptation, even the little side gank against Zoom like you were mentioning, just adding a little bit of worse for wear for Ultra Prime. But for Ultra Prime, it's about comeback. It's about proving yourself against one of the best teams, if not the best team in the LPL right now. We'll see if they can do just that in game number 2, as we'll be right back.
And buy a new fridge.
Buy a new fridge. And dog bed.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. Hey, we can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh, you let me be me, as happy as can be. My shining
猪妹这个英雄，我个人感觉是非常强的吧，特别是如果12.11的话，会再加强一点。然后各大赛区其实大家都在玩吧，虽然比赛这几把表现的很一般，但是我还是对这个英雄很有自信。下场要打 JDG 战队了嘛，因为也是我的老东家，我就希望各位兄弟就不要故意来搞我吧，
I want to welcome back everyone to the LPL.
Poor Zoom, dude.
Oh,
Poor Zoom.
Poor Zoom. My goodness. I hope they won't gank me too much. Well, you know what? Your gal wanted to pay you a good old visit. And JDG came out with game number 1 against Ultra Prime. Especially the fact that Missing is the one that gets MVP for game 1. Stands out to me, Lyric.
Man, Missing looked like hung that game. Seriously, going in every chance he could get. He was connecting those Zenith blades in lane. He was throwing out the solar flare every time it was off cooldown. This man wanted to dismantle Ultra Prime, and he led the charge for JDG to do so.
Look at that confident pose. I need to work on my posing like that. That was incredible. But it started off right out of the get-go.
It did. I mean, right from level 2, finding the aggression. I think even level 1 starting the trade off to be able to set up for that. And then, like we said, Missing never moved backward. Missing always only aggressively flashing forward, finding his way onto numerous targets from Ultra Prime. That one was beautiful, right? Forcing Cryan so low, having to use the package defensively to be able to get away, and then following up, making sure that JDG can keep winning these fights. So overall, just fantastic play from JDG. Again, JDG right now just look like the team that are most in sync. They made no changes coming into summer. They've been able to keep form. I do gotta say, I feel for Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime are one of my favorite teams to watch right now. I think this team has a lot of promise in terms of how we've seen them develop from spring into summer. And yeah, we're going to see if game 2 they can bring a more competitive showing, considering that they are swapping over to the blue side this time around.
Yeah, and I think that'll bring a much different situation as well. I will say, though, Ultra Prime, put a lot of focus on banning away Missing's champion pool, at least the Enchanter champion pool, to go with the Ezreal. Turns out, I don't know if those are still going to stick around because Missing is just too good across the board being able to do Leona.
And right, like engaged champions are anyone's bread and butter in the LPL. Like you ban out the Enchanters, it's like, okay, we've had this meta for years of the Leonas and the Nautiluses, so you know a player like Missing, who has been around for many years, will be able to perform. So, yeah, just nice to see from him. From Ultra Prime, they obviously went like a lot more of a scaling-oriented route, right? We have the Corki Zai as their carries. We have Trundle in the jungle, kind of kite back, peel, play from a range. They weren't able to do so because JDG were able to find the early game leads and just outpace them because that's what their comp needed to do, right? They needed to find early game leads. They needed to out-rotate them, and they did consistently.
But another thing is, and I know we harped on it a little bit in the game, so I don't want to go too in-depth about like the negative aspects of it, but the jungle matchup. Ultra Prime have to find something. Like it cannot go the way it did in game number 1, especially when you're looking at how far of a deficit Hacker was in. And a lot of the time that he spent getting in the deficit was trying to buffer bot lane a little bit, and it didn't work out for them. So in this next game, like that is what I am looking at, because you cannot almost get Flame Horizon in the jungle in the LPL and have games go well for you.
And it just feels like one of the things where you have to shut down Yigao's pressure as well for Kanavi not to do that well, right? Because we saw Yigao had consistent push in mid lane when you're playing Ryze against Corki. So it opens up to where you'll always be able to move as a two-man unit into the enemy jungle and eventually get that first startup onto the enemy jungle if you want to engage, or just steal the camp outright. So Ultra Prime have some questions that they need to be able to answer this time around. They will take away the Gwen. They moved on to blue side, so it's at least opened up 2 bans for them, not having to ban out the Wukong's area themselves. So now we get to see what they want to ban away as third. Typically, they ban out the Kalista. They will follow that up. We've seen that Ultra Prime not comfortable playing that champion. It's actually one of their most banned champions this split. They're actually tied. Ahri and Kalista have been banned 75% of the time for Ultra Prime. I guess Ahri now inches it out slightly because Kalista wasn't banned in game 1, but not important, Mizzell. Why am I talking?
It's super important. What are you talking about? It will be the Nautilus actually banned by JDG against Xiaoxi. So the Alistair made it through last game. They do not want to let the Nautilus potentially be the answer here. And Ultra Prime are on the table now to pick up something that feels confident. And here you go. It is the most played champion for Hacker now, at least trying to come into this one with a little bit of stability.
I wonder now if with some of these bans you go towards the Lucian Nami lane for yourself, right? Considering Kalista being off the board, the Nautilus now taken away as well. Ultra Prime would still be able to answer with something along the lines of an Aphelios plus Renata pickup, but JDG may be saying, hey, why go away from what worked in game 1? Why move Hope off of his most played champion by far, now sitting at 9 games? He's only played Lucian, Jinx, and Kalista once. So, yeah, JDG going to stick to a bit of comfort.
Do we see the Leona just come out? Like, honestly, JDG feel like they could just stick to what worked in game number 1 because of the way they executed on it. It wasn't just the picks itself. And I feel like JDG have a lot of options, kind of like they did in that game, right? Where they had the Rift Herald, they could choose to go for the Dragons, everything kind of on their plate in front of them. Here in this draft, it also feels a bit the same in that aspect of it. And I really want to see what they want to go. It was hovered in game 1, but it wasn't locked in. Now here we go.
I'm curious to see if this stays. Last second lock-in of the Lux. I feel like for JDG, you can just hold support even longer, considering that Ezreal has so many things that can pair well with him. Obviously, you have the Karmas, you have the tank support, so you have like many different options. You can wait out, see if the enemy goes for AD and support, second rotation, and then look for the counter pick yourself. Okay, it's coming back to us. Yep. I mean, the fact that it was locked in at the last second, like, made me think there's no way, right? Because again, I feel like you either, like, sure, they could go towards, let's say, either Leona or Karma now and show your hand, but I feel like there's just no reason to do so. You can pick your jungle right here, not show anything, wait for them to pick their bot lane. If supports go to second rotation, once again, you have more options than them because you have Ezreal, you have Karma, you have Bard, you have Leona, you have Alistar. There's so many things you can pair up alongside him that it just feels better to wait. So probably going to get a remake of that draft. I'm assuming it was a misclick. We don't know just yet, so who knows? Maybe we hear in our ears like, oh, the Lux pick stays, and we get a bit of spice.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get an update on that here pretty quick. I would like to see it. It was highlighted in the first game. It was, highlighted by Ultra Prime on the blue side, but I would, it could be fun. Throw a little bit of wrench to the works. I was thinking, my brain was like running all over the place. Like maybe this is the missing pick. This is where it comes out. The enchanters don't work. Just go with the Lux. But no, we'll see if that actually stays. And I think that you're seeing, especially the one thing I want to highlight that I feel like we'll be sticking around unless we get a complete remake, will be the Lee Sin for Hacker. And I want to deep dive on that a little bit more. It is comfort for Hacker. It is something that I feel like has more proactivity to it than the Trundle did. And you could see some of the pathing from him early. He was trying to get something going, but that lack of a mobility movement, the fact that you just have to kind of run at people and use your pillar and the ground to get some distance covered is not the same as, say, a Lee Sin, who can make those plays happen so quickly in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it's just a different role, right? I mean, coming in, Ultra Prime clearly had a very set idea of what they want to do, considering they went for that Xayah just right off the bat with the Trundle. But definitely limiting what you can do early on. Lee Sin, already a strong pick that we'd seen before this patch, but even getting buffs coming through with his base AD getting increased, as well as like his Q damage just being up across the board. So even better coming into 12.11. And for Hacker, a player who has been dubbed by the Chinese community as Ultraman, is someone who usually pops off the first 15 minutes. Then
was he the one in the suit in the video? Was he the one in the CGI suit?
Might have been, but backs off. This is a great pick to get the aggression going early, Mazel. So you'll get what you want.
I get
this
it.
will be your LPL.
Yay, my LPL. The question also is, it's a little bit of an underlying question, is how does objective control go this game? While we're buying time to like kind of get back into the draft.
We have no drafts. We have no drafts, my dude. How do we guess?
But my thing, it's not talking about the draft. It's talking about like the macro decisions around the map, and especially seeing the fact that the stacking started so early. Ultra Prime were willing to give up a lot of the early stacking, and then when it came time for draw a line in the sand find defense, they weren't able to because they had let so much of that go out in front of them. I think that's the holistic approach that I want to see change a little bit from Ultra Prime. Be willing to kind of go in for some of these objective contests.
I feel like this is you trying to bait me into destroying on Ultra Prime. Sorry, just again finding broadcast friendly words very, very hard to do. Because, I mean, if you're asking me about objective control without any drafts, I mean, JDG's objective control has just been much better than Ultra Prime's, right? I mean, we saw it in that game. We've seen it consistently throughout the split. Them stacking up those early dragons. They've been really good about prioritizing Rift Heralds as well, with the fact that their bot lane can find advantages, and they do have 369 up on that top side of the map. So I think JDG should be squarely in favor. As Mazel, we have a
got
reason
an update.
for what happened.
Yeah, apparently Kanavi reported he could not select the champion properly. And we'll have to remake the champion select, but remain from the previous picks that we've had. And it is the Vi that was locked in for Kanavi. Wow.
Yeah, Vi, a champion that we had seen inklings of. Hasn't been too stand out in the meta. I believe it's been picked 3 times so far coming through. Does give them lockdown and ability to try to just get on that backline, especially now that Ultra Prime are bringing out the Aphelios plus the Thresh. Hopefully things like that safety from the Lantern won't be too big of a deal coming out for JDG if Kanavi can just run into the fight, press his ultimate, and guarantee he gets that lockdown.
Would like to see what they're going to grab for JDG going into the second phase of picks and bans, but it is going to be a hover at least. And a lock-in of the Karma. So it was banned away against JDG in game number 1, missing, piloting the champion in game 2.
Yeah, so JDG going to all in on some dominance coming out in the bot lane, being able to whittle them down.
I mean, could you
take a bunch of turret
blame
plates.
them?
No, especially with how good they've looked, right? I think this makes sense. You do got to be careful. Obviously, you know, a death sentence coming out from Xiaoxi can just set up a very easy pick onto someone like Missing who doesn't really have any mobility. You factor Hacker coming in from behind, a Lantern to bring him in, and things can go sideways very fast for the side of JDG in the bot lane, 2v2s or 3v3s. But now we're going to be looking at where they want to go for soul lanes. JDG, we saw Yagao say it at the interview at the start of the series of like, hey, Cryin really good at these supportive champions that are about enabling the team. So you can see for JDG them wanting to take away those champions specifically.
Yeah, exactly that. And we get the Corki band against Yagao there as well. A little bit of safety, a little bit of scaling taken away from JDG. I do want to see continued presence in the solo lane bans, though, because that's all we have left here. And I want to do a quick check-in before we get into all the rest of the analytics. How do you think old Zoom is feeling here? Do you feel he's feeling like a vengeance here in game 2? How do you after that first game? How do you think Zoom is sitting?
You know, I'll comment after we see what his pick is. We just had his interview saying saying how much he loves Sejuani. Well, JDG won't allow you to have Sejuani Zoom. So once again, your old team says
They're really
got
going.
him!
They're really going out on a limb to make sure
But-
Zoom doesn't have any fun here. I feel like.
I expect maybe JDG look for something. I wouldn't be surprised if they look towards something like an Azir pick maybe coming out if they do want to keep indexing into this range that they have. Bring a bit of disengage coming out from the Emperor's Divide, and then maybe save counter pick for their top lane.
Yagao is going to get the Zoe banned away against him by Ultra Prime himself. Still a lot of big picks on the table for Yagao, and it'll be the Azir.
Yep, Mazel, sometimes it's just too easy. No, I'm just kidding. Fits their comp very well. Again, plays to the range, something that Yagao's very comfortable on as a champion. Cryin might go over this matchup. LeBlanc able to generate some pressure, especially at level 6 with the kill threat you have with your ultimate, with just being able to land chains, combo into Lee Sin. It works very well for your 2v2 in mid jungle, and will give you a lot more proactivity than you were able to find in game 1. So Ultra Prime kind of pivoting away from that style that didn't really give them any options how to play out in terms of the early game, with much stronger mid jungle, able to go and potentially influence that bot lane, which will be very squishy coming out from JDG.
It will be. The LeBlanc coming in, though, for Cryin will be a big centerpiece for Ultra Prime in the way they want to approach this one. Gangplank locked in for Zoom. Blind into the matchup. Counter pick available for JDG, but the confidence oozing out of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, for JDG, you can either go something like Jace here, or I think Gragas, or maybe even like a Scion pick. Like, you either want a frontliner. I feel like Gragas might be too much AP damage coming through, or you can just keep indexing into more range damage coming through. Aatrox still fits the bill of being a champion that's just going to stand in front, be able to soak up all the damage necessary, and allow for Yagao and Hope to play out the game. So Ultra Prime, I think, playing a lot more of a pick-oriented composition, right? A lot of single-target CC coming out from the chains from Cryin, the death sentence from Xiaoxi, enabling the burst to come out from Hacker and Cryin, and even Zoom can always follow up with a cannon barrage from across the map. For JDG, definitely being much more 5v5-oriented. You have the poke in the range, but you also have engage to follow up after you've whittled some of those members low with Kanavi's vibe.
I think that's the crucial piece, is the Hacker versus Kanavi matchup in this one, and in the way that kind of that early skirmishing goes. You saw Kanavi get the advantage last game, but I think this one is a little bit more interesting in the style of compositions we've gotten, right? You were talking about it, Aatrox able to be the tank. Other than that, really, not that much tankiness across the board for both teams. And I think it's going to lead to a lot more of a volatile game, a lot more big picks and things like that. But it's still, first off, no matter what, comes down to execution. Comes down to not losing early as Ultra Prime and not kind of disappearing off the map like we saw them in game number 1.
Well, I mean, especially this time around, right? Because if anything, we need to see them getting ahead early. We need to see the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin doing some work. Hacker especially, we're going to need to see step up, create some pressure, maybe punish that bottom side that we hit on in terms of the Karma being very squishy, not being mobile other than just being able to shield yourself, get the speed boost, and run away faster. And then if you could start shutting down that bot lane to where, let's say you blow a flash from an Ezreal and a Karma, they now can't play as far forward and as aggressive. They're not taking any turret plates. They're not really doing the job that they need. And you could start really just hammering down on that advantage, even having the global and top side from Zoom to make Hope and Missing's life hell.
There is one thing that stands out in this matchup, and the fact that JDG have gone to 3 games in 3 of their 4 series so far in the summer split. We know what could be coming. It could be a full night of games ahead of us as JDG versus Ultra Prime. Game number 2 kicks off, and we got a 5v4 because Hacker is not with his team.
Okay.
Get the backs off. Get the backs off.
They're going to find him.
He got it off. Nice. That's a lot of damage from Xiaoxi. He's just going to back and get that off. And we'll see, if Hacker can get the ward across the other side, but hasn't done anything just yet.
And not able to get it. I feel like this split more than most with where we're at in the split. We've had way more level 1s decide the course of the game than ever, right? We had the level 1 around enemy red buff that took like 3 minutes long to contest. We had a top side fight where I think it was Ultra Prime finding a win through a 5-member stack top, just consistently 5-member stacks, level 1, coming out with leads. JDG sadly not able to find it this time around, but we are going to see JDG have Kanavi start towards the top side, path to bot, and enable this Ezreal Karma to be allowed to do what it wants, which is that. It's press Q, hit, and keep hitting.
it's a good game plan. I would say it's a good game plan. I'm still shaking by
hit your skill shots.
Scratching my head over here as why Hacker didn't ward the bush up there. But yeah, it's gonna be the opposite side starts for both these junglers. See where they end up pathing out to. But Kanavi is heading down this way, and it's already Hope and Missing, feeling a lot of the same way they felt in game 1.
Yeah, again, we even saw the Mystic Shot hitting through the minions there in the bottom lane. And if there's one thing I know from playing double up with Ox and TFT, it's that you just gotta hit. He always flames me for not hitting. I'll be playing like Corki, like Cannoneers, someone will have a 3-star Corki at you know, like they're level 6. I'm level 6 as well. They 3-starred, I don't, and Ox will flame me. Just hit JDG. You will be able to come out ahead. But for Ultra Prime, it's about hitting in the mid lane. We already saw Cryan looking for some aggressive trades. Yagao will have pressure early on, just with the fact you put the soldier in the wave, you're able to find the trade onto the LeBlanc, as well as just pushing the wave in innately. He did take Airy as well to try to maximize the poke damage he's able to do in that matchup. But here's Hacker.
We'll try to find mid. Yagao does have the dash, though. A little bit of Shurima movement there. But something else I want to talk about and dive a little bit more into is this vibe pick for Kanavi. Something we haven't seen come from Kanavi this split, but we have been seeing dotted here or there. It's very interesting to bring into team fights because you have the single target ultimate, right? That you can really bring somebody out, as you were saying before. If they're poking people down, you can follow it up as soon as possible. But I also feel like the execution is going to be a lot higher of a bar to reach.
I feel like Vi's a pick that we see situationally when it fits. I'm surprised how early they took it in draft, especially considering how they ended up pivoting with their composition to be playing more from a range. But still, the fact that they at least have some follow-up to be able to take down low health members will be nice. Is Kanavi already angling to wrap around towards this bottom side? Xiaoxi taking a bit of a heavy trade like we just saw under turret. Turrets were slightly nerfed from what they were on 12.10. Still stronger than they were on 12.9, but if JDG want to go for this dive, it is at least easier than it was in 12.10, but it looks like they're not going to opt into it.
Just clear out some vision, get a little bit of gold for everybody involved, and it'll be a back completed from Kanavi. As you see, the full clear finishing up for Hacker.
Yeah, so we're going to back off. We aren't going to get the dive in the end. Hacker, like you said, just finishing out clearing his camps. Both teams trading scuttles. I don't feel like anything should be able to come out from this first clear. Cryan so mobile, it would be very hard for JDG to be able to take him down. Now Hacker coming off his reset. I'm wondering if we'll see him try and pay some attention to that bot lane like we talked about.
Yeah, and especially where junglers are going to be visiting, especially getting first kills, is going to be super important for this one. Because I think we saw last time how quickly things can snowball out of hand, especially if JDG's bot lane gets those resources. And you were saying in the draft, right, it's a lot about proactivity for this squad, especially Ultra Prime with the Lee Sin and LeBlanc coming out of the jungle mid. Here we are, proactivity though. Hacker looking for bot lane. They've got the death sentence. You said all it takes is one good one, and Missing takes it to the face. Xiaoxi gets first blood for Ultra Prime.
And those are the plays that you have to be expecting as JDG to be coming out from Ultra Prime, especially the timing it comes out, right? Hacker clearing through his jungle, reset comes on out, they're still pushing forward aggressively, and Xiaoxi able to connect the death sentence. Really nice read in terms of what they need to do and who they need to set behind this composition. We could already see Cryan generating pressure in the mid lane as well. He'll be 6 very soon. That's where we'll probably start to see him more linking up on the map, looking for picks of his own. But here we go. Once again, Xiaoxi with the flash into the flay. Sadly, the Lantern too early, so not able to bring in Hacker, but you're able to get the flay into the death sentence, which just allows Hacker to safeguard in. You set up Elk to be able to help pick up that kill. And overall, Ultra Prime start with a solid lead.
It is Moby Boots also completed for Xiaoxi now. See how that works out for him as
this is why.
Lane. Yep, exactly. 369 getting baited, going in here, and now Xiaoxi and Hacker there. World Ender comes away. Oh, he misses the sweet spot, losing the healing here, but he's in a 1v3, and it ain't gonna go his way. Zoom is on the board.
Great use of the Moby Boots coming out from Xiaoxi to make sure they find an impactful play on top side. Surprise 369 even used the World Ender, considering that there's no angle where you should really be able to do anything in that situation. I guess, you know, the cooldown won't be too bad this early in the game. And JDG do answer with the Dragon on the opposite side, but Ultra Prime needed to get their comp going early with some picks, and picks is what they've been finding.
Yep, and as we said, just going to put it in everybody's mind here. JDG like the chance to get as many games as they possibly can.
JDG would like the chance to... Oh, actually, Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime would like the chance to get their microwave back, Mazel.
Yes, they would. And it's going to be some long, hard conversations that are going to need to be had. But they've already started off pretty well. 2 conversations have gone their way, it feels like, already.
Yeah, and now going to be able to keep up this pressure in the bot side from the earlier kills they found. At least for missing, he didn't blow a flash in that play, so you can still play relatively aggressive as the JDG bot lane. Like, if you have vision down, if you have an inkling of where Hacker is, if Kanavi's supporting you. So, would be nice to see Kanavi find some influence on the bottom half of the map. With the fact that Herald is up in 40 seconds, it looks like JDG are instead angling to set up for top side and maybe pivot that into a first Herald for themselves.
All right, it's not as bad as last game, but I'm already looking at Kanavi's 10 ahead on Hacker. I know it's not the same. Hacker still has a lot to go.
And Hacker has ganked twice.
He has.
Right? Let's
Exactly.
be fair.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not the same, but I see the numbers, all right? The numbers. What do they mean, Nason? Especially looking at how this jungle matchup continues to pan out here, as that 1,000 gold lead for Ultra Prime is huge. Now we look at the next objectives. Rift Herald spawning right now, and Hacker's already this way.
Yeah. This one, JDG might even just consciously be like, hey, we can't fight this, right? We have an Azir in the mid lane up against the LeBlanc. They have, like, more agency, more bursts to come out from that. They did have pressure in top lane, but just kind of outpacing in terms of mid and support for the side of Ultra Prime in a skirmish. JDG are just going to decide to cross map and just play for pushing this wave in bot. Maybe hopefully get a plate onto Hope, and Kanavi just going to clear out his own jungle.
Elk going to take a decent amount of damage. Heals it. Well, you know, it goes back and forth. It's a roller coaster. Let's just say heals it back with the Moonlight Vigil, but the True Shot Barrage came across to do a lot more. Yagao trying to go in on mid lane, was baiting out to try and see if he could get the stream to shuffle down. Doesn't come out. Hacker secures the Rift Herald.
Kanavi was spotted. He didn't walk into that brush as a control ward on the
Nice
bottom
cannon
half.
barrage.
So for Ultra Prime, they know exactly where Kanavi is. Like you're saying, cannon barrage coming down and making sure that JDG can't get too much. So it looks like it will only be that 2 plates.
That's
Let's
huge.
go, JDG.
That's actually pretty big because there's a CS differential growing in the bottom lane as well. Hope and Missing have been keeping up the pressure down there. And I think that's super interesting to kind of keep a side eye on.
Yeah, and we got to remember that Chelsea has now roamed top twice, right?
Nobody
Made the
beats-
earlier play to be able to go and find the gank onto 369. Then they just spent a bunch of time topside, allowing Ultra Prime to be able to take that Rift Herald. So that's what's starting to bring this CS lead so heavily in the favor of JDG, is that they're just playing 4 different things, right? JDG and Missing, Hope and Missing are actually playing for the bot lane 2v2. It's where we know Chelsea is playing much more for the team advantage across the map.
How do we feel about this Zoom versus 369 matchup now into the second game? Right? I was asking you in the draft, how do you feel like Zoom feels after that first game, especially all the focus towards him? But looking specifically at the Gangplank versus the Aatrox, after we see Elk maybe getting engaged on here, as Kanavi not going to commit there. But I do want to go back to that conversation because Zoom starting to get pretty ahead in the matchup.
Yeah, I feel like this matchup's completely fine for the Gangplank. I mean, you can trade pretty aggressively with your parlay, very low cooldown. You have the grass, which you can proc pretty consistently. Xiaoxi is able to burn a flash from Kanavi, so overall, Xiaoxi is making money moves.
What a greedy back from Kanavi, though, there. Elk taking so
JDG
much
agreed.
damage from the poke.
We saw it in
though.
game 1.
Yeah, we did, and it did come back to bite them a little bit. See if that continues.
Yeah, now, going back to the top lane, right? I don't think Zoom has a shred of, like, anger in his existence, so despite the fact that he's winning out in this matchup, especially from the earlier help he got, I don't know if we'll see too much happen in terms of the top side. But Hacker sitting on a ward, so Hope.
Oh, Xiaoxi. There's the passage
Oh,
there. Hope
Gravitum.
getting Gravitum. The flash forward from Hacker. Hope in some trouble here. He needs to get out. He has the speed from the heal. Is he going to get out under tower? The Dragon Rage kick comes out. Hacker commits his life for it.
Will be a 1-for-1, but Ultra Prime should be able to push this in and deny a wave from Hope, so maybe at least able to try and close the gap on the CS lead that they have. But JDG just thinking that they could outplay it. They saw Hacker on the ward, but still playing close enough in range, and it was just Elk able to make sure that goes down. But now Dragon about to spawn. Kanavi already looking to start this one up
I mean,
as well.
hey, they know exactly what they can do here with the win conditions that they've set out in their draft. It's about scaling, about getting those objectives, and a little bit about giving up bot lane.
Yeah, we saw, right? They knew he was there, still gets caught by the flay, and the fact that Elk's able to land that auto to guarantee the Gravitum stun comes through, sets up for Hacker to find the kill. Does end up being a 1-for-1 in the end, but Ultra Prime still able to force in the wave, was at least something coming through on their side. And now, with Rift Herald about to time out, Hacker looks like he's angling towards his top side. Wonder where he'll decide to drop it. You have one plate already down in top.
Ooh, look at that
Nothing
gold
really
difference.
shown in mid or bot yet.
Yeah, Zoom is topping the leaderboards right now with that lead he's got in top lane. He also has
He's
the
playing
Trinity.
GP.
Yeah, he's playing
It's not
GP.
fair.
It's not fair. He also has the Trinity Force now completed, so that's going to be another big little power spike. Big little. It is the Rift Herald that I'm looking at next, though, as it's coming up on its timer very, very quickly, and Hacker isn't really in a position to use it, but they're going down
he's
towards
going
bot
bot.
lane now.
Yeah, we saw the Lantern even thrown out just to make sure he gets there faster so they can drop this one down. They are going to opt into giving it to bot instead of maybe a lane like mid, which maybe would have been a bit nicer, especially considering you have an Azir in that lane, and breaking down mid lane turret will be quite hard the longer this game goes on. But at least they guarantee a charge in bot lane, and they get Elk quite a bit stronger. And Elk, as we've highlighted, has always been the primary carry for this Ultra Prime roster.
Yeah, and I think even with the propensity to go forward with the aggression, the Gale Force is forward, the Flash is forward, you still see that Elk is a carry to be scared of in the right moments, I feel like. And especially in these kinds of moments where you're funneling a ton of resources down towards bottom lane for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, JDG, though, starting to pivot some of their own resources down towards this bottom side with Vision coming out, but now that's spotted out for up. Kanavi just going to wait around this mid lane.
Out taking heavy trades, but Konami's always waiting. Hasn't gotten a chance to use the ultimate just yet, but doesn't really need to until the right moment, I feel like. They have, though, stuck to the tried and true efforts of getting the dragon stacking early for JDG. They're already too deep. 3 minutes till the next one spawns. Remember how much of a predicament it put Ultra Prime in last game when JDG had complete control of those dragons.
The thing, though, this time is the fact that if it comes into a fight for third or fourth Drake, Ultra Prime are going to be the ones sitting up in terms of just raw stats.
Yeah.
For the fact that they've been stacking up the gold themselves, sitting at a 2K gold lead right now. And like you said, Kanavi not really able to find any impact. Finding impact mid is quite hard, as I'll pause on that.
There's nobody down
Ultra
here.
Prime, I mean, we see hope coming. How patient are Ultra Prime? 'Cause I feel like they could be... I was going to say, I feel like they're going to be really patient, but doesn't matter anymore.
Does not matter. Hope will spot them out with the blue trinket. It will be tower going over to Ultra Prime, though. It'll be first tower and for Elk. So more gold given to the Aphelios. Really late game carry for Ultra Prime.
And the fact that, I mean, they have more gold on their bot lane. They have more gold on Zuma. We saw taking more plates in top side. Ultra Prime are set up really well for this next fight, but JDG trying to collapse.
Xiaoxi is going to get the Dark Passage to Hacker, get him over the wall, and they are out of dodge. No worse for wear on that one. Scuttle Crab gotten by Kanavi as they go back towards mid lane, but Rift Herald is up across the table. We also have Dragon in a minute and 40 seconds. Kanavi's next moves are under the microscope. Crying. Maybe, you know, playing
No,
with his food a little bit.
It's too hard, right? I mean, we saw, especially from the last trade, where Kryne pretty much traded like a quarter of Yagao's health from under his turret, just with the fact that he can use Distortion into the Mimic and get so much of that damage down. So I think it's really hard to commit onto Kryne. Ultra Prime are looking for this Herald fight, considering that the power spike that they're on. So many key items coming out. Elk with the Gale Force, can Gale Force into the Moonlight Vigil. We know Kryne should be able to do a lot more to find picks with his Luden's Echo, and they're looking to 369.
Kid 369 bombs the world ender. You do have the
what?
See, I don't even know how he survived that long, but he dies in the end after we knew that was coming over. Nice AoE flash from missing on the side there, and in the end, it's just one kill given over to Ultra Prime.
I mean, I get 369's thought process in terms of flashing closer to the Karma to try to get the shield to be able to get away. But again, I feel like just another misread in terms of the damage that's able to come out from up. A summoner completely wasted by them. Ultra Prime keep up the tempo. But this is what's going to be interesting to me, right? Because we have Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. Can JDG find a cross map? Because for up, you can already see them angling towards the Dragon for the fact that JDG have two. I feel like JDG shouldn't really be looking for a contest right now with the advantages that they have, especially with two ults now down for the side of JDG. JDG should probably just look towards top.
should, but they're not going to. They're going to look right to this contest here, as I feel like Kanavi really wants to use the cease and desist at some point in this game. They're chasing it down. There you go. He got the ultimate use, but he's got the Dark Passage right there, and Moonlight Vigil comes out. Elk flash it forward like we know he does. He's almost got all the health bars. Zoom's now coming in. Can they find something here? Crying gets one. 369 goes over the wall. Zoom can't finish him off just yet, but he does finally. Then we see the engage onto Hope. The Arcane shifts over the wall. We see the charge as well. Gets Kanavi out of the fight. And even though they lose a couple members, JDG survive with the 3.
And that just wasn't the play to make in my mind for JDG. You've already started to fall behind in terms of gold and items that are coming out across the board. Some of Ultra Prime's champions are hitting their stride right now, like the LeBlanc coming on through, to where JDG's, especially the Azir, will definitely be outpacing Ultra Prime on the opposite side later on. For JDG, though, you lose some kills, you lose the dragon, and you lose a mid lane turret. So
they're almost 6K down.
Yeah, it seems like we're on pace for JDG to keep trend of always bringing us to 3 games when it feels like they don't have to. We're going to see the replay here. Kanavi going so deep. We have the Lantern come up missing, and here from Elk, Moonlight Vigil into the flash, get more autos from the Infernum to be able to come out. Zoom follows forward, Crying flashing in to finish off missing, and they're just able to run down the low health members of JDG because of what Elk had set up.
And Elk, very, very big piece of this so far, even with the flashes forward. I think it's absolutely huge. Now Zoom, getting pressure on bot lane, will not die, but does lose the tower.
Now we need to keep an eye on where the Herald's going to come out for Ultra Prime. Already angling to play up towards his top side right now. Looks like they're just outright dropping it to try and get some charges down onto top lane. And heck, if they can find some picks here, that might even be 2 charges. They're completely taking away everything from JDG's topside jungle.
This Aatrox not having a great time. 369 really having a rough time of it. Even uses the Gore Drinker without getting a single heal from it. And JDG getting pressured out of their top side of the map. The charges will come down on the second tower here pretty soon as JDG move in to defend.
And Ultra Prime playing so well for these picks, playing right in the face of JDG. Elk not playing with any fear at all. They guarantee more picks, they guarantee more objectives. And Ultra Prime are transitioning this so smooth. And it goes back to something we hit on a little bit in Game 1, that when JDG don't have a lead, they are also a team that pretty much continuously opts for the fight. Feels like that's most teams in the LPL, so it's kind of an overarching statement, but JDG team we don't see fall behind too much, which is why we don't really see this type of JDG where, especially 369, a player who has been having a fantastic split, has already had a pentakill this split, really coming up short 0-4-0 on the Aatrox.
Well, and it's interesting. It's not frustrating from the negative sense, but it's frustrating to see JDG go through these trials and tribulations when you know they can be so dominant, but then just out of nowhere in one of the games in their series, they're like, let's see what we can do. And then you see this kind of fall out where the teams always end up coming out with a win usually, besides EDG on that side. But it's these one-offs where they want to try something. The Vi coming in here for Kanavi, something a little bit new, bringing in the combination with the rest of the team with some of the pieces that work good in Game 1 is an iteration of JDG I feel like we see a lot this split.
Maybe this is just the old meme of just JDG want more stage games this split. JDG want more stage games. They want to give their sponsors more viewing time. They want to give it all. So they want to consistently go to 3 games as much as possible. They won't risk it against teams like EDG, which is why they 2-0 them. But against teams they think they'll beat, always go the distance.
They're trying to catch down Zoom here. He is pretty tanky, but I don't know if he's going to last much longer. He does go down. It will go over to Kanavi, and no response besides a cross-map play from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, they are looking to find a pick onto the top lane. They need to be careful. Missing's getting here quickly, though.
They do have the tower going down very, very quickly, though. Oh, no!
Show me the HP.
Come on.
Show me the HP observers.
There you go.
Never mind, it's
Crying
gone.
gets it.
Yeah, that was disappointing. And now Ultra Prime going to pivot back to the mid lane. Able to get some nice damage down. And now, I mean, we're at a point, right, where I feel like it's really hard for JDG to be able to force any kind of fight. Their composition definitely being something that would prefer to be on an objective first. They would love for extended contests over mid-wave. We're getting a lot of value out of things like the Mystic Shot and the Sand Soldiers coming out from the Azir. But with the lead that Ultra Prime has had, we should really never be in that position. Ultra Prime will always have vision control for the objective. They really never need to go into any type of extended kind of standoff. And even then, Cryan can just distort forward, throw out his QE, probably chunk out Hope to half HP, and then JDG have to back off. So we're definitely at a point where it's looking rough for JDG. They've at least built themselves the buffer zone of the 2 early Drakes they picked up.
Yeah.
So bit of a buffer zone, but ball is in Ultra Prime's court.
Exactly that. And I think you're starting to see the 2 item completions. You know, Shadow Flame coming up big for Cryan. Bloodthirster completed for Elk. It will be Dragon in priority for Ultra Prime. Is this where JDG just pulled the biggest brain move of them all? There's literally, you see immediately,
Pigs are coming down.
Ultra Prime is sprinting towards this Baron, but it might already be gone before they get there. 3,000 health, going down solo. Hacker tries to get in the pit. Hacker does not get it. Kanavi secures the Baron. They try to flash over the wall. Cryan's on the other side. Kanavi is going to go down eventually, as it's still going to be Ultra Prime coming out with the fight win.
Okay, I mean, for JDG, you still got 3 Barons, so ultimately the question's not going to be what can they do with those Barons. Ultra Prime don't really extend their gold lead off those 2 kills, but they will be able to match the amount of dragons that JDG is on, so now can pivot back to that. You're catching the waves on the map right now, you're pushing in, you're going to be able to pick up another turret off of this as well. So Ultra Prime do find themselves a nice lead, and oh, nice chain coming out from Cryan.
He's been really good this game on the LeBlanc, really being a pressure point for Ultra Prime.
This
it feels
split,
like.
right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the big overarching conversation to have, right? Is the fact that Cryan, to me, has been the standout for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and especially with the level of expectations we came in with, he's just completely outdone them. But we see here, Kanavi able to get the smite onto the Baron. Missing is forced out by the strength of Zoom, and beautiful death sentence come out from Xiaoxi to make sure that Kanavi goes down as well.
Still, though, I will say, JDG taking down the gold lead a little bit at a time here. It was almost 6,000. Now it's still a little bit lower just because of that quick Baron take. But it's still a question of, can they get to the position in the game where their composition feels comfortable, feels okay? Because at this point, they're getting dragged around.
Yeah, it is looking rough, especially right now, where they're still trying to prioritize some gold onto Yagawas. We're going to see what happened in the right. Oh
my God. All right, well, that'll do it.
Hey, that was why we were praising Cryan as well. There we go. We finally reverse caster Cursed. Cursed.
It is a really nice pick off from Cryan, though, and it gives yet another death to Missing, who has been having a bit of a rough one here with 369 in the top lane as well. But still, I still feel like you can see the shadows of the machinations for JDG in terms of how they want to kind of play this game, and especially around this objective control that's renewed now with this Baron buff. That is, by the way, a negative Baron power play, and Hope almost died.
Oh my God, yeah, already getting his flash. This LeBlanc can just do so much. This is what we talked, right? This is where JDG's comp feels very comfortable. Extended posturing, you right in front of them throwing down the Mystic shots, but the fact that Cryan can just weave over the wall, chunk him out with one combo, is what's really preventing JDG from making any headway.
Now, I guess the question is, do you favor JDG, say the next 10 minutes? If we go 10 more minutes into this game, do you even favor it? Because I feel like Ultra Prime still have a lot in the tank when it comes to the late game.
I mean, you have a GP and an Aphelios, right? So I feel like Ultra Prime definitely still have the tools to contend.
Level 16 if they're able to go.
If they're able to keep up this lead as well, I feel like it should get to a point where JDG just shouldn't be able to walk into Dragon, where they shouldn't be able to contest, and it will be hard, or they'll have to force their way in with Kanavi or 369, and they could so easily get bursted down. So I definitely feel like Ultra Prime have the tools to be able to win out this game comfortably, even if this game goes, say, another 10, 15 minutes. But JDG are trying their hardest to just funnel gold onto this Azir in a side lane.
Yeah, they really need to as well. The level difference is going to be huge if they can get it to come to fruition here. Kanavi working his way down towards bottom lane, though. Ultra Prime are going to be here 5 men strong to try to take this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, we see Kanavi trying to come off.
He's going
on
for the
flank.
big boy flank. He's going for the wraparound, but they catch the death
Oh,
sentence on
they
369. He does not have enough healing. Kanavi can't get to the fight either. Now he's there, but it's an unmanned fight. It's a 5v4. Kanavi has to back away.
not able to find what they were looking for. 369 getting picked off too soon. My eyes were on Kanavi. I'm not sure if it was maybe Shousey with like a fillet bringing him in to set that one up. And now Kanavi is heading for the hills.
Hacker might be in the rest of his team is pretty far away here. Kanavi just trying to get away, though. Does have the flash if he needs to, but one little charge will get him out.
Able to back off, able to buy time, but I mean, for Ultra Prime, that's only another turret, another pick. They're back to the 6K gold lead that you said JDG had closed the distance on, so the distance, Mazel, is back to when it was at its worst.
Man, this Aatrox pick, though, is just non-existent, it feels like, for 369, comparatively to what we were seeing last game.
I feel like non-existent would be a good thing.
Yeah,
I feel
at
like
this point.
non-existent would be 0-0-0, 369's up, he's vibing, he's listening to some, like, he's listening to some kind of, like, hard style or EDM or something, just having a good day. This is very much not that.
Not a good day, indeed. At least not a good game, I'll stick with, as it is 3.5 items now for Zoom. Look at that. He's like 4,000 gold over 369 on the top side. He just got IE as his 4th item. He completed it before Elk did.
Okay, so game 2 was Zoom's revenge. I still feel like the earlier Moonlight Vigil we got from Elk was like the biggest thing we've had so far this game, but Zoom has been massive in these team fights, and now we are back to where it started, the kind of extended standoff, Cryin trying to find an angle to get onto Hope, but Kanavi looking for an angle of his own, but Hacker smells something.
Yeah,
He knows what's up.
The Vi really hasn't worked out, honestly. Not been able to get the catch outs that you would want to with this Vi pick. But there you go. Speaking about it, cease and desist comes out. JDG find a pick. Afterwards, though, Ultra Prime want to take this fight. They're grouped up. The Emperor's Divide is trying to separate. They get one, and here comes 369. JDG are taking this fight. No way, Jose. They come out with 5 members taking down 2 of Ultra Prime.
And they just completely burst out, Cryin not giving them a chance to answer, but look at the other 3 members of Up. Up are going straight towards the Baron.
They got JDG backing now. The Baron is going down.
This damage.
It is burning. Double TP coming in.
It's
That'll
gone.
be 369 and Yagao. If they can get into the pit, the rest of the JDG are here. Can they clean house afterwards? Nobody is left if Ultra Prime die here. Looks like Elk will make it out. And Hacker over the wall. That'll be 2 Baron buffs secured if Hacker can make it out alive.
Oh, he's fine. He gets out. JDG not able to do it. Oh my god, huge heads up play coming from Ultra Prime. The fact that in that moment they're like, okay, we lost, but we know we have enough damage to take this Baron. Really great from them, but we need to start off with this fight because Cryin just disappeared right in front of our eyes.
Cease and desist.
Looks to go in. Now no longer has the distortion to be able to get away. Ult comes through, True Shot Barrage, and bam, they're all done. Here, I was so surprised. We see Shousey just flash
This
in.
Emperor's Divide.
Emperor's Divide actually kind of misses because I don't think he's trying to separate
the
the other
separation
members.
of space, I feel like, though, because that
No,
means Zoom has to
he
walk
was-
all the way around.
He was looking to knock back Hacker. There's no way he was looking to separate the other members. Sorry to do that to you, Gao. I do not believe it. Still in the end, though, he brought the damage. JDG find the initial pick, and right, that was the first fight they were able to win.
And yeah, I think that's the biggest standout of that.
Mazel, you can't sell me on that.
It was. We'll have to go get the pro view. But in fact, the fact that JDG were funneling through Yagao on this Azir, and now we're starting to see the fruits of their labor come out.
Yeah, again, just the fact of he went in for the W and then the E, so not having the distortion up, not being able to mimic that ability. Once he's caught, he is just caught. Did have the flash available at the time, I think, to be able to get away, but the CC was just too long.
Yeah. It's the True Shot Barrage cease and desist combo, because you literally can't do anything, and then 3/4 of your health is gone.
It's just gone, yeah. So overall, nice work between them, but still Ultra Prime have the Baron, and they're still able to maintain the pressure, because despite the fact that they lost the fight, they're still at 5K gold. They still do have more items coming on through
How
across
does
the
it
board.
not feel that way?
Especially...
It doesn't feel like they're 5K in the lead. It doesn't
I don't know.
feel like they have the confidence in this, because JDG still just keep finding ways in.
I feel like it feels. Feeling all the feels here.
Are you able to feel the able feels?
Ultra Prime do feel very far ahead, right? Because we see them just completely pushing JDG into their base and really just pivoting like whatever control the map, and JDG are the team that have to answer. They have to follow Ultra Prime's stance, and a lot of it's coming out from the item advantages in top and AD carry. I do gotta say, JDG are putting up like an admirable fight to like cross map or look for these small windows like we saw engaging on the little block to keep it close. This game is definitely not done and dusted in any regards, but at the very least, Ultra Prime are the team who get to choose where their wards go. JDG do not have that luxury.
They do not. Fourth item completion for Yagao there will be the Morellonomicon coming through. So that'll be a nice little pickup, especially for the healing that could be coming out. But we got about 2 minutes for the next dragon. This will be Soul for JDG, as they have finally gotten another dragon under their belt and look to try to make this a win condition for themselves, as the Ocean Soul will help with their stacking and their scaling.
It will be phenomenal, even just like making it so maybe the damage from Crying doesn't stick as well. If Ultra Prime can't find the decisive all-in that they're looking for, you can back up, you can heal back up, and keep just throwing out this damage. So we can see Ultra Prime right now clearing out vision around topside and kind of angling for a way to be able to get on top of Hope, but Hope paying a lot of respect now. And now with Yagao having the Void Staff, having things like the Morello and the Zhonya's finished, it feels like JDG are finally in a position where they're comfortable to contest for the fight.
I feel like Kanavi's just having so much fun this game. He's like, what kind of the weirdest angle can I possibly find with this? He's also completed the GA, so the engage is easier.
This Kanavi's Vi right now gives me the whole like 60-minute game Meteos Lee Sin vibes.
Yeah, it does,
where he just sat
actually.
in those brushes forever waiting for the pick.
Oh, Yagao! He tried to get the Emperor's Divide. He gets it on the 2 members. He goes golden. In the fight afterwards, though, it's a huge execution! And Elk has red and white, and JDG are dashed here. They lose 3 quick members, and that's a big team fight for Ultra Prime.
And this is one of the problems when you're trying to start off a fight with one of your squishy members like the Azir. Goes in, you're jumping straight into a GP, into an Aphelios. They love that. Even Crying able to follow up on the back half. They're going to keep pushing forward and might even... Oh, Crying!
Wow.
Woo!
If Missy gets the flash out as well, Hope almost dies.
I can't believe they didn't kill anyone. That damage in that flank was huge. But they are just pushing forward to find the end.
They could, but it looks like they're just going to go for the inhib and back out as Dragon coming up on the board. Another inhib tower will go down to Zoom. Maybe they look to push forward, though, as Missing now in some trouble here himself. Missing might just get caught, and that's another death to the support of JDG. They go for another inhib, and that'll be 2 back-to-back.
Ultra Prime now going to be able to back off. They're going to guarantee themselves their 3rd Ocean Drake. And, you know, just a second ago, Mazel, we were talking about how, maybe it doesn't look like Ultra Prime are 5k gold ahead. It's looked like it. They've just been waiting to flex their muscles. JDG got impatient, and it was the perfect time to flex your muscles.
It was. Speaking of flexing time there, we do get a replay of that fight, and Yagao just trying to pull out a miracle, but in a situation I don't feel like he needed to.
No, definitely not. Tries to go for it. Box comes out. Flay came out. Elk able to escape from the play as well. And then Elk left untouched. Crying coming in with the burst to take him down. And you're just left in such an awkward position, again, looking for this engage with one of your squishy members. And you have so many ways to control zones and control space, especially with the cannon barrage layered on top of everything.
What do we say? It's back to the conversation about making sure they get all the stage games possible.
We're just look. I just am not allowed to have 4 game days. It just isn't possible.
This will be my second 6 series game in a day, or 6 games.
Okay.
Whatever. Words. Baron has started, though,
Baron.
as you already have Hacker, the rest of Ultra Prime here. Crying's on the side, trying to bait them out, as you need to get Kanavi over the pit. Yagao trying to catch out Crying here. They're not going to get in there, and they've already gotten the Baron for Ultra Prime. JDG, though, looking to take the fight afterwards. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. They get the re-knock up, and Cease and Desist comes out. You've got a huge team fight for Ultra Prime now. Crying coming in on the back. JDG haven't found a single member yet, and Yagao will try his darndest, but he will go down, not finding a single kill. A triple for Zoom, and it'll be another clean fight for Ultra Prime.
And Ultra Prime give us more hope to believe in them for the playoff race. Ultra Prime to the moon, baby. We saw once again another huge performance coming out from them.
12,000 gold in the lead. It had been a little bit rocky in between, but it was a strong Game 2 performance from Ultra Prime. Hacker existed this time on the map, and the whole composition for Ultra Prime looked a lot more fluid than it did in game number 1. And JDG, they're just happy to get another game on stage.
Yeah, for JDG, mission accomplished. For Ultra Prime, mission accomplished. Everyone walks away happy. But we saw, right? When you have, we saw things come out like the first rotation Vi, which, I mean, we talked a little bit on cast, right? That like, yeah, definitely feels like Vi has a place in the game and in the meta, but taking it early, then you have it with this comp of like the Azir, Ezreal, Karma, it feels a little bit disjointed. And it's like, okay, maybe it's fine. Let's see how JDG execute on it. Maybe it's like poke and then re-engage. And they just kept trying to angle for these picks. They really had no pressure in the early game coming out from mid-jungle, and it just allowed Cryin and Hacker to really exert their will, especially onto the bottom lane of JDG. And JDG, like, sure, they were able to get a bit back just naturally from the matchup and being able to you know, outpoke them and win out in the 2v2. When it came to the 5v5s, Cryin just able to do so much. Zoom became massive. Cannon Barrage was almost always in a perfect place. And yeah, it felt like this really wasn't it for JDG, but Ultra Prime thriving in the 5v5s.
What a comeback game from Zoom. The revenge. The redemption.
The revenge arc.
It's huge. It actually is gigantic in this one, especially with the way he was put down in game number 1. And 369 getting a little bit of his own medicine given back to him that time around.
No, that was not his own medicine. That was 10 times worse. That was 10 times worse. 369. That was, I mean, he got punished. He got hammered on in that game. And him and Missing, right? Just consistently going down, getting picked off. Xiaoxi as well, though. Like, kudos to Xiaoxi, man. Xiaoxi on Thresh just hits different, able to find the clutch death sentences, some beautiful plays, able to come out and set up for some of these kills. And, you know, I felt like he was the initiator, starting things off early, him setting up, allowing for Hacker and Cryin to be able to come down and assist. Mid-game, we had that one huge Moonlight Vigil from Elk, which really set them up to find a bigger lead. And then the late game is when it started to become more of like the Zoom show.
It's really interesting, though, because there was such a quick ban towards the Karma, towards the Enchantress supports against Missing in that first game. It comes out in game 2, and honestly, I don't know what to say about it. As you were kind of saying, like, I don't want to harp on it too much, but my goodness, what a night and day performance from JDG's bottom lane coming into game 2. And I think that's where you could go back and look at the opposite side focus and the way that Ultra Prime approached the early parts of that game that worked so well for them. A lot of the way that JDG approached game number 1.
I do feel like it is very hard to run a like volatile, like hard winning poke style, like squishy bot lane when you have a mid jungle that doesn't like do much early on, right? Because if you kind of swap and they have, let's say, the Lee Sin LeBlanc, well, then it feels like the Ezreal Karma is going to come out to a way bigger lead, and then maybe you could snowball that from like a huge mid game advantage, right? But when Hacker and Cryin are able to influence the bot lane is where it feels like, okay, we're not able to see Hope and Missing get off the start that they want. So for JDG, I feel like you're definitely going to have to re-examine some things in terms of draft. But even in terms of play, right, we saw, I mean, even just thinking back to one of the later game team fights of Yagao looking for that engage, trying to come through, and it just seemed like, should really be doing this. Feels like you guys can be more patient, try and set up for Kanavi to be the one to start things off, and do the combo that we saw work out for them in the one fight they won.
Exactly that. 1-7 and 1-6 for the top and support, respectively, for JDG. Definitely not the game they want to have in the second one. But hey, as we say, JDG like to go the distance, and now they got one more opportunity to not drop a series. We'll see if that happens, though, as we take a short little break. We'll be right back with the culmination of our Week 3, Day 5 games.
Get it on the kill, it's a double, it's a triple, is it a quadra, is it a penta? Gala's gonna get it again! The penta kill for Gala!
The LPL are king again.
Clid on the wrong side of the map, though, as Ming looks for a hook. The Warthog means Clid can get to his bottom lane. Care needs to look for an execute at this point. Honestly, Wei is here for Kakashi. Has flash available. There's a root. Get the W. Oh, no! Care, that was so easy.
Royal never give up. A team that needs no introduction. A team that has dominated the LPL since the beginning of time. A team that is defined by one man in the bot lane. Wait, what year is it? For RNG, winning is their legacy. And winning through the bot lane is what they've built that legacy on. And with Gala in the bot lane, that legacy is secure.
And now the chase down from Shahu. Gold card comes up through. Hunk falls. It's a double kill for Gala as LWX tries to escape, but the killer instinct is in. And Gala takes another.
Come on, let's go.
And Wei wants to finish off. Cares trying to block. There's a good taunt, but it's not good enough. As Gala free firing on the top side of the play. The Kindred ult will keep people safe. It's pure carnage. And Gala is the king of carnage.
But don't place your bets just yet, because on the other side of the coin is a team that was built to do one thing. Can you guess what that might be? Victory 5 are on a hot streak, and even without their superstar mid laner, this is a team that can step up to any challenger.
Photic, the first team all-team ADC from spring 2022, picks up a double kill, and V5 cleaned house on LGD.
Because when your opposition's the MSI champion, you have to be world class.
Slingers are just keeping Karsa in tow, and finally he reveals himself to show that he was the true man all along. They will try and take out Southwind, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to Photic. Putting in so much damage. They are going to try and trade back Photic, but even now you can see how difficult it is. He even cleanses it back. Double kill right at the end there. Should be a triple kill coming out here for Photic. And that's going to be the game, the series, as another 2-0 comes out for V5.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free.
中母学的加入让我们上路更加趋向于稳定吧，就他的综合能力来说。输 BLG 可能有点可惜吧，然后打到现在也算是能够接受，然后目标的话是希望能够打进季后赛。
Welcome back to the LPL. I am joined by Lyric. I am Mazel, and we are finally at the end, Lyric. I know it's been a long night, but we've had 6 or 5 games to this point, now going into the 6th. As it's JDG versus Ultra Prime. It's the Dumpling Brothers attacking each other. And of course, it's got to go to 3 games. There would be no other way. And of course, it's also got to be your boy Zoom picking up the MVP for Ultra Prime.
Zoom getting the vengeance that he has been looking for. Again, he was denied in spring, got subbed out right before Top Esports was supposed to play against JDG. Now coming in on Ultra Prime, this split we just saw Hacker talking about how he's brought more stability to the roster. And now performing excellently on this game playing pick.
I think that's the biggest thing for me is we've seen 369 do it. Now we see Zoom do it in the series against 369. And 369 himself did not have fun. It was starting off by attacking the top lane with a majority of members. The Xiaoxi mobility boots to get up to top very quickly, and then we see it's just deja vu. They constantly came and pressured 369.
Yeah, 369 not having a good time. Again, Zoom really having a standout performance, getting help from his team as well. We saw Xiaoxi and Hacker many times linking up, going towards that top side. And it feels like that's what Ultra Prime need. Xiaoxi on a pick that's roaming the map, having those mobility boots, setting up for Zoom to have a successful game. Cryin and Hacker able to link up and work well together, kind of have some sort of mid-jungle synergy in terms of the picks that they have. And then Ultra Prime have a fighting chance up against a Titan that is JDG, who have had some of the most convincing wins in the LPL so far.
They have, but they've also gone to 3 games, as we've said multiple times in this broadcast, in so many of their series, 3 out of 4. And here we go yet again. And themselves coming off a really rough game where you could still see some of the bits of brightness. The reason why they are 4-0 on the season so far, but they were taking too many risks. They were, especially with the draft starting out, but then in the gameplay as well. And it was just a steady increase with a few, dips in the gold graph for Ultra Prime when JDG were attempting something.
Even game 1, which JDG won pretty comfortably, we saw a lot of over-aggression come through. That kind of gave Ultra Prime ways to try and find a way back into the game. So one of the kind of tendencies of JDG to take any fight or look for these picks even in like really small scenarios. But teams are going to swap sides once again. It definitely feels like blue side gives you a lot more versatility on this patch specifically because Wukong and Zeri just feel like 2 champions that need to be banned every game.
Indeed, as we do see those bans on the side of Ultra Prime. We're on the red side. JDG on the blue side ban away the Aphelios. Curious one there as the Nautilus and Lee Sin. Diego, final ban for Ultra Prime.
I wonder if JDG this time maybe would feel more comfortable going towards a Kalista pick because game 1, they banned out the Renata. This time around, taking away the Aphelios instead of that pick could maybe set up for one of these bot lanes, or
just
are we just
play
going to
charades?
Are we going to default back to the Ezreal that we always get? It wouldn't be a first pick coming out for JDG in the Ezreal, but just seeing Hope consistently go towards that pick. And another one that's left open. I forgot. Game 2, this was banned away, but game 1, Ultra Prime, thinking they couldn't take this away, do go for it. Also leaving up the Ahri, another pick that JDG hovered, is something that Yagao loves to pick. And it's been Ultra Prime's most banned champion. Cryin clearly not having confidence going up against the Ahri.
This is what I want to see. Please lock it in. I want to see the gauntlet throw down for top lane, right? Like we've seen such different iterations for top lane. This is where I want to see 369 and Zoom really go at it on even ground, see what happens, see who comes out on top, who wins the Thunderdome. But we'll get the Trundle for now for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, going for the Trundle straight away with the fact that we have our 3 highest priority junglers off the table. Could once again set up for kind of the kiting style to come through. Trundle, of course, really strong early skirmisher as well. So can see that come through for Hacker. And now I'm curious to see where JDG go with jungle pick, considering the fact that we've already gotten through, kind of our S and A tier list of junglers.
Why are JDG doing this to us? I love that they're just going down the list, one at a time, all the way down. But I exclaimed because we do get Gwen versus GP, 369 versus Zoom, respectfully. And JDG now double locking in their final first base picks in the Graves and the Ahri.
So we got the highest priority top and mid lane champions picked up. Also, Yagao's most played this split by far. and a Kanavi specialty, right? When you think back to 2020 Kanavi and his success, it was all about the Graves pick coming through. You have the CC set up from the Charmin mid lane. You can have this Graves try to get off to a good early start, bring out the Umbral Glaive, choke Ultra Prime out from any vision, and take over. And it seems like, once again, we're kind of setting up for the dichotomy that we've had over every game, right? Where one team seems to lean heavily into some more scaling-oriented picks, like the Azirs, like the Gangplanks, the Trundle, to where the opposite side leans into more playing with tempo, looking for picks, trying to just outpace the enemy side. And typically, the team that has gone to outpace the opposing side has been the one to win so far in this series.
Very true. We get into the phase 2 of bans, though, and we get the Callista ban from Ultra Prime, so focusing that. I loved how we started off the series by Ultra Prime banning away a lot of supports, and especially the Enchanters. But here we are in the final game of the series, and we have now transitioned to some late game supports as well, as the Callista is going to be that first ban for them, as I had already said. But looking at JDG now, it's looking at where to focus, because it's obviously Ultra Prime are going to be focusing bot lane, and now JDG do so as well. In kind, ban the Kai'Sa that could have been such a problem.
So, like, when you're banning the Kai'Sa, right, and that's kind of like threatening to say, hey, we can pick the Ezreal, but since Ultra Prime are on red, they obviously get their first pick at 80 carries. So it makes me wonder if Ultra Prime don't ban it and, like, they just opt into picking it up so it would fit their comp, what JDG's go-to answer is going to be. You've already hit on Ultra Prime taking away the Callista this time instead of supports like they did in game 1. I feel like it is because it looks like their comp needs some CC setup coming through, and that their comp is looking to outpace. So wanting to ban away these two really strong early game 80 carries just seems like a solid way to go for Ultra Prime. And not only did our jungle pool get quite pinched, but now our 80 carry pool as well to follow up. I mean, we have 5 80 carry bans so far.
That's what I was going to say. I was waiting to see if we get the 6th from JDG, because that would be an interesting one here. But like, it's funny to think about how much focus the bottom lane is having because of the volatility that we've seen.
We have what? I mean, I guess we theoretically still have things like Lulu Cog open, which we haven't seen too much in the LPL. The Jinx still there as well, and then Xayah kind of being the last standout.
I feel like Jinx. Don't you bring that back? Yeah, I heckin' love Arcane, but I swear, Jordan, I will turn this car around.
I do feel like kind of any of those would stylistically fit with Ultra Prime's comp. The Xayah, especially with the ultimate, would feel pretty nice, especially against the threat of like a Yao's Charm able to come through. So I'm not sure if maybe look at that. But no, with the fact that the Kai'Sa's banned out, the bluff of the Ezreal that we talked about, right? We said, hey, JDG are banning out this Kai'Sa to call a bluff from Ultra Prime pick it. So JDG must have an answer in my mind. JDG must have something they're comfortable bringing into this 2v2 and saying, hey, we're fine that you're going to get this kind of like strong scaling mid-game pick to come through. And it looks like Mazel, you might get to heckin' love Arcane some more.
Well, you know what? I sure do heckin' love Arcane. But we'll see. I think Jinx is obviously still a big carry in the meta. We saw so much of her last split. We will see more of her this split, as we do see her locked in for JDG and Hope, looking to make the outplays potentially happen through some late game performances and just snowball potential for that Jinx and the rest of the team really has for JDG.
I do feel like if this game goes even into like mid to late game, the JDG should just have a rough time.
Yeah.
Sure, it looks like they're about to bound to lock in the Leona, but you have a lot of mobility on the side of Ultra Prime. You obviously have the Orange that removes Scurvy coming out for Zoom as well, so it could be quite hard to lock them down without like point and click CC. Obviously, the Nautilus was taken away by JDG themselves, so that wasn't an option to come through. But locking down members could be quite hard the longer we go into this game. And Ultra Prime, they've already shown their two options, right? You have a Braum, you have an Alistar. Both will be able to function in this composition quite well. Alistar would give them some gauge to be able to follow up or turn off of objectives, right? So if they want to go for something like a turn and burn on a Baron, they at least have Xiaoxi there to be able to start it up. And Xiaoxi looks best when he has something that can pull the trigger.
Yeah.
So I like that they go towards this Alistar, and both comps having a bit of clear identities, right? Ultra Prime, once again, leaning into the poke, leaning into wanting the enemy to come into them. JDG, I feel like we need to see a lot more about enabling Kanavi, especially coming out from Yagao, finding early game picks, getting that Umbral Glaive onto Kanavi, shutting out Ultra Prime Vision, and snowballing this game really well.
The picks are so incredibly crucial for JDG, and I think that's where I look towards the supports and a little bit different of a zoom in here for these teams, because you have to look at missing on this Leona. The last time we saw this at game 1, it was just the support diff at that point. And I think you have that propensity to go forward, go in, get those engages going. And that's what JDG need, especially with this composition they've drafted together. And I will say the response on the other side, Xiaoxi, you were highlighting a little bit the Alistair. I think it's an interesting point. It's a good point of power for them, especially if they do make it to that late game, because you're going to be forcing this kind of pick-oriented comp to come into an Alistair who can get the multi-chain CCs and really set the rest of the team up.
I mean, and when I think of Xiaoxi, the first thing that always comes to my mind is that he was the understudy of Sword Art on Flash Wolves, literally handpicked by Sword Art himself. And back in the day, 2015, 2016, 2017, when I was over in the LMS competing up against players like Sword Art, this was his go-to. Xiaoxi learned from one of the best, and let's see if Ultra Prime can cause a huge upset.
At this point, it is not only the top lane that is the Thunderdome, because we welcome you to Summoner's Rift. The JDG versus Ultra Prime culmination of their best of 3 kicks off now.
Top lane definitely is the Thunderdome for JDG, though, Mazel. They try to find the pick. They try to find the aggression. But Zoom ain't falling for your shenanigans, Yao. He knows. He played with you for years.
Yeah, I was going to say, he knows. He knows what can come if early blood also goes over from his position as least, because they will completely dogpile him in top lane. So at this point, make sure everybody got another place to focus other than you, Zoom. That's my key to the mission for you. But we will see opposite side starts for both these junglers this time around as well, which I find interesting as a little bit of that Thunderdome conversation we get going here.
Yeah, early trade coming out between both top laners. Zoom having the passive, which even got buffed a couple patches ago, becoming stronger, then being able to run 369 down. No surprising he's winning out in the straight. I'm surprised 369 even went for the aggressive level 1.
That's 3 stacks?
And 369 even started his Q rather than the E, which did take some nerfs coming in onto 12.11. But my God, 369 getting bullied so far.
There ain't no boxing gloves up here. It's fisticuffs. As you see a lot of the trading going in favor of Zoom. 369 will be healing up with the use of these potions, though. Want to check back in to the early functions of these jungles as well and see if, one of these top laners is going to get a little focus. It would be from Kanavi at this point, who we said needs to get off the ground running.
I think especially with how much heavy trading is coming out this early, that to me looks like the plan coming out from JDG.
This is really close up here, but this is exactly what I wanted for the last game of this series. The whole setup for this series was a lot of focus around these two top lanes.
Yeah, I wonder if Zoom already backing off, might go for, no, isn't even going to go for an early recall. And look at JDG. Yagao gets vision up towards top side to spot out and see if Hacker's even around. And with the heavy trading, it usually signals a gank wanting to come through.
It's going to be smoke screen flashes from both of them, both hands, very fast. But it's Zoom who makes it out.
Yeah, I think Kanavi could have just kind of played off the threat of the smoke screen, kept walking forward, and expected Zoom to go for the flash. But I mean, you got to look for it, right? There's a potential world where you flash, he doesn't, you just get the kill instantly, or he flashes late. So I respect the try coming out from Kanavi, and now that you've burned Zoom's flash, it makes him an easy target for a repeat gank.
Zoom is really going to have a tough time up there. Already down in CS. We'll be getting back now that he has a little bit of time in the lane, as TP will not be utilized by 369. So there will be an early TP advantage just in case trades go wrongly for 369 himself. Thought we might see the first skirmishes between the junglers, but it will not be so. Kanavi gets the scuttle first.
Yeah, Kanavi getting this topside scuttle. Hacker not even going towards the bot side one, making his way towards top first. Looks like maybe wanting to be around this side of the map just in case Kanavi would have gone for any top scuttle into repeat gank top shenanigans, considering that 369 did get the bounce back. So Zoom will be overextended a little bit. So I want to see if he can get this wave in, especially with Hacker here. You would assume he could do so. But look, ping's already coming out from Kanavi back to the top side. So Hacker at least reading what Kanavi's looking to do well.
Hacker will be spotted out on the ward as he comes into the tri-bush, though. Kanavi was on his way. Won't find anything up there. Actually heading towards mid lane now, though. I was pinging out vision, but there was no vision.
Bot side scuttle, baby.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're just going to get double scuttle as Hacker completes his back.
Yep, Kanavi looking for it all. His bot lane has push right now as well, so they are doing completely fine. Very easy for Hope to be able to keep up Prio in this lane, considering he can just swap over to the Rockets and just keep that one up. Another thing that got nerfed quite a while ago as well, though, right? The kind of early power coming out from Jinx with her rockets and her ability to push the lane. So that was one of the reasons we saw her taper off a little bit for a little while. Has obviously made her way back into the meta, but nowhere near as prominent as she once was.
Which, you know, I'll take that. I think Ox will too. But the thing is, though, she's really exciting in the playstyle because the get excited aspect of her play is really fun, and especially in the LPL, it's snowballing. And what do the LPL like more than snowballs?
I gotta say is I don't think we'll see too much here. Nope, Kanavi just gonna help push us in. Is that I'm fine with Jinx. The worst part of that meta was it was just always Jinx, Corki versus Victor Aphelios. Always, literally or the reverse, right? Like
I love
Victor,
the ABC meta
Jinx,
right now. The fact that we got 5 bans towards it, the fact that we got a lot of these cool picks coming out, we had the Samira as well already come out today. Just it's evolved with fun. So it's fine to get these tried and true picks every now and then. I'll take that.
I mean, the fact that we're only 3 weeks into the LPL, we've had like Seraphine come on the bot lane, we've had Kog'Maw, we've had Twitch, we've seen Samira. Mid lane, we had the Brand. We've had so many different picks come out in the LPL.
The Nasus.
The Nasus coming out from Cube. It's definitely been a fun split in terms of meta so far, especially the fact that we never like really slowed down compared to the other regions.
Yeah. I'm sticking by my statement that I've said since I went to LCS last weekend. LPL does this meta best. That's all I'm saying. It is so fun watching the LPL discover and just pick through the meta that we have.
Yeah, and now we're going to get to see Ultra Prime just going to clear out some vision. Going to get to see, like, again, how the meta keeps evolving, especially as more patches come out. But JDG so far continuing to angle up towards his top side with their vision and with where their pressure is going. Kanavi right now clearing out his top side camps to where for Ultra Prime, we see Hacker taking it a lot slower. Very reminiscent of Game 1 in terms of how the draft has panned out, right? Because you won't have too many of those options able to come through. Cryan has done a good job keeping up pressure in the spin lane. Azir does have quite a decent time into the Ahri in terms of just being able to out-trade her with the range that you have, considering the only range tool she has, right, is the kind of her Q being able to look for the trade. Azir can constantly whittle you down with soldiers when you're trying to push the wave in yourself. And Ultra Prime, I think, happy with the pace of the game so far, considering JDG haven't been able to find too much.
It's been a very reserved early game, but speaking of reserved, we're caster cursing it as Yagao going ahead and using the Spirit Rush there. Won't find anything on the Zoom. But no early dragon this game. Like, my mind is blown. JDG has gotten early dragons in both the games so far. Both teams really respecting this third game, not wanting to come away with a loss.
I thought JDG might pivot down to it right now, considering that their bot lane did have prio, and they just pressured up towards top, which might signal that Hacker would be in the area to cover. But instead, Reset's coming out, so they will at least come out on the map first a bit stronger, because you expect them to be able to get back to wave, answer that wave, and then maybe set up for Kanavi to be able to take that one. But Hacker making his way down now. Looks like Zoom had just had to use his cannon barrage in topside as well. So JDG have another tool that they don't need to worry about.
Yeah, we do see the Scuttle Crab achieved again by Kanavi. I think that's his third at this point. And that's going to be nice, at least in terms of jungle pacing. As you see, he already has a decent lead over Hacker. Has been a consistent theme, I feel like, of this series so far, and really just trying to find Hacker's proactivity to be a force in the game, right? We didn't see him really active in that first game. We saw him very active in the second game, this time on the Trundle yet again, to see if he can really pull that performance back out in a positive way for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, Ultra Prime. I feel like Ultra Prime also even just have a solid chance in this game for the fact that we're already breaking norms. Because typically after JDG lose a game, in all of JDG series, they would lose a game, and then like if they lost the first game, they'd stomp next to it. If they lost the second game, they would hard stomp game 3. Like JDG seem like they get pissed when they lose.
Yeah.
And then they just crush you. Well, that's not happened this time around, right? Early game has been decently stable. We now have cross-mapping coming out with Hacker picking up the Dragon and Kanavi picking up the Herald. With us talking about how JDG want to be... No cross-mapping!
I heckin' love Arcane, baby!
Oh no! It was fine for Ultra Prime.
It was fine! Everything was fine!
JDG. Heck, that's another thing that got nerfed a while back, right? That execution damage coming out from the Jinx rocket to make things like that harder to handle. We don't care. Hope takes those. And now Kanavi waiting in the wings for Hacker.
Oh my goodness, I don't know if I can get over that one. Hacker's gonna walk straight into a man with a shotgun in the jungle. Gonna need to be careful on that one. Walks away for just a little bit longer. Kanavi still playing very aggressive. Has the Rift Herald available to pull the trigger on, but he's gonna keep playing against this top side matchup, and Hacker, we'll see him doing this. Don't know if he can really say much about it.
But look at the minimap, right? We have Yagao is actually the one hovering up towards top side, and Crying just having to accept is kind of leaning down towards spot. Maybe I'm not sure, maybe he picked up some honey fruit or something, but still kind of allowing Yagao to roam up and cover anytime he wants. And Kanavi staying up towards that top side of the jungle, trying to clear out some of this vision so he can. Wait.
Emperor's Divide. Hacker was clearing the ward, but Crying was trying to set him up there. Yagao will just use a little bit of movement to get away.
I thought that was a close one coming out for Yagao. Obviously has a lot of mobility between his flash and the Spirit Rush, but still walking so far forward on about half HP.
Crying was trying to set up the alley-oop for Hacker. It just didn't go well.
Sadly, just not working out for Hacker, but we're going to get a replay of something.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Do we just play the Arcane theme song at this point or what? Because this is a heckin' steal.
Oof. Yeah, from around 680 damage, able to come out with that steal. Sitting on the Drake, having Rift Herald now, which I assume that JDG will maybe angle to use up towards the top side with how much pressure they've put up there now. But obviously with Kanavi's clear, he does have his bot side camps up, so he will kind of like naturally lean down towards that side of the map. If he feels like Hope is the big carry that he needs to set up, and heck, even in terms of his call, Hope very close to stacking that one, getting that one finished. So we'll have a nice injection of gold if Kanavi decides to give him Rift Herald on top of that.
And it looks like the path is going to lean out that way, right? And I think that's a huge part to JDG at this point, is getting and hoping that Hope gets ahead at this point.
Ooh, Mazel, you know what I noticed again?
What?
Do you remember the thing that made you the most angry in game 1?
Yes.
Do you actually?
I think so.
Jungle difference, right?
Yes.
And look where we are.
I called it out earlier. You were like, "No, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's only 10. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine."
No, that was game 2, Mazel.
No,
Mazel, the Knightsman solo. Your memory's getting mixed up.
But the fact that we see this again in the third game, where we're getting this iteration of Kanavi just continuously finding little advantages in the jungle to make sure he stays a step ahead of Hacker. It's so dominant because this leads to JDG having control of the map. They already stole the dragon. They already got the Rift Herald. They've had 100% control.
And look, right, to where about a minute ago, maybe 2 minutes ago, we had a nice vision line down for Ultra Prime is 369.
He is overextended a little bit, but he is a Gwen.
Oh my God!
Snip, I guess. Needlework at the last second hits Hacker as well, and he has to get away.
We do not doubt 369 in this game. This is not game 2. Even denying the recall to come through, and JDG do decide to give plate gold over to Hope, who has finished stacking his skull and might even look for the dive as well.
Nice little headbutt. Kanavi's going straight for Elk. He knows where the prize lies, and it's a big old buck named Elk. He does take him down. Shotgun at the ready. Goes straight for the cow. He's going hunting in the wildlife season tonight. Xiaoxi is going to go down again. This one goes to Hope. The gun's ablazing. Yagao comes over. Flash charm, and that'll be doom for Ultra Prime. Quick 3-shot.
Beautiful play coming out from JDG to set that one up. They see Hacker topside. 369, 1v2 stops Zoom from getting his recall, and it allows JDG to go for this play, knowing where everyone is on the bottom half of the map. They get a turret. They get kills.
Dude,
they get the jungle. They're taking everything.
This happens
again,
every
Mazel.
time. This literally, this is why I was saying the word is frustrating with JDG, because it doesn't matter. They will smash you if you give them just a little bit of a lead. Here we get to look at that dive again, but it is going all JDG's way in this third game.
369, again, pulling pressure up towards topside, allowing Kanavi to find this pretty much solo kill in the bottom lane onto the Ezreal, and then just having the man advantage to get the numbers onto the Alistar as well. Crying not really having the damage to follow up for now, and then Yagao, beautiful flash charm to guarantee that kill.
Now we're going into 369 versus Zoom. Zoom in some trouble. The solo kill maybe coming out for 369, but it's just a little bit too quick. The flash comes out from Zoom. We'll see him back away under tower here. Still in some trouble, I would say, in this matchup, as 369 is definitely getting a little bit ahead. Taking an extra tower shot or two there, but no big deal. Dragon also was secured, and this time Ultra Prime does secure it.
Yeah, my guess is that Ultra Prime secured that off the reset timing coming out from JDG, right? JDG, yep. JDG backed right after they stole away the enemy jungle, and I'll pause. 369 should be fine here.
He's fine. He already tried to take a 2v1. He was perfectly fine. But the big difference right now is not only the 3 kills, but the multiple lanes of CS difference. The
5K gold.
The 5K gold that has developed, and the map control, right? I think that's super huge to point out the fact that we are seeing big CS differentials in jungle, in top. We're seeing just, I guess, mechanical differences in bottom, as Missing and Yagao are going to find Cryin. He tries Emperor's Divide. Zenith Blade actually missing there. That was huge. The Solar Flare does not miss because it comes from the heavens. And Cryin trying to get out of this one, but he will not. And that is a big kill. Yagao getting it. Top lane. Throw up them 9s, baby.
Winning both sides of the map as JDG right now. Hope can just answer waves from afar. Gonna have to be careful, though, with hackers starting to come over.
You're getting your wish at this point, though, Lyric. You said, you know, what JDG always do it. They come out, you know, they lose, they get mad, they get pissed. They come out and smash their opponent. Well, here we are, 16 minutes in now. It's a 7,000 gold lead, and there doesn't feel like anything that Ultra Prime can do.
No, there definitely doesn't. I mean, especially at this point in the game, right? I mean, we could talk about things like scaling, them coming back online, but when you are this far down early on, everything on the maps is JDG's because they will just have like pure item advantages over you. They'll be able to guarantee pressure and things like mid and top and look for plays like this where they can rotate first, as Zoom getting absolutely bullied by his former team. Let's take a step back and remember that he asked nicely, like, please don't gank me too much. I hope they don't come top too much. They didn't listen.
They didn't. I hope the Agao sends him a really nice message after this. And like just like checks in on him or like, you know, says hi in a nice way. Because they're coming back. It's Backstreet Boys because they're back here again. Zoom is in some trouble here. And unfortunately, he will bite the dust for yet another time against his former team. It's 369 picking it up yet again, 2-0.
Now, instead of like talking about what we just saw, right, I want to highlight the fact that, right, JDG are 4-0, but they are not one of the teams who, like, you're like, oh, they've had an easy schedule so far. Because 2 of their wins consist of top esports and EDG.
Yeah.
EDG, who they beat pretty dominantly. Like, it was a 2-0 win. Maybe it was a bit back and forth early, but still able to close it out. Their other wins, LGD and OMG. OMG, of course, being able to find a win today against LNG, so another feat that I don't think can be easily scoffed at. And today, beating a team we expect to end middle of the pack in Ultra Prime. So JDG's resume so far, the split, has a nice spread of like top, middle, and bottom tier teams.
That's where I want to go back to the conversation that we started earlier about, you know, you get one round robin for the LPL, a lot different than other leagues around the world. And especially when you say the likes of, you know, JDG took down EDG 2-0. Well, guess what? You're not going to see that matchup again unless we get it in playoffs. And I think that is such a different take, I guess, that the LPL represents in terms of competitive League of Legends that I absolutely love. Because those wins, they stick. They mean something.
And you know what? What week is going to be the most pivotal for JDG? Maybe the best week of LPL we have? Week 8. Because week 8, JDG play V5. And by week 8, if you're wondering, Rookie's going to be back. Week 8's far away.
Don't worry about
Rookie will be back. They also play RNG that week. So week 8, apparently going to be a really good week of LPL games for us to tune into. As JDG, TPing bot, trying to keep up pressure in the bot side jungle, establish some of their own vision control, steal away some camps. And this should just end up being a second dragon that is free for JDG. But hey, we have a Rift Herald.
We do.
Why not look for a play mid first?
Yeah, I mean, they can kind of choose what they want here. 30 seconds for that dragon, as you said. They're going to be playing a little bit farther up here. Yagao moving here as well. True Shot Barrage comes out. But dragon still coming up pretty soon, though I would expect JDG might want to pull the trigger on this Rift Herald beforehand. Maybe they also just decide to save it and further extend their lead. 369 looking to further extend his lead as he almost just solo kills Zoom 1v1 under tower.
It's close,
the collateral
but Chelsea
damage.
now.
He tried to snipe out Elk there, but doesn't get it. Hope does not have the Super Mega Death Rocket. Rift Herald finally used there in the mid lane. That'll get the outer tower.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to secure this one. They could take outer turret. If anyone overstays, if you go off on a side fishing for picks, they can try and find that. If not, you can pivot down for that dragon if they so choose. But no, JDG. JDG on our mission first to just deny all vision.
He walked the other way around tower. He was about to end his life right there. That is another tower almost dead, but just not enough. The Rift Herald got so much utilization out of it, though. It will put a lot of pressure in mid lane for Ultra Prime.
So for Ultra Prime, still keeping at a steady pace of being behind. Mazel, we like that. We like that consistency.
Is that the steady pace that you want? I mean, they're almost 10,000 gold in the deficit right now.
I remember we talked about this before, right? But when Kelsey said, like, you call teams or players consistent just because, like, pretty much a nicer way to say that, right? And that was Ultra Prime this game. Ultra Prime's not a bad team. Ultra Prime had a bad game. And,
I mean,
yeah,
that's my way out
game.
from now on, by the way. You always hate all my positivity. Well, now there you go. I got to tick it out if I ever need to use some positivity. But Ultra Prime just trying to make it through this game at this point, right? You're getting huge item completions now across the board for JDG. 2 items for just about everybody except for missing. And they're going to keep pressing up. They got the Hextech gates to move forward if they want to. Missing. Oh, it barely misses the Zenith Blade.
Navi's still going to
What are Ultra Prime
though.
still doing up here? That's my biggest question. You knew they were coming from a mile away. Hope just comes in at the last second, takes the kill, zapping it away. True Shot Barrage comes out again, just going to do a little bit of damage. But JDG moving back towards mid lane. They want to take this tier 2, but maybe they just get some more kills because Yagao is cracked. Mega Death Rocket not going to come out.
Yeah, this is what it looks like when someone's will is just utterly demolished. Ultra Prime went to the store to buy the last pack of their favorite thing of hand sanitizer. There we go, Mazel, keeping it healthy. Hand sanitizer, and JDG got it first, but Kanavi's caught out.
I thought
Let's
they needed to find
go!
a new microwave. They did find Kanavi, though, at the store. The Emperor's Divide comes out. Crying goes golden, beautifully timed, but Hope is excited at this point. It's 2 kills for Elk, though, and now it turns into a 3v3 that JDG walk away from.
Yeah, JDG able to get away. Hacker.
Hold on, all right.
Still kind of chasing him down, but when 369's around, I don't know if it's a good idea. 2 item 80 carry, 2 items, actually 2 items across the board for the side of JDG, a whole item up on all their counterparts. But the thing is, Ultra Prime found a pick. Ultra Prime found a pick in a game that looks quite hopeless. So we celebrate those.
Yeah.
Great job, Ultra Prime.
Let's
You
go.
can bring it back.
Give him a round of applause there, since I can't hear any round of applause. It's still another 2 minutes and 40 seconds just about for the next dragon. Would be soul point for JDG. We've seen them do a lot of successful things when they can get that objective focus. But this is a little bit fun coming out from JDG, I feel like.
Yeah, we saw Headbutt Pulverize come out from Shousing. Crying, able to get the Emperor's Divide. Cannon Barrage layered on top of it. Beautiful.
What's going on here, Luke? You got ASMR going? Is this LPL night hour? What do we got?
Look. We have almost a 10K gold lead in a 6-game day. I cast tomorrow in the next game. Heck, you have NA.
I do too.
You have NA amateur broadcast or whatever in a few hours. So this is the time where we accept that our minds are a little bit loopy.
Hey.
7 a.m. and we just
guess
lean.
what? To loop it all in. Speaking of looping, crazy is our game in the LPL. So it fits right at home, Lyric. I feel safe. I feel confident. I feel comfortable here at this time. 23 and a half minutes in with a gigantic, humongous goal lead for JDG.
That excitement sounded fake, and all I heard was pain in your voice as we see Hex Flash.
Honestly, this is exactly what I wanted to see from JDG. If you're going to lose a game like that to Ultra Prime, you better come out swinging. If you don't, then what's going on, JDG?
Yeah, JDG so far, not super comfortable turn on Baron. Looks like they might finally do it now that Ultra Prime have just been turtling up in their base for safety. Cannon Barrage about to be up for Zoom, and he has TP available as well.
Look at all of the damage, but it was only going to go about half health. Missing had to get out of there, losing a decent amount of his health there. But again, Ultra Prime just trying to take baby steps out of their base, see how much they can get out of their own jungle before JDG come knocking.
Well, let's remember how hard it is to engage on Ultra Prime's roster as well, right? Like you try and go in on someone, like Emperor's Divide comes out, Alistar knocks you back, Pillar separates you, there's a cannon barrage on top of you, Ezreal can just blink away. It's so hard when you're already pushed so far into enemy territory to really force a fight onto this Ultra Prime squad without them being even further removed from their base. So for JDG, it seems like for now they're just waiting
I
out
want
their
to know
straight
how
time.
many wards we get in the Baron Pit now cleared by Kanavi.
Hey, look at his vision score, 103.
Dude, it's
so
actually insane. He almost, I feel like, I'm not going to do math on air, but he almost has more vision than everybody else on Ultra Prime. It's very close. 369 and the rest of JDG will be taking down the tier 2 tower, though, in the bottom lane. And Chelsea, I don't think you wanted to take that engage. I think you want that one back.
see, there we go. The turtling doesn't work when the enemy makes mistakes. JDG mind controlling Chelsea into the play. And now for JDG, I would expect to see
Elk
Kanavi
is
maybe back
dead,
off.
right? Oh, it's not. It was a little bit of a side flash from Hope, but Elk gets out alive. I get the picture of the top
Was
lane, though.
Cryan chasing down Yagao? He is.
He's not going to find him, though.
We do have Kanavi finally picking up the next dragon, so hey, at least in 5 minutes, we will have JDG on Soul. And then guess what? Then you have big AoE lightning shocks of doom taking down the whole team. So Ultra Prime won't be able to turtle anymore. They'll just have to
Don't
accept their fate.
don't look at the left side of the screen. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't look at Hope's gold because that's a lot. He's almost got 13,500 gold 26 minutes in. He is working on his 4th item now, already on the 3-item spike for the Jinx. And this is the kind of redemption arc I think fits Jinx at this point coming into the LPL, and especially Hope being able to perform on the champion. I think coming into this when we talked so much about the 369 versus Zoom matchup, you know, Yagao versus Zoom again coming into that little bit of a rivalry. But we also said that a lot relies on the bottom lanes for these teams, especially when we go into later parts of the game. And I think Hope and Missing are a perfect example of a lot of adaptation and a lot of growth that you can see physically between two players.
Ooh, Kanavi canceling's back, but you're right. A lot of growth coming out on their side. And now JDG just pivoting back into, okay, Mazel, let's get hyped.
Zoom.
Let's get hyped.
Yagao's here.
Zoom.
He wants to
Zoom.
take down his fellow brother, but he doesn't do it. Hackers try to chase him down. They're TPing. Emperor's Divide. 369 is dead. Shut down to hell. Hope snipes him out. Zoom dies yet again. 0-4 on the gangplank and against his former teammate. That is unfortunate. And another iteration of JDG having a little bit of fun.
I actually feel like this hurts JDG more than it does Ultra Prime, though, just because it feels like 369 has been like more of a pivotal member in terms of like how we've seen the skirmishes pan out than Zoom, who has just kind of been like, haha, cannon barrage, go. So JDG just gonna opt into some resets, and we get it. We get the full 3-minute wait until the next dragon.
What are you looking forward to dreaming about? But it's Zoom that's going to be looking forward to not being in this series any longer, as it's been very unfortunate. But it's been a clear focus towards top side, towards this matchup, and especially getting 369 the gold. But Hope comes in every time, taking the kills, taking the gold, rightfully so. 5-0-2 on the team.
So right now, Ultra Prime have 2 ultimates that aren't up. Hackers might be up
double
very shortly, but no cannon barrage to come through.
Let's see, TP now coming in. It's a
Oh,
little bit
Zoom
late.
TP?
They want to get in there, but it's the turnaround after the Baron that you got to watch out for. The Smite trying to heal Hacker, and it's Crying on the back line that gets actually a decent amount of damage. Will find the kill to Missing, but it's still a massive gold difference here, and Yagao is just chasing down Elk. Elk's actually doing a nice job. Oh, he's dead. And Hacker's going to die too. Yagao is making it happen here. Maybe he can kill Zoom one more time, as that's a double kill for the JDG mid laner. Oh, he wants it. Oh, he doesn't get it. No. Kanavi is like, oh, I'm going to get you.
Even taunts
Thumbs
him.
up. Let's give it. Zoom is going to walk away, though, as he is still a pretty decent gangplank. Oh, bad. Not too shabby. We'll get the little
Hey, remember,
gameplay.
these guys, long time friends. These
Exactly.
guys, this is won a title together.
And
what's more important, that friendship or this series?
It's bond building for life. But Zoom maybe want to
goodbye,
strengthen
Zoom.
those bonds a little bit. Hope is going to help him, as that's huge. And another ace comes through for JDG. This has to signal the end. There is one.
No, Mazel!
You've got to
it's
be kidding me.
It still doesn't
You've
end.
gotta be
because
kidding
net
me.
timers. We're 5 seconds away. Oh!
Hey, stop 369. But this is a big
Would've been
reset.
cool. Yeah, huge. I mean, I guess we're going to see if we can get to a 20K gold lead. So
I want to see
let's,
1K for every minute. That's my goal for the LPL.
So Yagao doing a nice job charming to Everfrost to prevent them from being able to get into the Baron pit. And then Xiaoxi, I'm not really quite sure why he looks for the flash hit at Pulverize when no one's really able to follow up. Then 369 gets to the back end of the fight, able to clean that up. Kanavi doing huge damage onto the Azir. And we had 2 people die.
Oh
no, one person
No,
died.
only one. It was
Elk?
just Elk.
Elk is gone.
It was just Elk. Elk disappeared. He's no longer part of the party anymore. It was almost half of missing health bar gone because of that. So, you know, maybe a little bit of worth there. Zoom gets a barrel. Nice job. But we will see the inhib in mid lane fall yet again. There'll be more super minions. They still have the Baron buff for 50 seconds. This will be triple inhibs. It could just be the game, Lyric.
Yeah, it looks like it will be. Right now, I mean, Hope is just popping off on this Jinx. Can Zoom find the barrel? Nope.
6-9,
No,
he's
cannot.
going forward. He wants to get Zoom one more time, and that'll do it. JDG moving forward to take down the Nexus. They will improve to 5-0 on the summer split, taking down Zoom, their former teammate, in dominant style. Ultra Prime surviving for a little bit longer, but it don't mean much as JDG smashed this victory 2-1.
We have finally done it. We've gotten through the 6 games. That game specifically felt like JDG, you know, maybe enjoying it a little bit too much, punishing Zoom in that top lane. Overall, though, JDG keep up literally the same trend of we will go to 3 games, and after we lose, whichever game it is, we will come back and hard stomp you. So JDG
anger.
still looking like at the moment, the current best team we have in the LPL. Ultra Prime, still incredibly promising. Still a team that I'm excited to see the more weeks that come through and go by, especially when they have their hands on like Hacker on like an early game influencing jungler. You have a strong mid laner who could set up. We've seen like the Talias, the LeBlancs, the Lissandras. This is where Cryan thrives. And then enabling your bot lane, right? When we have Ultra Prime on that style, they look very good. Off of it, they still look all right, but it looks harder to bring the pieces together against top teams. So I don't feel like we've learned too much from today's series about these teams, but we got exactly how we thought it would pan out, right?
The
Close
Thunderdome,
matchup,
baby.
Going back, Thunderdome in the top lane. Heck, both top laners got their time to shine,
They
right? Game
did.
2 for Zoom, game 3 for 369.
I love seeing Zoom pilot the gangplank as well and do so well in that second game to really be the main reason, I guess, that Ultra Prime won that one. But against his old team, it's got to feel a little bit good, even if the rest of the games didn't feel that good. And I think when you look at the trajectory for both these teams for the future of this summer split, right, they're very different situations to be in. I think JDG, it's all steam ahead. At this point, I don't even know who could stop them. As you said, we're going to have to wait till those later games way at the end of the season, multiple weeks from now.
Which is kind of nice, right? Because by week 8, when they face RNG and V5, they'll have more time to like sync up and maybe be closer to their ceiling. But yeah, for JDG, just kind of running full steam ahead, definitely having everything figured out and put together for now.
Did you buy your train ticket?
Which one?
For the JDG train.
I've had my JDG
Okay,
tickets
just
since
making
2020.
They'll be coming around to check them in the next couple weeks.
I have lots of tickets, so I have the
lots of
JDG ticket. I have the Up ticket. I have the Anyone's Legend ticket. The IG ticket is probably
I feel like
nearest,
I need
nearest
to
to my heart.
confiscate
Jamal.
your AL ticket. No, I'll take that.
Oh, sorry, Mazel. Not today, buddy. As we get to see numbers.
Look at Hope.
Look at
Hope. Oh my God! I thought 369 would have put up better damage percentage numbers than that, but apparently
No.
it's just. Hey, I'm not gonna say it again because I've already said it like 30 times. I'll probably get yelled at by Dan, but Jinx is a
Don't say it.
champion, and Jinx did a great job this game. Great job.
I feel like once we got into like the 20 to 30 minute mark where we saw Hope just kind of free hitting a lot of frontline damage and a lot of the skirmishes is when I was like, okay, this is where Hope's online now. I mean, heck, was so close to being full build, right? Sitting on 5 items compared to only 4 for 369. And I mean, some fantastic rockets from him. The one that stole the dragon.
That was
absolutely
the
massive,
timing. Like that is so the first dragon. The timing like that. I am so used to seeing late game experience with rocket steals, not first starting off the game. And I think that the timing there was impeccable. The fact that they immediately got off the board with a double map play with the Rift Herald and the dragon at the same time left Hacker with not much to do.
Yeah, Hacker, I mean, sadly, not able to find the impact. And it went back to the team that had the composition that had, like, the proactivity or, like, the onus on them to do something, right, was consistently the composition that won. These teams didn't really feel like they knew how to play from behind or at least try to, like, keep the game, not falling too far behind, right? Maybe covering more fear in mid lane or making sure these roams can't come out. So I feel like when we see the team come out with the spear mid jungle, it's simply just been like they get to go and do whatever they want. Their jungler gets to consistently invade. Their mid laners constantly roaming up towards top side. And maybe we need to see more like cover and more ganks, more vision put around this mid lane so then we can't see a lot of these roams and actions come through. But for JDG, they were able to keep it up.
Yeah.
The Umbral Glaive, always so obnoxious to see as you saw how many times he was killing wards in those pits. And yeah, I'm curious to see who gets MVP from this one.
I think it will be an interesting conversation. I saw Hope's percentages, and it probably is going to be Hope. But in all actuality, I think you do need to look a little bit at that last game. Something I wanted to highlight that I thought was interesting is that respect that we saw in the first 10 minutes, right? We saw a lot of chaos, a lot of aggression in the first 5 to 10 minutes in the first couple games. But in some aspects, right, especially more towards like objective securing for JDG. Whereas at that last game, they played very respectfully. I think like that's something we don't often see from JDG, which they respected Ultra Prime in that final game, at least until they were smashing them by 10,000 gold at 15 minutes. But
Yeah,
the first
we
10
definitely saw
minutes, they had you in the first half.
We saw them lean a lot more on like their lane leads, their lane strength, and even just like the prio they were able to find, right? The setups that they were able to build, like 369, heavy trading at level 1 and 2 to set up for the gank to come out from Kanavi, and then you go for the repeat once you have the bounce back of the wave. There was a lot of moments like this where it felt like the laners doing great jobs knowing their matchups or knowing their roles to set up for Kanavi to come through. And it's one of the reasons we've kind of said, like, yeah, JDG do, I think, play a lot around Kanavi. It doesn't feel like the reverse where it's like Kanavi being like, oh, this happened, I need to go adapt and do this. It's like, no, hey, Kanavi, I could do this. Like, you can come, we can set you up this way. And hey,
Speaking of
bring
the
it up,
devil, let's go ahead and bring
Kanavi,
it up.
our MVP. And I'm not too surprised. I could have seen it anyway between him, Hope, or 369. You know, the MVP votes in the LPL always a bit confusing to me, but this one definitely well deserved. I mean, this man just controlled the game the whole way through.
I still think that somebody talked to people on the voting committee and said we need more supports because we're getting a lot more MVP votes for supports. But it's also our supports are popping off. This time, though, Kanavi, driving force for JDG, controlling the map, the first call on the Rift Herald, as well as just the fact to follow it up afterwards, I think was the biggest thing for me. And this kicked it all off in the bottom lane. This is when they really found that break open gold lead.
Yeah, JDG after this just completely exploding the game. And let's even,
Yeah,
again,
next check-in is 10,000 gold difference. The next clip that we have.
I really like that play that we saw from JDG in that last clip, though, of just 369 pulling pressure, and then the rest of JDG with Kanavi leading the charge, taking advantage of it to drive the way home. It's one of those reasons what we talked about for JDG. A lot of their setups, a lot of like the plays they make on the map just look extremely good, right? And it's kind of throughout the whole game to where maybe a team like RNG, I feel like early on, it feels a little bit more opportunistic than mid-game is where RNG comes in like the best team in the world, right? For JDG kind of starts from early on, and they're able to build on it. Maybe the one place they're kind of worse than RNG, I feel like for sure, is playing from behind. Yeah. So another reason to build up that fierce matchup.
Oh, it's so exciting. I'm a little sad now that we're starting to build it up so early because I'm just getting antsy thinking about it, and I really want to watch it. But anyways...
Well, they play TT on Monday if you want to be excited for that.
Hey, TT just got their first series win last night. Hey, but it was a full night of games here in the LPL. Another wonderful night. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else with it. I am so happy that both nights that I've been on the last 2 times have been full game nights and that we get bangers like this. First starting off with OMG getting their first series win against LNG, who took their first series loss. I know you were hoping for a little bit of proof to the purchase there for your conversation about LNG lacking this split, and there you go. Second series, though, 2-1 victory by JDG in very topsy-turvy fashion.
Yeah, today was a long day. We did have one expected winner. And you know what? I'll call OMG an expected winner for me. Because LNG could not keep getting away with this. I've been saying it. They just couldn't. Sorry, Doinby. You are super awesome. You are the super carry, but you guys need to step it up a little bit. There's our standings. And there's JDG leading the charge.
Firm top of the standings. 5-win streak. Although, I will say, V5 still have a lot of games to play to catch up. At least 2. But in the matter of top of the standings right now, JDG have looked like our most dominant team, I feel like, in the LPL summer split.
Ooh, Mazel. But you know what this leads into? This leads into tomorrow's games. And Mazel. Who? Do you know who's casting the first series tomorrow?
No way. Who could it be?
It's us!
Yeah! Let's
okay,
go!
but seriously,
but it
look
is
at these games.
bangers. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, we're on the same synergistic level. We said bangers at the same time. It kicks off with me and Lyric. Go ahead and bring you Rare Ad versus Weibo Gaming. That one's going to be a fun one. And then we've got Hysterics and Ox coming in for FPX versus TES and V5 versus RNG. We're setting up with a slate of action for another Super Saturday.
Yeah, especially that V5 versus RNG game. It is our match of the week.
Yeah.
Sure, Rookie's not on the roster, but V5 so far, only team that is undefeated. Seriously, have not dropped one game going up against the MSI champions. Don't miss that game. We might not be on that game, but we're not going to miss that game.
I'm going to be
so don't
watching
miss
that game. Yeah, you better bet. I better see some chats because it's going to be a fun one. Tomorrow's going to be a full slate of action, and I'm hoping, we get some banger games like we did today, because I think today really encapsulated a lot of what we're seeing with the meta, the differences we can see within the meta, and how the LPL is adapting to that, Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been like a really cool few days to see what's happened, right? Having things like the Zeri, having things like the Zinzao, all these cool things. But Mazel, it's time.
I know
for
you're
you.
ready.
It's time. It's time for you to end the show. It's time for me to say goodbye, world.
It is indeed.
Okay, Mazel, the show.
I want to just say thank you so much, Lyric, for joining me. I know it was a long night, but again, I would not want to be anywhere else. And if we get to cast together for the first time in the summer split, it was an absolute pleasure. To the audience for tuning in all night. I know it's a long night. Some of you were up late, some of you were up early. Thank you for tuning in. To production team for behind the scenes. Made us look so darn good on the screen. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow, same place, not the same time, a little bit earlier, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.